outside of Southampton, where we are minutes away from getting underway this Metrobank 50 over competition group match between Hampshire and Somerset. The news from the middle a little earlier is that Somerset have won the toss and they are going to bat first. Both these sides have had just one game so far and they both won their opening matches. I'm Kevin James. A little later, Hampshire's honorary archivist Dave Allen. I think he's still honorary archivist. He changes quite a bit. I'll check with him a little later. But he's around a little halfway through the first innings or so. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Somerset, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, Kevin. And a great pleasure to be here at this beautiful, sunny Utilita Bowl with hardly a cloud in the sky, lots of blue sky overhead, and lovely scene with the stands, and then beyond the stands the line of woodland stretching up the hill, and away to our left the golf course. So it's looking a picture. Not many people here yet though, although with a big ground like this it's actually very hard to gauge exactly how many people are here, because they are spread out all around the ground. No question of stands being closed or anything like that here at Southampton, and Somerset winning the toss and electing to bat, which is slightly unexpected given that their batting lineup has been significantly weakened by the fact that George Thomas is apparently ill, and they didn't have a reserve batsman in the One Day Cup squad of 14, so that George Thomas's replacement is 17-year-old fast bowler Joe Haywood, who will probably bat number 11. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out to open the innings with Andrew Umeed. Possibly George Thomas's brother Josh, but we will see any moment now.
Well, we'll give you the teams. The applause wasn't just for the two umpires coming out, although they are quite popular, I think, Neil Bainton and Sam Hollingshead, but it's the Hampshire team who are in a huddle just inside the playing area. They've made one change as well from the side that beat Northamptonshire here 2 days ago. So we'll go through the Somerset side, Anthony.
We will. It will be Andy Umeed, Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, Sean Dixon, Josh Thomas, Archie Vaughan, son of Michael, Casey Aldridge, Alfie Ogborn, Ned Leonard, Jack Leach and Joe Haywood.
So the one change from the Hampshire side, Mo Abbas failed a late fitness test. He pulled up in the game against Northamptonshire here after 2 overs with, I think he's got a bit of a rib pull, I'm told, this morning. It's
Nasty.
Just around the back of the side, not in the front of the side. So it's just as he pulls through his action, he struggled a bit. So he's failed a late fitness test. And young Dom Kelly, the 18-year-old all-rounder, is into the side. So they are Fletcher Middleton, Captain Nick Gubbins, Tom Prest, Ben Brown, the wicket-keeper, who saw Hampshire over the line here with a brilliant 139 not out, a career best 2 days ago, Toby Albert, Joseph Eklund, Felix Organ, Dom Kelly, Eddie Jack, Kyle Abbott and Brad Wheel. So those are your two sides, with Somerset having won the toss and elected to bat first. This is the same wicket that was played on Friday, where it did all sorts for about the first hour and a half, but that was because of a lot of rain the day before, where the covers were fully on. Big toss to win, and Northamptonshire had Hampshire at one stage 25 for 3, and then the wicket slowly but surely, with the sun out, just flattened out during the day, and we were on the same wicket. So I would say there won't be quite as much here for the Hampshire bowlers as there was 2 days ago.
Even so, it's going to be a real test this for young Josh Thomas, who's just 19 years old, opening the innings for the first time in 50 over cricket. His top score is 22, and he's facing Kyle Abbott.
Well, there you go. Good introduction outside the off stump, and that's comfortably left alone. But this is what this competition's all about. You're seeing all these youngsters getting first team opportunities, and as we're seeing here, facing a former international bowler.
Yeah, and still a very, very effective bowler as well, who has a bit of history against Somerset. having denied them the county championship 5 years ago.
Yes, he did. We still talk about it.
We do.
Probably more in Somerset than they do here, but you're right. Straight delivery, played out square on the offside by the left-hander. But, yeah, that's one of his more... Well, he's had a lot of 5 moments, of course, but yeah, that one sticks out in the memory. Was it 17 or 18 in the wickets?
17 in the game, yeah.
Essex's Player of the Season. Voted for at the end of season awards.
Yeah.
Because he got Essex the championship, didn't he?
He did.
He's bowling from the pavilion end and he's round the wicket. Second group game for both these sides of 8. And that's worked down to third. Thick outside edge along the ground. Felix Organ does well at third. Away to our left and they come back for 2. First runs of the morning. Remember, 50... Sorry.
He'll feel a bit better after that, will Josh Thomas?
That is for sure. He's playing his 11th List A game.
He is, but he hasn't scored many runs in the previous 10. He scored 61 runs in the previous 10 games. He hasn't batted in all of them, but even so, it's quite a test for the young man.
It certainly is. Here's Abbott bowls. He's driving pleasantly out towards extra cover where Gubbins fields. Well, I do think this pitch is going to be flat. And he will probably, in his short career, have no better time or no better chance to bat the full 50 overs and just get 100. That's all you need to do. That's simple as that.
Well, the man at the other end, Andrew Mead, has been making a habit of doing precisely that. 3 centuries in the One Day Cup last season and starting out this season with a not-out century against Kent.
Dangerous player in this form. That's wide of off stump and called a wide by the umpire, so that'll be 3 without loss then. Somerset, yeah, top run scorer for you guys last year, Mead, wasn't it?
Was, yeah.
613.
He is actually averaging in his List A career of 16 games just fractionally under 62.
Wow.
At a strike rate of 91.
Well, here comes Abbott. Oh, he's playing a miss in. Oh, that's dangerously close to the outside edge.
The only thing that worries me is that Umeed must be due a failure. You know, the longer these runs of scores go on, the more you think, well, sooner or later he's going to have a bad one. It's important for Somerset. It's not today.
Yes, it's a big game already, even though it's early on in the group stages. There's Abbott bowls. He's playing a miss in there as well, trying to drive on the up. Little bit loose.
A little bit late as well.
Yeah, apart from that, it wasn't too bad. First over done of 50.
Now, do Hampshire fancy their chances in the One Day Cup this year?
Well, if you're just going on recent history, beaten finalists last year, beaten semi-finalists the year before, you would say yes. I know your recent record isn't that great.
No, it's not.
But, and I know you reminded me this just before we came on air, on the game, that of course, about the last time these two met.
Was it Lords?
Yes. 2018? 2019, sorry.
Yeah, 5 years ago. Yeah. Would it be fair to say that the One Day Cup last season was a little bit stronger on paper than this year?
The side?
Yeah.
I think it's fairly... Well, if you've got Abbas and Kyle Abbott playing, then yes, but Abbas not today.
Here's Brad Wheel in and bowls from this hotel end to Andy Umeed, 2 slips. Who have we got at slip?
We will have... Good question. It's testing my eyesight out. Because I could tell you straight off if it was championship, as I'm sure you can.
Indeed.
Vince, and it'll be Prest first slip. It might be Toby Albert second, but I need to confirm that. Yeah, Tom Prest tends to do that, actually, area. Yep.
3 without loss as Wheel is into Umeed outside the off stump. No shot from Andy Umeed.
But the batting is pretty much the same as last year, actually. Just looking down the list, it's...
What about Dawson?
Well, Dawson joined the competition later on because I think London Spirit were out of the 100 quite early. So he joined it and got loads of wickets in the semi-final up at Edgbaston, so he didn't play the early games.
It's Brad Wheel bustling in. He's there and bowls, and this comes off the edge of Umeed's bat. Thick edge. Down to third man. They think about a second run. It's not there. Good piece of fielding down on the third man boundary by a young man who's got sunglasses perched on the...
Might be Eddie Jack, I think.
Eddie Jack.
I think
It's the first time I've seen Eddie Jack.
Yeah, it's a decent bowler, decent pace. England under 19. There's a few England under 19 players out there on both sides that will have played with each other at various times over the last 12 months, various series that they play.
A couple of Millfield boys out there as well, playing for Hampshire. Joe Eklund and Dom Kelly. This is Thomas playing that back up the pitch for Brad Wheel. Left-hand, right-hand combination opening the innings for Somerset.
Yeah. In fact, Joshua Thomas is one of those that's played England under 19s, didn't he? Last summer he played in a series against Australia with Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly.
Yeah, very promising young cricketer.
Was he?
Slow left armour who bats. Oh, and he's beaten outside the off stump. And I think it's that way around as well. His strongest suit is his slow left arm bowling. Somerset have actually got 3 slow left arm bowlers in this side, in the shape of Jack Leach, obviously, Lewis Goldsworthy. You've got 4 wickets against Kent, best figures in 50 over cricket, 4 for 44, and Josh Thomas. And they've got Andrew Umeed, who can bowl leg breaks, and they've got Archie Vaughan, who can bowl off breaks. So 5 spin options. Wheel in and bowls. This is turned nicely by Thomas into the onside. There should be a couple of runs here as Felix Organ goes in pursuit, is beaten to it by, is that Fletcher Middleton? With his just walking towards the stumps. End of the over. It is 6 without loss. 2 overs have gone. 4 to Josh Thomas and 1 to Andrew Umeed.
Yes, your eyesight is correct with Fletcher Middleton. And it is Prest and Toby Albert, who Joe on the ground, who always helps me out. Sees my eyes are a little closer to the game. Says that, of course, Toby Albert wears those lovely blue cricket shoes, which is lighter than the Hampshire Royal Blue outfits. So 6 without loss, 2 overs gone. Somerset winning the toss. Same wicket as the one here 2 days ago against Northants. In comes Abbott and bowls, and Umeed is forward. Pushes that up to mid-off. We had the Southern Brave teams here in the hotel in their bus waiting outside. It's probably gone now. I don't know. Maybe there was a 11 o'clock meet somewhere.
Where are they off to?
They are playing on Wednesday because somebody said to me, wow, we're leaving a bit early for the game. And they are, I can tell you where they're playing in just a moment. They are away, of course, otherwise they wouldn't have the coach waiting for them. I'm just going to check while Abbott comes in and bowls. Down the wicket comes Umeed, drives inside half of the bat as it goes out wider mid-on for a single. 7 without loss. So on Wednesday, the Brave, having won their first game in the competition, it's not Wednesday, they're playing Tuesday. They are at the Northern Superchargers at Headingley. You were telling me you've watched a bit of the 100, Anthony?
I watched a bit of Welsh Fire because Tom Abel captains Welsh Fire.
Yeah, and very well the other night.
He did, yeah.
Against the Manchester Originals. I watched a bit of that as well as Abbott bowls. Lovely drive through extra cover from Thomas. And that's a contest there for Eddie Jack, and he loses that one. And that's gone over the rope. It wasn't quite a half volley either, just lent into that beautifully. With the 19-year-old, and Somerset move on to 11 without loss. It looks a good pitch. There isn't much happening out there for the bowlers.
And the ball seems to be coming on reasonably well too. It's not dead slow by any means.
Yeah, one of the coach's staff was telling me after the game on Friday night that the pitch got very flat. when Hampshire were bowling second against Northants, as Abbott comes in again, length ball, played quietly out on the offside. So, various ways you can pick us up today. BBC Sport website and app. Around the ground via the earpiece, which you can purchase at the club shop if you wish to do so. And we're also on the live picture feed as well via the Hampshire Cricket App and website, and that will go back to the Somerset website as well.
It is, yep.
So there you go, plenty of ways. If you're on the move, as Abbott comes in, and he's playing a missing. He's walking down the wicket. There is young Joshua Thomas.
Kyle Abbott won't like that much.
No, he won't.
How's he been bowling this season, Kyle Abbott?
He's been getting better as the seasons wore on. We had a very funny start to the season, really, where all 4 days washed out at Durham first up, and then a couple of wickets here for the first couple of home games, which were dead, to say the least. One didn't help because we were playing with the Kookaburra. And then the next one, we might as well have played with the Kookaburra. So it was hard for the bowlers, as it was around the country, really, mostly, wasn't it? It's played out on the onside.
Yeah, there was some dull cricket played in April.
So we kind of suffered a little bit, really, and Abbott and Abbas, like most seamers, were struggling with really getting going with their season, but Abbott has been picking up all the time since then.
So you're mid-table in the championship?
We might be slightly higher than that. We've won 2 of our last 3, and to be honest, we only had 1 more wicket to get against Warwickshire, and it would have been 3 out of 3. But quite seems so long ago. Championship, kind of forgotten about the championship. What division are we in? Can't remember. Oh, I know.
Same division you've been in for quite a long time, actually. You must have been in the first division for longer than anyone except Somerset.
Yeah.
Wheel is in and bowls. This is turned down towards long leg. There should be 2 runs for Josh Thomas, with Wheel just straying onto leg stump. 2 runs it is. 14 without loss. Thomas on to 11. We're in the 4th over.
I've forgotten, you guys are second, of course.
We are.
Yeah, you're not.
Still within.
You're in there, aren't you?
Still within striking distance. We need 2 good results in the games at the end of August.
Yeah.
Against Warwickshire. This is over the top of extra cover and away to the boundary for 4 runs. 18 without loss. Yeah, we play Warwickshire away and then Durham at home at the end of August, and if we can get decent results in those 2 and still be within range of Surrey, we've got Surrey at Taunton in September.
Ooh, they won't like that.
So you never know. I think it's an outside chance, but
you're in the thick of it, that's for sure. 5 games left in the championship. 9 done.
And of course, these 2 sides played last game of the championship. I think. Here's Wheel in and bowls to Thomas, who picks up another run. Plays that off an open face down to 3rd man. 19 without loss. Made a confident start as young Josh Thomas. 16 from 16.
Yeah, it looks good on the showing so far. So you guys are 23 points from Surrey with 5 games left. I mean, obviously it means that Surrey need to keep winning, but
I'd rather fear they will.
Well, yeah.
A good side. Wheel in and bowls to Umid, who comes down the pitch. But doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, doesn't try to drive it on the up, and is content just to defend into the offside. Nick Gubbins, who's captaining Hampshire, just giving a few instructions to his fielders. Captaining them pretty well by all accounts. Wheel 2 slips into Umid, who pick up a single into the onside as is he Joseph Eklund or Joe Eklund?
Joe to his mates.
Do we count as mates?
Well, I'm never quite sure. I say Mr. Eklund when I see him.
He's Vic Marks's nephew.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No, it's only when I was doing my homework yesterday I discovered it.
Does he go around shouting about that, Vic?
I don't think he's mentioned it to me. Wheel is in and bowls, and they think about a single, but Wheel quickly across in his follow through to make the stop. That's the end of the 4th over. 20 without loss, 16 to Thomas, 3 to Andy Umeed, and Thomas has played and missed a couple of times, but that's about it in terms of chances for the bowling side.
Yeah, I think as a batter, top order batter today, you'll be thinking, good chance I might get a few here.
What's par here on a good pitch?
I mean, you would say today, though, might be a 300 pitch, mightn't it? Certainly late 200s, but when you think that Friday, when Hampshire really had to weather a storm as Abbott bowls, turned away on the onside by Umeed, picks up 2. Throw comes into the keeper, 22 without loss. Hampshire made 285. Now that was enough, but as I say, for the first hour and a half, they really had to battle away. So that was with a slow start. So I think we could be looking at 300 today. Chris Tregonning has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com is the email. Anthony probably has his own, or certainly his own Twitter feed, as playing a miss in there outside off stump, or maybe a meet saying I'm playing inside the line. Chris says, an absolutely glorious day here at the Utilita Bowl. Please can you give a shout out to my partner Vicky, who hasn't been able to come to the game today as she is not well, but is watching along on the live stream. Loving the commentary of the game, as always, and hoping for a Hampshire win. So there we go. If you want to get hold of Anthony,
@AntGib on Twitter is the best thing.
there we go. Or on the emails, solentcricket@gmail.com, as Abbott comes in. Edged. Oh, did that carry through to Tom Prest, diving low to his left?
Just, I think. That was my instinct. I think it just carried. Would have been a tremendous catch if he managed to get his hand underneath it.
Have a look at the replay if you're on the live picture feed. Oh, did he get his fingertips underneath? That was a tough one. Certainly more than a half chance, I think. But a very tough one, with first slip having go towards the keeper, and it's low, dying on him. But that may just have carried.
Yeah, I think it just about did, yeah.
You are. So 23 without loss, halfway through the 5th. Somerset having won the toss and elected to bat first, and we're on the same pitch as Friday. Abbott's round the wicket. Thomas pushes that out square on the offside. Beautiful day. And I think next week is going to be even better, isn't it?
Yeah. Heat wave.
Yeah, at last.
I wonder if the heat wave will extend to Chesterfield Street.
It doesn't go that far north, does it? No. Yeah, I think the rain band will be hanging around there. Yeah, good luck with that. Was that Wednesday for you guys?
Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. When are you leaving? Monday? Here's Abbott again round the wicket to the left-hander, who guides that one off the back foot down to third. Felix Organfield. So Thomas moves on to 17 from 19. Umeed is 6 from 10, and Somerset are 24 without loss with 1 ball left of the 5th.
To be fair to Durham, and all of my father's family came from Durham, County Durham.
Yeah.
When you get there, it's very welcoming and a nice county and a nice club. It's just getting there. That's the problem.
Yeah, I agree. You feel like you're playing cricket in another country sometimes. Forward is Umeed. Good length ball there from Abbott, who's completed 3 overs now, none for 13. He was a little expensive on Friday. But, he's dropped into a nice little rhythm here. Somerset 24 without loss, 5 gone.
Had a tweet from Sue Naftel, who asks, why no Davy in either match so far? I think, Sue, it's because he is still recovering from some sort of ailment. He's not quite, I think he's fit, he's just not quite well, and so they've decided to give him a little bit longer to recover. It's batting, though, that Somerset are short of in this One Day Cup squad. Here's Brad Wheel into bowl to Thomas, who gets on top of the bounce and plays it out into the offside. Just 14 in the Somerset One Day Cup squad, and one of those 14 is Riley Meredith, who is deputising for Joe Root, at the moment, would you believe, for the Northern Superchargers.
Okay.
I think obvious choice.
Yeah.
6'5" tall Tasmanian fast bowler to replace one of England's finest batsmen. This is played into the offside, but Meredith will come back to Somerset once Joe Root is available at the end of this Test match to join up with the Northern Superchargers. So that only leaves 13, and with Josh Davey not well, that brings it down to 12, and with George Thomas not well also, these are the only 11 fit players that Somerset, or fit and available players that Somerset have to choose from. Wheel to Thomas, who drives into the onside, where it's fielded by Toby Albert.
Those lovely blue shoes.
Blue shoes and a blue sun hat as well.
Yeah, but not matching.
No, Felix Organ in a white sun hat. Easy to spot. Just the one slip now. As Wheelers in and bowls, and tempted pull shot from Josh Thomas. Don't think he got very near that. It was short from Brad Wheel.
I think this is one of these pitches you were saying earlier that perhaps another batter would be ideal. I think this is one of the pitches and one of these days in the conditions that you could probably get away with it actually, because you'd expect at least one, maybe two batters in your top 5 or 6 to get in here.
Yeah, Somerset's strength is in their batting in this competition. Ooh, that one took off. There was good pace there from Brad Wheel, and pitched it just fractionally outside off stump, and Josh Thomas going down to give the pitch a bit of a prod. It's the first ball that really has taken off. But there is a bit of pace and a bit of bounce in this pitch, which is unusual for the Utilita Bowl.
Well, they left a little bit of grass on this pitch for Friday, so it was going through a bit quicker.
Brad Wheel in, full half volley, which Josh Thomas misses out on. That's a maiden over from Brad Wheel. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 11. And at the end of that over, Somerset 24 without loss. We've had 6 overs, so they're going along at a steady rate of 4 runs and over.
So we were calculating before the start of this game that Somerset have lost 10 players to the 100, which is absolutely amazing. Hampshire have lost 6 to the competition. You can see if you're on the ground and if you're on the live picture feed that the ground is being given over to the Southern Brave for this next few weeks with all sorts of green signage around and a couple of extra temporary stands just below us. Here's Carl Abbott bowling to Amid, who comes down the wicket, drives, doesn't time it as it goes out to mid-wicket where Albert fields. They've had 1 game here so far, which they won. I did ask somebody, I think it was about 10,000 here, which is a little down on previous Southern Brave campaigns, but still a reasonable
bad though, is
crowd.
it?
Yeah, it's a reasonable crowd. I did catch a couple of
What do they charge for entrance? Something
well,
like
it
that?
used to be. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, I guess it's a standard price around the country. I don't know, but I think it's gone up a fraction. But don't quote me on it. Amid gets a thick outside edge, goes past a diving Fletcher Middleton, who's diving for effect, really, as he realised he was nowhere near it. Comes down towards 3rd, and they pick up 2. Amid moves on to 8, 26 without loss. I think the prices have gone up a fraction, which I don't know, maybe does account for the fact that because that game you were watching and I was watching up at Manchester, Welsh fight, that didn't look a very good crowd at all.
No.
That was last Friday, Saturday? No, Saturday, was it? I can't remember, all the days merge into one. Might have been Thursday, actually. Here comes Abbott. He's pushing it out on the onside. Good call through by Thomas.
It's important, really, that 100 has a good season, and because with the sale of the 49% potentially, which and it's going to be sorted out in the autumn, valued and everything. and not too many expressions of interest so far that we can gather from potential investors buying a 49% stake in one of the sides.
Abbott is pushed out on the onside.
A story in the Sunday Times today to say that the Saudi Arabian owners of Newcastle United are interested in buying a stake in a North East 100 franchise, if and when a North East 100 franchise materialises. But so there is some interest in that part of the world anyway.
Obviously looking into the future. Abbott round the wicket again to the left-hander. Ooh, that's bounced a bit. I think he's played inside the line there, but good delivery. Well played as well.
And before county cricket supporters say, well, what's the significance of all of that? Counties do in fact have a big stake in the potential sale of the 100 because there's big money coming their way if it all goes ahead and goes to plan.
Guarantees the future of county cricket, if we're led to believe the sums.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott again then. Bowls, driven off the back foot, pass backward a point. Now, will that go all the way? Felix Organ dives, can't get there. That was a nice shot. Just used the pace of Abbott there, opened the face of the bat. And Thomas moves on to 21. That's the end of the 7th over. Somerset 31 without loss. And Abbott now has conceded 20 off his 4 overs, with Thomas on 21. And Umeed, a quieter Umeed at the moment, on 9.
I asked Andy Umeed after he'd scored that 113 not out against Kent on Friday what his mindset had been when he went out to bat, whether he was going to go hard from the top or set himself to bat through the innings, to anchor the innings, which he did so successfully last season. And he sort of said that yes, he was in for the long haul. He wanted to play a long innings. And I suspect that's his mindset here today as well, as he's beaten outside the off stump by a good ball from Brad Wheel.
Well, I think sometimes it's easy to forget that 50 overs is an awful long time.
That's exactly what he said.
Is it?
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what he said, that a lot can happen in 50 overs, and you don't need to go hard from the start. And just you can take your time and see how things pan out, how the wicket plays, how the bowlers are doing. Wheeling and bowls, and this is helped down. Not sure whether there was bat involved or just pad, but it was well fielded at short fine leg.
Because you only have to look down the list of how many games that these batters have played in both sides, and they're still, you get the feeling they're still learning. You know, Umeed, 15th game in this competition for Somerset. Thomas just 11. There's not much more in the Hampshire side for some of them.
Wheeling and bowls outside the off stump, and Umeed is actually one of the more experienced players in this Somerset side. I mean, you've got Andy Umeed, Jack Leach, and Sean Dixon, and the rest are all youngsters. I mean, Lewis Goldsworthy's played a bit of cricket, but he's only 23. Casey Aldridge is also 23. Ned Leonard 21. Joe Hayward 17. Josh Thomas 19. James Rew 20. Wheel bowls, and it comes off the bottom edge of Umeed's bat, and they pinch a single. Score moves on to 32 without loss. The scoreboard gets the runs up almost before the batsmen have completed them. Great. It's very quick here, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So it's a mixture of age and youth, experience and youth, this Somerset One Day Cup side, but there's more youth to it than experience. Wheel bowls and cramps Josh Thomas for room there as that one comes back into the left-hander. He manages to get it down to Kyle Abbott at third man for another single. 33 without loss.
Learning on the job, some of them.
Yeah. It's particularly good for the young Somerset seam bowlers, the likes of Alfie Ogborn and Ned Leonard and Joe Haywood and Casey Aldridge. Whelan and bowls, good ball. Solidly defended by Andy Umeed, because there's the Somerset seam attack in the county championship is beginning to age. Josh Davies 33, Craig Overton's 30 now, Lewis Gregory 32 I think he is, and with this chronic back problem. So we need to see the younger generation of quick bowlers really step up and mature and improve, and this gives them the chance to do exactly that.
I agree. It's one thing playing second team cricket, it's quite another being played when you're in the first team. You learn more, that's for sure. Got a change of bowling then at the pavilion. Carl Abbott is taking a break, and it's going to be Eddie Jack, who's very quickly becoming very popular here, as you probably heard in the background there with the applause. Picked up a career best in this competition in the last game, a 4th of 29, playing just his 8th list A game. Right arm, medium quick, fast medium, whichever way you want to go. Here he is then from the pavilion end. Bowls. Thomas plays and misses outside the off stump. Maybe just a little touch. Looked like just have bounced in front of Ben Brown. David Boyle has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. Says, good morning. If Somerset only have 11 players today, what will they do if they need a sub-fielder later on? Will a member of the coaching staff have to make a guest appearance? Does Anthony Gibson have any idea on this? Says David Boyle.
Well, up at Trent Bridge towards the end of a fairly dull draw. Come back to that after this delivery.
Here comes Eddie Jack, left alone this time.
Jamie Thorpe, the Somerset physio, came on as a sub-fielder. So he's a possibility. And coach as well. Might possibly come on, but...
Who's your coach for this?
I knew you were going to ask me. This has gone out of my head.
Because Jason Kerr's gone somewhere, hasn't he? With
he has,
100?
yeah. Jason Kerr is with Welsh Fire.
Over the border is Eddie Jack. Flicked away past the diving short fine leg, and that's going for 4. Got a good bat on that, did Thomas. And he moves on to 26-37 without loss now. Are Somerset, having won the toss and elected to bat first. I think that's Joe Eklund here at short fine. So Thomas is 26 from 32. Umeed is 10 from 19. And apart from half a dozen that have gone past the edge, this looks a pretty good batting track, as it ended up being in the game here on Friday. There's Eddie Jack again then. He's got one slip, pressed is quite wide at first slip, that's straighter, that's pushed up to mid-on. So there are quite a few games going on today in this Royal London One Day Cup. A few games in this group. So elsewhere in this group, Worcestershire against Durham. Worcestershire 24 for 3 after 7. That's played into the gap just behind point. Thomas moves on to 27-38 without loss. Lancashire Kent are 36 for 1 in the 8th. And in Group B, Sussex 65 without loss after 9 against Warwickshire. Surrey 21 for 3 in the 8th against Glamorgan. Nottinghamshire 25 for 3 in the 8th against Yorkshire, and Essex 38 for 1 in the 8th against Gloucestershire. We're all pretty much at the same stages this morning. There's Eddie Jack. And we get 3.5 hours to bowl your 50 overs. Plenty of time, and Umeed, I think, is playing just inside the line at the end of that over. Just to refresh your memories about this competition, that the top 3 from each group will progress into the knockout stages. The group winners will have a home semi-final. Second place teams will have a home quarter-final, and they will host the teams that finish third in each group in the quarter-finals.
So if you win your group, you don't have to play a quarter-final.
Yeah, which is what everybody hopes. Yeah, which everybody hopes for that one. If you're going to qualify, do it properly. And this competition ends with a final at Trent Bridge again on Saturday the 22nd of September. So a bit of a gap, isn't there, between the semi-final, which is on the 18th of August. So just over a month you have to wait. Big build-up.
Here's Brad Wheel to bowl another over. He's in bowling to Josh Thomas. Wheel is in his 5th over, number 13, that defensive shot. The Somerset coach for this is, of course, Paul Tweddle, comes from Dorset, and he's the fielding coach for Somerset. That's his day job when he's not coaching the one-day cup squad. And he's only 34, so I guess it would be Paul Tweddle who would come on, assuming Josh Davey and George Thomas aren't fit enough to field. This is turned into the onside, and there's a shy at the stumps from Toby Albert, but they're safely home.
So Steve Kirby dips out.
Well, Curbs, I don't know where he is. I
thought he was here.
Is he?
Sure, I said hello to him earlier.
Oh, good. Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, is he bowling coach, isn't he?
Yeah. He's senior, though, to Paul Tweddle in terms of years. So I think Tweds, as he's called, would be the more likely sub. 39 without loss as Wheel is in and bowls a half volley, which is driven away through the offside by Andy Umeed. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just timed that away forward of square out to the boundary just next to the groundsman's cave here at the Utilita Bowl.
It's an ideal sheltering spot when it's hot.
Yeah.
So these two are Scottish teammates, aren't they? Umeed and Brad Wheel.
They are.
Although Umeed didn't go to the World Cup, did he?
Nope.
No. I think they played one international in the last few months together, but that's about all.
Here's Wheel in and bowled, much better ball, and almost drew Andy Umeed into an injudicious off drive there. Just pulled his bat inside the line at the last moment. But much better ball from Brad Wheel, and a good intelligent piece of bowling as well, having been driven through the offside, inviting the batsman to have another go at the same shot, but just a yard shorter. He's in. This is another half volley. This time it's steered to backward point, and he won't get a run. 43 without loss.
So does Umeed sort of dip in and out of the Scottish side then? Is that how that works?
I don't think he's actually played that.
No, he's played one.
He's only played one
Yeah.
ODI for Scotland against Canada, and that was in March. That was his first one.
Oh right.
I mean, he played for Warwickshire in 2017 and got a couple of hundreds, including a famously very slow one. As Wheel bowls to him, and he turns this to the onside. They're going to have to be quick this time as Tom Prest shies at the stumps, but Josh Thomas is quick, so 44 without loss. Yeah, and then Warwickshire let him go, and he thought blow this for a game of skittles, and set off for Australia, and virtually gave up cricket for a time. Really? And when he was out in Australia, he rediscovered his enjoyment in cricket. And when he came back 2 years ago, he was signed up by Somerset.
Okay, been a good move.
Yeah, and the strange thing is he's getting all of these runs in 50 over cricket, and he just can't replicate that form in county championship cricket. He's taken to opening the innings in the championship now, and with mixed results, but he's yet to score a century in first-class cricket for Somerset.
Eddie Jack into Umeed. Length ball played out to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Email here from Stephen Clark, solentcricket@gmail.com. It says, good morning, Kevin Anthony. Gloriously hot up here in the Shane Warne stand. He's always there. He's a creature of habit. Would you be kind enough to give a shout out to my beloved wife, Cherry, who has joined us today? Neil and Chris have to behave themselves, although at the moment she appears mesmerised by your dulcet tones. Wow. Mesmerised is one word, others would say differently. 44 without loss as Eddie Jack comes in and bowls, and Hamid gets wrapped on the pad there as it goes out on the leg side. They'll come through for a leg by unless there's an inside edge onto that, and it looks like there was. 45 without loss. As I have been composing this, a few of us have noted the marked deterioration in the sound quality. Is there something you can do? It's nothing to do with me. Again, I'm afraid. It's if there is that, and one or two of you can, if you're on the ground with your earpieces, just let us know, solentcricket@gmail.com, and then the club will know that it's a problem, because it's nothing here that I can see. Here comes Eddie Jack and bowls, and that's driven but not timed by Thomas, and it trickles out square on the offside. So, well, hopefully whatever it was has rectified itself. If it hasn't, as I say, then somebody at the club is going to have to sort it out once more. Thomas is 28 from 37, younger brother.
It's his highest score in this day cricket.
Is it? Oh,
yeah, eclipsing his previous highest, which was 22.
There we go. It's out. It's all about landmarks, this game. All about career bests. That's all you can do. Just keep pushing the boundaries. Here's Eddie Jack, bowls, and driving into the ground. Call through by Hamid, and that's a good call. Because that ball literally went about 1.5 yards square on the offside, and Hamid was lightning quick with the call and with his running. 46 without loss, Somerset having won the toss and elected to bat first. I think that was a good call. I'm sure Hampshire would have done the same with, as I said, this pitch on Friday really flattening out during the day, and you would expect the side batting first to get more than a decent total. Dave Allen is in the house. Here he is. Are you still honorary archivist, Dave? Because I can't keep up with all your titles. He sort of said, yeah, sort of. That's nicely guided down to third by Hamid. 17, 47 without loss. You'll hear Dave a little later, once he's got himself comfortable, which takes a little longer these days. Yeah. But he's here and will be with us for part of the game. Jack at the top
How
of
many
his
people
mark.
do you reckon are here? You know this ground pretty well.
Yeah, but I'm not that good at counting, I'll be honest with you. All I compare it with is Eddie Jack bowls forward. He wants a single, does Thomas, but this time Mabid says no. And again, that's a good call, because that's gone very close to Dom Kelly. 47 without loss. I just try and compare it to relative crowds even. And on Friday, we had a crowd that was probably a little bit more than a average championship day, and I think we've probably got about the same, maybe the same as an average championship day.
Which is?
Whatever that figure is, I have absolutely no idea.
You could have been a politician.
Well, there you go. I'm not sure I would have been that good. I think I would have been slung out somewhere along the line.
Well, it would have been interesting. 47 without loss. How many overs have we had? We have had 11 overs. Yep. So what was the score at the 10 over power play?
44.
Well, steady progress. Here we've got Dom Kelly bowling to Andrew Mead, who defends. Dom Kelly is, for the benefit of Somerset listeners, 18.
Mm-hmm.
Born at Winchester, and one of 2 Hampshire players who went to Millfield School. The other being Joseph Eklund. And 2 in the Somerset side, I think, as well. No, 3 in the Somerset side. As Kelly's in and bowls. This is launched down the ground by Andrew Umeed for 6. Just clearing the boundary rope down below us. That's his signature shot, Andy Umeed. The lofted drive down the ground. He's a strong man, and he hits a long ball. And that brings up the Somerset 50. 53 without loss.
Good shot that. Well struck. Giving Dom Kelly a problem immediately. It's going to keep mid-on and mid-off up for the time being, although Ben Brown is
coming up to the stumps to keep Umeed honest, keep him in his crease. Kelly's there and bowls his turn nicely into the onside, but straight to Felix Organ at short mid-wicket, so there's no run. Yes, the Millfield boys in the Somerset side, Archie Vaughan, Casey Aldridge and Ned Leonard. So 5 Millfield boys in the game. Here comes Kelly. He's there past the umpire. Bowling a full length at a sort of, I think, 78, 79 miles an hour, something like that.
Medium pace, isn't it?
Yeah. We've got a speed gun at Taunton now.
Have you?
Yeah. Whew. Permanently. It's been sponsored, paid for by one of the Somerset sponsors.
But that's fun.
It is. It is very interesting to just see what sort of speeds they're generating. This is good ball from Kelly, which is played into the ground on the offside.
It used to frighten the life out of me. I used to worry that I wouldn't register.
Go on. What did you bowl that sort of top it?
Probably about this pace, really.
Yeah, I was going to say high 70s, low 80s, something like that.
If I felt good, and I had a following wind.
Well, that's quick enough.
And it was downhill.
That's quick enough.
Yeah.
Here's Kelly in bowls and floats this one up, and he rather missed out on that, did Umeed. It was there for the drive, and he played the drive, but he didn't really time it at all. Came off the bottom of the bat. So good first over from Dom Kelly, which went for just 6 runs. We've had 12 overs. Somerset 53 without loss, 29 to Thomas, 23 to Umeed. A good start, but I think Somerset are going to need to accelerate. I think they'll need at least 300 here today on a good pitch in perfect batting conditions to defend, given that they've got a strong spin attack, but the seam attack is pretty inexperienced.
So we're in for a run fest today, should be anyway. So Eddie Jack is around the wicket to the left-hander Thomas, starting over number 13. Thomas cuts that away down to Felix Organ at third, 54 without loss. Email here from Roland Pascoe, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hello from the western enclave of Somerset, Sur-le-Mer, which is Norfolk in brackets, he says. Just to let you know that the sound on the live feed is coming through loud and clear. That's on the picture feed, I guess. Thanks for providing an alternative to the surfing in Tahiti. Wow. That must have started today. Tahiti, what a place to have an Olympic competition. I once landed in Tahiti on the plane, edged. That's gone harmlessly down to third, and in fact it's gone for 4. Past a diving Joe Eklund, who's sprawled out just below us. And Mead moves on to 23, 54 without loss. So, yeah, because on the way to New Zealand, that was one of the stops. So I literally have been there for about an hour. Roland Pascoe, and he says he's still going, although no longer using Twitter. In brackets. I don't know why he put that. I don't know why I bothered reading that out, because nobody really cares. But the Tahiti bit was interesting. So if you're following the Olympics, the surfing has started in Tahiti. There we go. There's Jack Bowles driven up to mid-on by Umeed.
I'm not sure I really approve of sports like surfing being in the Olympics, because it's so subjective. You know, it's all down to the judges and their opinion as to whether a particular surf is, great or not. Anyway, it's been like that for a long time in sports like ice skating. So
break dancing.
Breakdancing.
It'd be interesting to see
synchronised
how the judging's going to go on that one, as that's driven out. That's certainly not out the middle of the bat. As he goes out to Gubbins at extra cover.
I've had a tweet from Philip Shelley. He says, In the sunshine at Lyme Regis. Thank you for the brilliant commentary. I think he's referring to you there, Kev.
We're a team.
Come on, Somerset. Phil, Daniel and Andrew Shelley. All the family down at Lyme Regis. Very, very lovely. I expect it is there today too.
Difficult to park.
Yep.
You have to go up the hill.
Up the top of the hill
Yeah,
is the
you
best
do,
bet.
yes. Here comes Eddie Jack again. That's pushed out to extra cover once more by Umeed, who remains on 27. Somerset remain on 58 without loss. Yeah, it's worth the walk down the hill and then back up the hill at the end of the day to the car. It's yeah, lovely spot. Be a good spot today. Might be busy.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. Yeah. Sure it will be.
So we're in the last ball of the 13th over here. Eddie Jack, last ball of his third from the pavilion end, runs towards us. Umeed drives and up to mid-off, and they will pick up a single. Umeed will keep the strike. And he moves on to 28, and Somerset with a good solid base here. They are 59 without loss after 13.
And Dave from Cork, formerly Grumpy Git. He says, by the joys of modern technologies, I'm listening to the learned and dulcet tones of Gibbo and Mr. Kevin. He says Kevin Howell. It's not Kevin Howell, it's Kevin James.
Nice, isn't it?
On the bus to Limerick. There you are. We've got one for Dave as well, which I'll come to in when Dave is on.
I hope it's a tough question, because
No, it's from the Somerset Cricket Museum. Kindred Spirits. Here is Dom Kelly in again. Ooh, and he squares Umeed up with that one. Umeed just looking to turn that into the onside. Got a little bit of a leading edge, but fortunately for him it went straight down. 59 without loss. I see we've got a meerkat mound on one side of the ground.
Yes.
It's a new one on me, I must say.
Yeah, it was new on me on Friday. I've not seen that before.
Yes. Kelly in and bowls, and this is well played by Umeed. Again, that one just bouncing a little bit more. A couple from this hotel end have just taken off from a good length.
Bit of extra there, isn't it?
Yep. And Umeed moves on to 29. These two batsmen keeping pace with each other. 30 to Thomas, 29 to Umeed. 60 without loss in the 14th over. So run rate around about 4.5, which is okay at this stage. They built a good platform. And this is around the wicket from Dom Kelly.
Yes, that meerkat mound looks like a little piece of Tahiti actually on the ground. The tarpaulin, we think, is covering the sand for now, but there are lovely little palm trees.
Plastic palm trees.
Well, yeah, I've not been past it, but I thought they were plastic initially, but when you see them blow in the wind, I don't know, are they real?
Could be.
I don't know.
Here's Kelly in and bowls and driven by Thomas, but not timing it. Well, palm trees are very shallow rooted, so it's quite possible that, that they could just be in pots and be the real thing.
Shouldn't that's cheap to hire?
Where did they get the meerkats from? Local zoo?
I have no idea. I presume it's sponsored. I don't know. Is it? I've no idea. I've not asked anybody about it, actually.
Here's Kelly in bowls to Thomas, who goes for a pull shot and gets it. 4 runs down to deep backward square leg. Just got outside his off stump there, did Josh Thomas, and pulled it away from well outside off stump. Premeditated, but successful. 64 without loss. He moves on to 34 from 43 deliveries. First time he's opened the innings in 50 over cricket, and he's making a good fist of it. Deputising as opener for his older brother. This time he's running that off an open face down to third man. 65 without loss. He moves on to 35. His elder brother George not feeling well, not able to take the field. Hope it's not COVID. The last thing Somerset need with a fairly threadbare squad for the One-Day Cup is an outbreak of COVID in the dressing room, and there is a lot of it about at the moment.
Let's hope not, because it's quite a short competition, isn't it? Certainly the group stages. Played in quick succession, you could be out for 3 or 4 games quite easily.
Well, it's only just over a fortnight, isn't it?
Yeah.
The group stages.
They come thick and fast. 65 without loss, start of over number 15. Eddie Jack, 3 overs, none for 14. Round the wicket, straight. Thomas pushes that up to Gubbins. It's extra cover. Yeah, it's just the long wait for the final, isn't it, really? Assuming either one of these 2 teams get there. I'm not around for the semi-final, actually, if we get through.
Me neither.
No.
I'm not expecting Somerset to. I booked my holiday for that week on the basis I didn't. Well, we were bottom of our group 2 years ago and 3rd from bottom last year. So, in
fact, the last 3 years haven't been great, have they? Really, no. But time for a turnaround as that's guided down to 3rd by Thomas, who moves on to 36, playing nicely. Both these players are playing nicely on a very, very good wicket. 66 without loss.
The only thing is we're only going to North Devon, so if Somerset do get through, then I can abandon the holiday and go to wherever they're playing.
Are you really going to do that?
Yeah.
Really?
Of course.
Now you've put me in a very bad situation because I'm actually not prepared to come back from my holiday. Under any circumstances. Here comes Jack, and that's coming down the wicket. Hamid drives, not quite timed, maybe not quite where he was aiming, but he's found the gap backward a point, and it's rolling away for 4.
Quick outfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
That one seemed almost to gain pace. I know it's an optical illusion, but he didn't, as you said, he didn't actually time it particularly well, but Fielder had no chance of overhauling it.
Moved a bit to the leg side to give himself some room, did Hamid. Moves on to 33, 70 without loss. So there you go, everybody. That's the difference between us two. Anthony Gibson prepared to break his family holiday, where I'm not. Here comes Jack, that's straight, and Hamid plays that up towards extra cover. It's put me in a very bad light. I don't need many people to put me in a bad light.
But where are you going on holiday?
Dorset.
Oh, it's not that far away.
I know, which makes it even worse. Yeah. Especially if it's a home one. There you go. Oh dear. Here comes Eddie Jack. I shouldn't have brought that up. Lovely drive, Hamid, and past the diving mid-off, and that should roll away for 4. That was a nice piece of timing.
He does play that straight drive, whether along the carpet or in the air, very well.
Isn't he?
Mark Davis, when he first saw Andy Hamid, reckoned he was too much of a front foot player, and but I think he's worked on that, and he's becoming a very, very effective batsman.
Top run scorer for Somerset last year with over 600, which was about 200 more than any of the Hampshire players. So that's driven up to the bowler, end of the over. So Jack's bowled 4 overs, none for 23, and Somerset after 15 overs or 74 without loss.
Yeah, good stuff from these 2 openers. Makeshift opening partnership. Josh Thomas deputising for his older brother, against a more than half decent Hampshire attack as well. Led by Kyle Abbott at Brad Wheel, very experienced, and 2 promising youngsters in Eddie Jack and Tom Kelly. Who have we got to bowl spin? Felix Organ, presumably.
Yeah, bit of off spin. Playing his 27th list day game for Hampshire. Yeah. Now this wicket didn't really turn Friday, so I'm not expecting it to do much here. So it's going to have to be a lot of thought.
Hasn't done much to the seamers, has it?
No, it hasn't. No. It's played exactly the way it did, yes, Friday afternoon, yeah.
Just a couple have bounced a little bit more, but no real movement. No, there's been no swing. Do you know? I was watching a bit of the 100 last night, just waiting for the news to start. And they were talking about the white balls that they're using, which apparently have got more lacquer on them, so they're lasting better. They're swinging more at the outset, and they're keeping their hardness, or more of their hardness, as and they're suggesting that accounts for the lower scores in the 100 so far. Where 130 appears to be a good score off 100 balls. And I just wonder if they're using the same balls here in 50 over cricket.
That might be a question later on, because I've not asked it.
No. Morgan is in and bowls, and Thomas plays around his front pad. If he's like his older brother, Josh Thomas, he's better against seam than spin. George Thomas has made several good starts in 20 over cricket, especially. This is Thomas getting back on his stumps, making room for himself, and a very good stop at backward point. He hit that hard, did Thomas. Yeah, George Thomas is, when spin comes into the attack, hits it up in the air, and that's the end of that. Thomas makes room for himself, misses it. Neat take, as always, from Ben Brown. He's got a very natty pair of bright yellow pads on, wicketkeeper. Morgan tosses this one up, well, gives it a little bit more air, and Thomas just plays it back to the bowler. We've got short fine leg, short straight mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundaries. That's played to the short straight mid-wicket, who's Nick Gubbins, the Hampshire captain. 3 saving 1 on the offside, and men out at long off and deep cover. Thomas this time does make room and does make good contact, and good piece of fielding out in the deep by Fletcher Middleton. There's almost a run out, bit of a misunderstanding there, and no harm done in the end. End of the over, 75 without loss. That was the 16th over of the innings.
Ooh, very nearly we had 2 batters at one end, didn't we?
Did.
I'm just wondering there, Fletcher Middleton maybe right at the last minute changed the angle of his throw. Was going to throw at the bowler's end, but then tried to, with his body moving away, throw at the keeper's end, and in the end the ball came through straight down the middle. But yeah, that was probably the nearest Hampshire have come to taking a wicket this morning. These two have batted very well out there, and it is a good pitch. I think we're set for almost a 600 run plus day here if both sides bat properly. So 16 gone, 75 without loss. Got an email here from Simon Jones, which we'll come to, because we've now got Dom Kelly switching ends, the 18-year-old all-rounder, and he's worked down to fine leg by Josh Thomas. We mentioned it earlier, both these two have played England under-19s together, so they'll know each other pretty well. So in the 17th over, Simon Jones, solentcricket@gmail.com, writes, does Anthony know he has a fictional doppelganger? He may be familiar with the Radio 4 series, Ed Reardon's Week, available on BBC Sounds apparently. I don't know if anybody's mentioned that to you before, Anthony.
No.
I have no idea who that person is. That's driven up to mid-wicket, and there's no.
I will make a point of listening to Ed Reardon's Week on, see who my doppelganger is.
Yeah, there we go. He sent me a picture. I'm not sure it looks like you too much, but.
Well, I hope not.
No, I'm not sure you go around people's dustbins with your hand in, which this picture depicts. I'm not sure Anthony's that type of guy. He might be. Sometimes you never know.
No, that's not one of my guilty pleasures.
Kelly bowls, length to Hamid. That's pushed up towards mid-off. I must admit, I don't see you with going around with your hand in other people's dustbins, rummaging around, seeing what you can find. John Grant has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He's Gareth Berg's father-in-law and Ali Berg, his wife's dad. Actually, Gareth Berg was going to do some commentary with us on Friday, but he couldn't make it in the end, as that's pushed out square on the offside, because he woke up in the morning with a bulging eye, and he sent me a picture to confirm it. And I have to say, I've not slept well for the last 2 days because I have absolute nightmares with the picture, and I hope he's all right if he's listening. John Grant says, I can confirm that the trees are real, living examples after your conversation.
Oh, good.
With Andrew on Friday, and of course now with Anthony. We're talking about the meerkat. Oh, he's driving. That's missed just about everything.
I think Umeed thought he was gone then.
Yeah, I think he did. That's trickled down to fine leg, which suggests it might have just caught the pad. No, it's buys. It has missed everything. Now that's quite interesting, because for me, the pace of the ball was taken off because it didn't reach the boundary. I know Dom Kelly's not the quickest, but it's certainly a pace which suggests that once it's gone through. But of course, it might be the gloves of the keeper. Thank you very much, Dave. I didn't think of that option.
Yeah, I think it took the keeper on the pads.
Right.
But
78 without loss. Here's Kelly then into Mead, who tucks that away out towards deep square leg. 79 without loss. So John Grant says, I checked on my circular stroll during the innings break on Friday just to check the palm trees. So they are real. Away to our right in the meerkat mound.
I take it that the meerkats, though, aren't real.
I can't see it. Can you see any? Not from here.
No.
Unless they're hidden in the palm trees. But yeah, lovely little stage, or whatever you want to call it, with palm trees either side, about 3 of them. And what Joe thought was sand underneath the tarpaulin, which I guess is covering the sand, waiting for the next 100 game here, which I think is Wednesday or Thursday. Southern Brave back here.
In the meantime, Felix Organ is going to bowl another over. He just conceded 1 run in his first over. Just setting the field. We've got 2 men out on the leg side, a deep cover and a long on, so 3 out in fact on the leg side. It's Organ to Umeed, who goes for a little scoop shot, little cross between a scoop and a ramp all along the ground down to fine leg. I get so confused between third man and fine leg when they start playing all of these reverse sweeps and scoops and ramps. Organ to Umeed, who drives up to long on for a comfortable single. 82 without loss. For over after over in the game against Kent, Umeed and James Rue were just picking off the singles either up to long off or long on. Completely risk-free cricket, and going along at 6+ and over. This is hit hard off the back foot, not far away from shortish extra cover. Nick Gubbins there. Couldn't quite get across to it. It was hit quite hard by Josh Thomas. Takes him on to 40, 84 without loss. I just wonder whether, there's a case for a slightly different, more aggressive fielding approach as this is played backward of square. Keep the field in a little bit more, rather than automatically going to, they're allowed 4 out after the 10 overs. But, try and tempt the batsman into trying to hit it over the top and look out for mishits. That's driven up 2 long on for another single.
Well, it is an option. I mean, you'd hope that would certainly be an option for any new batter coming in.
Yeah.
But it is a good wicket. There's no turn, there's no seam, there's no swing.
Organ to Umeed, who turns it well fielded by Nick Gubbins on the matting protecting what I guess will be the wicket for the Southern Brave game on Wednesday. Saved a couple of runs there, did Nick Gubbins. It's the end of the over, the 18th of the innings. 85 without loss. Thomas and Umeed both on 41, and the run rate so far 4.7.
More information on the meerkat mound comes from Dave Whitlock, David Whitlock, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I've just quizzed James the Steward, who is guarding the Meerkat Mound. Comes Tom Kelly from the pavilion end, down the leg side. Oh, in fact, pushed away down the leg side, and it's caught on the second attempt by Joseph Eklund, right on the fine leg boundary. It popped out of his hand, but fortunately, it stayed in the air as he readjusted himself and took it just above the ground in the end. And that's the end of Josh Thomas. 41 he goes for, 85 for 1.
Yeah, good innings by Josh Thomas. First time he's opened the innings in one-day cricket. And 41 from 57 deliveries with 5 fours. Well batted. Well batted. Very promising, and who knows? He might end up opening the batting for Somerset in other forms of the game over the years ahead, as he's only 19 years old.
Yeah, very promising innings. Look confident out there as well, which is what you want your teenagers to be, even if they don't necessarily feel it inside, but promises much. Good catch. That was exciting, wasn't it, really? Because when the ball popped out of his hand, it seemed to be in the air for absolutely ages. And I think as a fielder, when you see the ball and feel the ball pop out of your hands, that's exactly what you want.
Tendency to grab it, grab at it, isn't it?
Get excited.
Yeah.
So Don Kelly picks up just his 6th wicket in this competition, in his 8th match for Hampshire.
I've had a tweet from I think. Me, I think. In Surrey, Amroth, in Pembrokeshire. I think I haven't been to Amroth. Listening to the great BBC Sport commentary. It's with Gibbo and Kevin. Good start for Somerset. It is indeed a good start. It's a good platform that those two opening batsmen have built. And every chance that Somerset can go on from here to a defendable total.
Yep. So Lewis Goldsworthy, who actually in this competition is the most experienced Somerset player on show, playing his 22nd game in this competition for Somerset. Right, just let me finish this email then from David Whitlock, talking about the Meerkat Mound stand. So just to remind everybody, we'll just come to this ball first, as Kelly right on over the wicket now. Bowls, keeper standing back this time. Goldsworthy drives out into the covers. So I've just quizzed James the Steward, who is guarding the Meerkat Mound. It was put in by one of Hampshire's sponsors. During the 100, spectators can sit on deck chairs on the sand if they wish. He also told me the palms were fake, so the mystery continues. Regrettably, no meerkats there as well, says David. So I have to say, you know, sometimes when really good fakes look real, from this distance anyway, they're obviously very good fakes. That's straight delivery work to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Just the way they're blowing in the breeze. Look at that.
They do look real. Yeah.
I think we can see James the Steward at the top of the steps, prowling, making
is,
sure
high
nobody.
vis.
Yeah, making sure nobody gets up there for nothing.
Dayglow orange.
You would have thought, as it's there, I know it's in for the 100, but you'd think maybe people could. Maybe nobody wants to go up there. But you would have thought maybe. But nobody went up there on Friday. Off the back foot, Goldsworthy plays that into the gap in the covers, and he's off the mark. 86 for 1. You would think. I don't know if he's up there making sure nobody can get up there. I'm not sure you come to a 50-over game with deck chairs. I'm not sure anybody comes onto this ground with deck chairs, if I'm honest. It's not really that ground. Hove might have done a few years ago.
Well, West Indian grounds, they have swimming pools, don't they?
They do. The party area at Bridgetown in Barbados, yeah. A very famous area there, which I have walked through many moons ago. Here comes Kelly again. Keeper standing up to a Mead, who pushes that out behind point, fielded by Eddie Jack, but certainly nobody there on the mound at the moment.
Interesting you say this is Lewis Goldsworthy's 22nd game. I think it's actually his 23rd.
All right, okay.
But the reason is I updated the Somerset stats last evening, and some of them had not been updated by Cricket Archive.
Ah, there you go. So there we are. He was playing a miss in there now. Was that edged? Because Ben Brown has got a glove on that. It kept a little low. Looks like the umpire is going to signal by, so no edge. It kept a little low. End of the over. Good over for Dol Kelly, who has 1 for 15 from 4, and Somerset, after 19 overs, are 87 for 1.
Yes, it wasn't all of the Somerset players hadn't been updated, but 2 or 3 of them hadn't. So I had to do the updating myself.
I hope you've emailed them.
No, I haven't yet, but it's very unlike Cricket Archive. They're usually very, very good at updating their figures. Right, we're going to have another Felix Organ over, bowling his off breaks to Andrew Umeed. Going for that little lap sweep down to the fine leg boundary. Won't go to the rope, fielded inside the boundary by, who's that way in the distance?
That'll be Eddie Jack, I think.
Eddie Jack. 2 runs are taken. 89 for 1. Umeed on to 43. Picking up where he left off against Kent on Friday. Finishing the that game with a 6.
Show pony.
Organ bowls and played into the onside. Well, he reached his 100 with a 6 and then hit another couple of boundaries and then polished the whole thing off with 6 over backward square leg. Organ in a bowls, and this is a check drive from Umeed and well stopped by the bowler in his follow through. Felix Organ, how old does he know? He's 25. Born in Sydney. He's in, bowls to Umeed, turns this into the onside. There isn't a run there. This goes to backward square leg. Saw one of Felix Organ's earlier appearances for Hampshire here back in 2021. This is turned into the onside for a single. 90 for 1. When there weren't any spectators here, it was COVID season when the first half dozen matches were played without crowds, and Somerset knocked Hampshire over very quickly in the first innings, for about 67, something like that, and then struggled to bowl them out in the second innings, and Felix Organ battled away for a very, very long time. And it wasn't his first game for Hampshire. He hadn't played very many before that. He's bowling now to Lewis Goldsworthy, and after a moment's hesitation they decide there is a single to be taken. Take it they do. 91 for 1. Goldsworthy on to 2. Umeed on 44. And of course, Lewis Goldsworthy's future at Somerset, a little bit uncertain. I think his contract is up at the end of this season, and he's been on loan to Leicestershire. And Leicestershire very keen, judging by 1 or 2 tweets that the club put out, for Goldsworthy to join them. But so far, he's given no indication that he's on the move.
A few lone players up at Leicester then. Wow.
Ben Green's been there as well.
Kelly bowls. That's driven to extra cover. Good stop. Nick Gubbins again.
Good anticipation. He saw the batsman shaping to play that shot and was moving to the right almost before he hit the shot.
It's difficult when that mat is there, which it is. Ready for the next 100 game. He's right on it. Goldsworthy 2 or 5. It's Kelly again. Keeper standing back. Slower ball pulled up in the air, and he's going to be safe. Oh, just bounces out at short point. 2 fielders running in, couldn't quite get there. Got a bit of tangle there, did Goldsworthy. I think he realised at the last minute it was a slower ball and didn't really go through with a shot, and looks at the bottom of his bat.
Lucky boy.
So in the 21st over, a few people dotted around the ground, with a few males anyway, with their tops off, getting some sun. Here's Kelly. worked away on the onside for a single. Goldsworthy moves on to 3, 92 for 1. I can see Giles White, Hampshire's Director of Cricket, wandering around here. He's actually with the Brave for this month, but unlike the team that left this morning, with male and female ready for the game on Tuesday, he's not going up there till a little later. So he's.
Is Emily Windsor in the
Welsh
Brave
Fire
women's side?
Welsh Fire side, but
Oh,
so
is
she
she?
didn't play in the first game. No, they're playing today, aren't they, Welsh Fire? So, but they won their first game. That's pushed up towards mid-off. So whether Emily Windsor makes it into the side, my guess is that they'll play the same side unless there's injury after winning the first one.
What about Melissa? Is she playing? Melissa Story? Is she playing?
No, she's playing for Gloucestershire,
Right.
but she's doing some commentary during the 100 competition. I think I saw a picture on her social media this morning. I think she's up at the Test match today at Edgbaston, having a day off talking. That's pushed out into the offside. 93 for 1. Umeed moves on to 45 from 61. What was a wicked bounce? Was that bounce off the mat over the head of Ben Brown as the throw came in from the deep? Unpredictable when that mat's down. You're never quite sure. So 93 for 1. One ball left of the 21st. Kelly, last ball of his 5th. The one wicket taker so far has conceded 17 and won't concede any more there, as that's not timed off the back foot. So it goes out on the offside. Just the 2 runs off that one. And we've had 21 overs, 93 for 1.
See that Shoaib Bashir is in the wickets at Edgbaston, having trapped Alec Athanase LBW. West Indies 124 for 3, with Lewis 57 not out, or Louis 57 not out, and Hodge 40 not out. Good partnership. Here we got another over from Felix Organ. He's bowling to the right-handed Andy Umeed down the pitch, but Organ saw him coming, dragged it down, and Umeed couldn't quite get to the pitch of it, so had to play that defensively to the Hampshire skipper, Nick Gubbins, who's exactly where a skipper ought to be. Short mid-wicket or short extra cover. This is played up the offside of the pitch to the tall figure of Kyle Abbott, who's at deepish mid-off, right on the end, right on the edge of the fielding circle. Organ bowls. Oh, and takes Umeed on the pad, I think. Umpire Paul Baldwin signals. Is it Paul Baldwin?
No, it was Neil Bainton's.
Neil Bainton, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Neil Bainton.
And Sam Hollingshead is the other.
Yeah, Neil Bainton.
Phil Whittercase is the match referee, former Leicestershire keeper.
94 for 1. Quiet passage of play at the moment, as Organs to Goldsworthy is back on his stumps, playing it back up the pitch. He had a good season last year in the One Day Cup, Lewis Goldsworthy, second highest scorer for Somerset, 250 in 5 innings, so averaging 50, a strike rate of 71. Solid middle order performer. Oh, this is in the air, as he looked to turn that into the onside, and it was in the air for quite a long time, but fortunately for Goldsworthy, dropping short of Nick Gubbins. This is pitched up and lofted and should be caught by Sean Abbott, and is indeed, and that's the end of Lewis Goldsworthy, who hasn't, in all honesty, looked in great form in either of his innings in the One Day Cup since he got back from loan on at Leicestershire. And he's gone, caught Abbott, bowled Organ for 3. Somerset 94 now for 2 at the end of the 22nd over.
Oh, for me, pace off the ball here is probably the way to go. because they're struggling really to sort of get stuck into Felix Organ. That's probably the first shot in anger, trying to hit that over the top. And that was nowhere near out the middle of the bat. Good catch. Carl Abbott running backwards and sideways at the same time. Felix Organ, I think, deserves that one. So good start where the openers, Thomas and Umeed, put on 85.
Did I say Sean Abbott?
Yeah, you were thinking of the Surrey and Australian all-rounder.
I beg your pardon, listeners.
It's a minor mistake.
Well,
so 2 wickets have gone down in the space of 9 runs now. And I think we'll see Nick Gubbins and certainly Tom Prest at some point. It is, as I look up, Tom Prest does have the ball in hand, so we are going to have spin at both ends now. And as I say, I think pace off is the way to go here at the moment. It might not be later on, but at the moment I think it's an obvious decision to make. And Tom Prest picked up career best figures in this competition in the last game against Northamptonshire with 3 for 41. 22 overs gone. We are 3 overs away from halfway in this innings. Round of applause for Tom Prest as the crowd realise now that he's going to bowl over number 23, his first introduction into today's game. Another round of applause as is announced by the stadium announcer, Robbie. Is there another way we can get an applause in for Tom Prest? So Umeed's 45 from 64, and James Rue is the new batter. A 20-year-old left-hander keeper as Prest bowls. Immediately induces a mistake as Umeed is pushing at that one, gets a thick outside edge.
Encouraging from the Somerset perspective with 5 spinners in their ranks.
Could be a masterstroke. So Prest is round the wicket to the right-hander, bowls, and there's a reverse sweep, and he gets wrapped high on the pad, I think, although there's a shout.
I was slightly surprised that Tom Prest wasn't snapped up for the 100.
He's been injured, unfortunately, which probably hasn't helped. He's only played at the back end of the T20 tournament, did get half-century. But you're right, that's driven firmly back to the bowler. But he was out for a while just before the tournament started, actually, where he dislocated his shoulder in the championship match up at Notts. Bowls again, and Umeed is forward.
He must be one of the most promising young cricketers in the country.
Yeah, well, you'd think so. One of them. I mean, there's a lot around, isn't there? I mean, you know, England under-19s over the last 2-3 years have produced a lot of players. That's played out on the onside. I mean, James Rue. If you remember rightly, the under-19 final in the West Indies against India, World Cup final, 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Prest was captain. Rue played under that.
That's
one.
right. He got 80 or 90 odd in the final, which they lost.
So a lot of these guys, they know each other. That's work down to third. Chase on here for Eklund. Slides into that just below us. And that will be 2 to Umeed. And that is the end of Prest's first over. There's the third round of applause for Tom Prest. 96 for 2. Just 2 runs off it. 23 overs gone.
Yes. James Rue, who has not been having the greatest season in the county championship.
I was going to say, normally we hear a double 100 by now.
He's got, you know, there's a touch of second season syndrome about it. You know, I think he's been found out that you know, bowlers have got to know him and have got to know his weaknesses as well as his strengths. That he's got all the talent in the world. Here comes Organ to bowl to James Rue, who's back on his stumps. And forgive me for repeating this tweet from Andy Miles, which I'll do after this delivery from Felix Organ. And at defensive shot he says, Felix Organ, does he hope to be the instrument of Hampshire's success, or is it all a pipe dream?
I've not heard that particular variation.
Very good. No, I was thinking, you know, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing in the choir, the holly and the ivy. This is punched into the offside by James Rue.
Was that applause earlier just because the Hampshire head coach, A.D. Birrell, was behind the bowler's arm? I think it was.
Organ in and bowls. Toss this one up, and Roux slightly uncertainly forward. He's just feeling his way at the moment, James Roux, yet to get off the mark. 96 for 2. We're in the 24th over, being bowled by Felix Organ. This is shorter, and Roux makes room for himself and gets it away through the offside. It'll just be a single though, as it's fielded out on the boundary by Fletcher Middleton. 97 for 2. Umid 3 short of a 50. He won't get it here, but he will get a single. And good over again from Felix Organ, just the 2 runs from it. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. And as I was saying, as Kev was saying, pace off seems to be the way to go on this pitch.
So, yeah.
Somerset have got plenty of pace off options to choose from.
Now, I did like that pun from that tweet, and it reminds me of a pun that I used in the last T20 group game here when we played Essex. Round the wicket pressed, guided to backward a point by Umid, and there's no run, where they had Ethan Bosch in the Essex side, the South African, and Essex did need to get a move on at that particular point. And down the wicket comes Umid, works that up to mid-on, moves on to 49, 99 for 2. And I know I said something, well I did, I said a bit of bish bash bosh. Oh. And I got absolutely shot down by the Essex commentator by saying, oh, you're not the first that's come out with that, and blah blah blah, and a few other things. Well, I don't want to mention names. And he made me feel very small after saying that. So anyway, yeah, there you go. I thought I'd just make a point about it. Obviously, it doesn't bother me, as that's played out quietly down the pitch. Yeah, it's not bothered me ever since for the last 2 weeks. Yeah. No, just brushed it away. But he was particularly severe with his comeback, I thought. Anyway, I was probably only saying what everybody was thinking on the ground. So pushed out to mid-wicket. They might have heard it a few times in Chelmsford, but I didn't really care. Anyway, 99 for 2. Pressed. Gets worked out into the covers by the left-hander Roux. No run. Good fielding. Once more by Nick Gubbins. He's on it today, Nick Gubbins, out in the covers. He's always on it, but it just seems particularly on it today. 1 ball left till we hear a bit of Dave Allen. That's pushed out square on the leg side. And that is a quick single. And we are going to have a bit of Dave Allen now. So halfway through. 25 overs gone. I think we're going to get the whole 50 overs here, aren't we, really? It's that sort of wicket. Somerset have lost a couple. Now they're waiting for the drinks to come on. So we're going to have a bit of a break. So 100 for 2 then. With Umid on 49 off 73. Roux is 2 off 9. The 2 wickets that fell in the 19th over, Josh Thomas was well caught by Joe Eklund down at fine leg on the 2nd attempt. Right on the rope, off the bowling of Dom Kelly. He went for 41 off 57. That was 85 for 1. And then Lewis Goldsworthy in the 22nd over, well caught by Kyle Abbott, moving backwards and slightly to his left at mid-off to pick out the catch off Felix Organ, and Goldsworthy made 3. That was 94 for 2. Welcome, Dave.
Good morning. Afternoon. I don't know what it is. Oh, no, good afternoon.
It is afternoon,
sorry.
yeah.
Hello. I was just thinking about. I was going to give you a hug when you were relating the story about Essex, and I was thinking, I could have, had I been present, I could have pulled my academic training and started quoting to him about the French philosopher and theorist Roland Barthes, and the notion that anybody ever uses any words that somebody hasn't used before, and I could have kind of strangled him intellectually with all of that for you. So next time it happens, let me know. And
I will.
I'll climb in.
I'm not sure he'd be welcome back.
I've had a very bizarre morning this morning. I'm not the only bizarre moment. I'm not the only person who did it. There are a few people with my kind of age of eyesight who saw the scoreboard early this morning, and we thought that George Thomas was opening the batting for Somerset. That's G.W. Thomas, who's on the he's on the scorecard, and the scoreboard was really odd because we just hadn't figured for a moment, because the Thomas who was batting was J. Thomas. We hadn't figured that actually before the J showing on the board, he had the number 8, and it looked just like B.J. Thomas. And I know at least 4 people, including me of my age, who then thought that this was the same B.J. Thomas that once recorded "Raindrops Keep Falling on Your Head." And I walked around there, I was joking with Terry Crump about it, who thought exactly the same, and we both said it has to be the worst name ever for a cricketer. And then eventually I realised that it was number 8, and he was J, not Duck, because on the scorecard sheet it's George Thomas.
It does, yeah.
Who's the other one, his brother. So there we are.
Yep.
I learned.
There we are.
Right.
So we're restarting after they've refuelled with a bit of liquid, and it's Felix Organ who bowls, and that's worked off the back foot by Roux out to deep cover. So he moves on to 3, and the Somerset total onto 101 for 2.
I suppose it's an obvious comment, really, given who's doing what at the minute in terms of the bowling. But it has felt to me as if the ball hasn't always come on. The shots haven't always gone as they wanted them to.
No, that's his used wicket, as we mentioned. That's a low full toss, and Hamid moves to 50 off 74 balls with 4 fours and 1 6.
And it's good innings, he's played well, hasn't he? That 6 was a very impressive assault on Dom Kelly right at the start. Notice we've got a 12th man on, and I've forgotten his name, but he's a young man who's been scoring quite a lot of runs in the second 11.
I can tell you who it is, actually. If it's the same person that came on Friday. That's a good stop at backward a point. Because Fiona the scorer, Cam Dariwal.
That's it.
Yeah.
And he's been getting lots of runs in the second 11. I don't know much about him. I don't know anything about him really, but except for that.
Okay. Again off the back foot, hit to point once more. Fielded by Eddie Jack. Yeah, so he's been doing a lot of fielding, hasn't he? And not just in these last couple of 50 over games, but I think he's done a bit in the championship as well here, hasn't he? Organ round the wicket with his off spin, cut away, and again it's Jack. They're coming through for a single, should be out by a mile, he's not. Oh, Mead should have gone there, but it was not a great throw, and it bounced in front of Ben Brown awkwardly. Cuts that away, just watching it on the live picture feed again, and oh my word, it's not a great throw at all.
It's not a great throw, but it's also that modern habit that people have now of taking the ball in front of the stumps rather than waiting for it to come, and I'm suspicious of it, really. I suppose I'm an old timer.
Well, no, I'm with you, Dave, as that's pushed out on the other side. I mean, Ben Brown's not the only one who does it. Everybody does it these days, and for me, yeah, I agree. It's the modern thing, and that's the way it's done.
Yep.
But it doesn't feel right.
No, it should have. That should have been out, shouldn't it? That was a very definite chance. There we are.
Should have gone, because that could be a big moment, actually.
I've got a question for you as well from earlier this morning when I was looking down. I was watching down in this corner, so not straight on in the crowd. And was there a slip chance that went down?
So pressed, it looked like it just carried, just about, but it was difficult.
Yeah, I thought
it was very low to his left.
Yeah. And I think it was a Mead, wasn't it? In which case he's still going.
Reverse sweep there from Roux. Goes out away to our left towards the tunnel area. Roux moves on to 504 for 2. Start of the 27th over. It's Tom Prest in his 3rd. So Hamid comes down the wicket. He's kind of beaten in the flight, actually. Works it to backward a point. Eklund falls over as he throws the ball in.
Seemed that you saw him coming there, I think.
Yeah. Ralph Brooker has emailed somersetcricket@gmail.com.
Bonjour, Ralph.
Ah, he's in France, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
I've been corresponding with him.
Have you? Gets wrapped on the pad coming forward. Ralph says, firstly, can I thank Dave for his generosity of spirit? You'll know what I mean.
Yeah.
So that you were just saying,
you, Ralph.
Corresponding. Here's Pressed again, sweep shot, not really timed, but the ball goes down to fine leg. Rue moves on to 606 for 2. Secondly, Kev's always too modest by far. I wanted to check his first-class stats and was surprised to find conflicting accounts. I've attached some screenshots. Lastly, it was Anthony who described during a championship game Felix Organ's bowling action at the crease as that's driven up to mid-off by Rue. Sorry, by Hamid. 108 for 2. Felix Organ's bowling action at the crease is a bit camp. Kevin was on commentary at the time. I cannot remember that at all. He sent me some stuff about my stats and whatever, but you can look those up. It's not worth looking up, believe me. That's a driven, or in fact reverse swept hard to Eddie Jack, backward a point, and it was just as well, it was straight at him. 27 gone then, 107 for 2, 4 runs added there.
Now I'm going to be a bit like the Essex bloke here and tell you you're wrong.
Yeah,
But you're only wrong because your stats are worth looking at. You were very good. You shouldn't always be quite so modest. I've seen you do some very fine things.
Thank you.
On a cricket field in your life.
Yeah, well, it was a bit of fun. Over 20 years there had to be the odd one, didn't there, really? So Felix Organ to continue. 6 overs, 1 for 16, doing a great job for Hampshire here. And it's Hamid to face. Hamid comes down the wicket and bat and pad close together there. Was it bat onto pad? I don't think it would have mattered because he was down the wicket anyway. Darren Mail has emailed here. solentcricket@gmail.com, talking about earpieces here. Those are the ones that you can get on the ground to listen to our commentary. Organ runs away from us. Bowls. Numid works out into gap on the onside. He moves on to 53, 108 for 2. In regards to the earpieces, I think I have the problem with the interference. At drinks, I went to the toilets underneath you in the boundary bar. I can usually still hear you, but today I couldn't. The only thing that has changed is the temporary stands that are probably metal. That's just below us. This must be deflecting the signal. Well, it's a theory. Might be a good one, as that's driven out by Rue into the covers. Moves on to 7, 109 for 2. Not knowing anything about that side of things, it's probably a reason. I don't know.
I bought one of those and I stupidly left it on, so then I had to take it to the shop to get the battery changed. They were very kind, changed it for nothing, and I then walked from there round to here a few weeks ago.
He again turns that into the gap on the onside, moves on to 54, 110 for 2.
By the time I got here, the back had fallen off. It still works, but it's no longer protected or hidden or looks like an old relic.
Yeah, the club does change the batteries for you, by the way.
Yeah,
which I'm sure
very kind to do it, because it was my fault.
Rue off the back foot cracks that away, but it's Fletcher Middleton out in the deep, but wait to our right. So again, it's just a single there. Keeping the boundaries few and far between Hampshire. 111 for 2 in the 28th, last ball of the 28th coming up. 4 singles off this over so far. Make that 5 singles as that's work behind square on the leg side. Oh, nearly 2. Bit of work to do there between the two fielders. I think it was Eddie Jack running in off the boundary that picked the ball up in the end. And that's 28 overs completed, with Somerset having won the toss, elected to bat first. 112 for 2. The two batters out, Josh Thomas for 41 and Lewis Goldsworthy for 3. Dom Kelly and Felix Organ, the 2 wicket takers.
I've been tracking the scores this season in the list days so far. There have been 12 games before today, and initially teams went off at a real rate of knots. There were lots of scores well above 300. It's kind of come back a bit in recent days.
New over from Prest. Hamid's on the back foot, cracks that into the gap through extra cover. Work for Fletcher Middleton to do. Oh, he's pulled that back. Well, how on earth did he almost defied gravity there, because he's running towards the rope in the end, and somehow horizontal pulled the ball back.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dave. Yes.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It was a good piece of fielding. Overall, so far, the average run rate this season in list day is 6.65, which is a total of about 330.
Sweep from Rue. He moves on to 9, 116 for 2.
And I couldn't resist then being one of those people who's old enough to remember when it all started, I mean, I don't remember it that clearly because I was only about 12 or 13 or something, but I went back through the games in that first season, 63.
Pulled hard by Hamid, but along the ground a deep mid-wicket. Moves on to 59, 117 for 2.
And the very first season of what was called the Gillette Cup, 65 overs a side, and it was all knockout, so there were only 16 matches in total that season.
Sweep shot there from, well, reverse sweep, and that's gone for 4, backward a point. Found the gap this time. Previous over he found Eddie Jack.
And in that season, the run rate overall, and it was almost entirely propelled by Sussex, who went on to win it. They were the big scorers almost all the way through. The run rate was only 3.4.
Really?
So it's almost double over all those years from what it was then.
Bigger bats.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's wrapped on the pad, trying to sweep.
Yes.
That one, he's gone. Rue doesn't look particularly happy about that. But he'll have to go. He goes for 13, 121 for 3. Just watch the replay here. If you're on the live picture feed, and he probably thinks he's outside off stump.
Yeah, I don't know that he was. It seemed to me that Press bowling round the wicket would have got a little bit of turn coming back. I think it might have straightened a bit. I find it difficult to tell even from a replay.
He's got the shot wrong though, that's
Yeah.
for sure. He's just trying to help it on the leg side, and you do, when you're playing those sort of shots, you do have to make sure you've got the bat on it.
He didn't get outside the off stump.
No. Anthony's just saying to me he didn't get outside off stumps, and I think he just did get it wrong. Yeah. So it's interesting this because Hampshire just pulling the Somerset scoring back a bit at the minute, and it is very much the pace-off guys. You know, it's Kelly is the least quick of the pace men that were bowling.
Yeah.
And Preston Organ
Did a great
bowling
job,
off
aren't they?
spin.
They are. Sure, we'll see some Nick Gubbins as well with his leg spin at
I
some
think we
point.
could, yeah.
So Archie Vaughan, son of, yes, the very same,
Yeah.
18 years of age.
I thought it was funny on Friday evening when the main headline about all the 50 over games was Archie Vaughan on the BBC site was Archie Vaughan run out without facing. You thought, you know, if it had been Fred Smith run out without facing, it probably wouldn't have been the headline.
No, it wasn't. No. Agreed. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a name. The power of a name.
The power of a name, yeah.
So here he is then. He made his first team debut in the last list day game against Kent, where, as Dave mentioned, ran out without facing.
I think it was a deflection, wasn't it? Is that right? A drive, Umid, I think, and deflected onto the stump. So very bad luck.
So first ball in first team cricket. And he's played and missed. Is he caught behind? No. No, not out. There was a shout. So an interesting start to his batting in first team cricket. And a good over from Tom Prest. 1 for 17 from 4. And Somerset, after 29 overs, are 121 for 3. Email here from Simon Jones, who emailed a little earlier. sonatcricket@gmail.com.
Hi, Simon.
Under the pun headline, Bosh Bash Bish, he says. I was proud to have crowbarred in the above headline above a match report in which my old club, Bishopswaltham, lost a game to Bosham. I was also more pleased than I should have been over a headline for a report on a 3-0 defeat for my football team, King Alfred. Come back to that as Hamid drives Felix Organ down to deep mid-on, 122 for 3. And I should have been over a headline for a report on a 3-0 defeat for my football team, King Alfred, against Alsford side Bell Keema. It was Keema 3, Alfred none. I think some people might have got that. I don't think Dave's got that yet.
No, I'm sorry.
Well,
Keema
none.
Oh, okay.
Think of Indian food, Dave. I'm not sure how much Indian food you consume. Doesn't sound like you consume that.
No, not that much.
Push back to the bottom. No, you don't go for the Indian food.
I do sometimes.
No,
It's
I
not
do.
true. I do. Yeah.
So there we
Yeah.
are.
I was
So
just
that's-
very slow then. Well done, Simon. Very good.
So over the wicket to Vaughan. He's worked that to mid on. So that's obviously the first ball out of the middle of the bat from Vaughan.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
3 ball he's faced in first team cricket. There's Organ again from our commentary end over the wicket, and Vaughan works that into the gap, and there's his first run. I think 1 or 2 people in the crowd have realised that as well. They're quite knowledgeable. Most grounds have knowledgeable fans
sure,
on the ground.
Yeah. I think 10 years' time, when he's captain in England, we can say that we saw his first ever run. Bit like Jimmy Adams saw his first spectacular bowling here on this ground.
Did you?
Jimmy Anderson, sorry.
Oh. Single on the leg side to a mead. Jimmy Adams.
Yeah, I don't know if Jimmy's listening. I'm not sure what your best bowling was, mate. But
Hampshire's Jimmy Adams, of course, as opposed to the West Indian.
oh yeah,
Jimmy
yeah.
Adams.
No, Jimmy Anderson took a lot of wickets here in 2003 for
Did he?
Lancashire. In the days when the pitch was not conducive to big scoring.
Bit iffy, wasn't it, first few years?
Yeah.
Flighted, and Vaughan is forward very watchfully. Got over from Felix Organ. The spinners are certainly doing a job here. Organ's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 24. Prest at the other end has bowled 4 overs, 1 for 17. And Somerset at 124 of 30 overs. They were 85 without loss in the 19th. Email here from John Paul Story, who's Melissa's dad, commentator here and TMS commentator. And her dad does email from time to time. I thought he might have been at the test, because I know Melissa's at the test today, because I saw a picture of her there. He's obviously not with her. Or he might be just listening to this in the crowd. Cricket@gmail.com. Forward is a mead to Prest. No run there. He says, good afternoon. He says, thought you might be interested in this. The ECB evidence for keepers taking the ball in front of the stumps. I think the issue is positioning and having certainty in a dynamic situation where they are relative to the stumps when they gather. Umeed goes high over extra cover, and that will be 4 runs. Hasn't looked to play too much in the air, Umeed. That was a very deliberate shot wide of mid-off, and he gets good reward for that. Moves on to 65. 128 for 3. So he sent me the article from the ECB website about should keepers stand in front or behind of the stumps for runouts. This is an interesting development. Yeah, so if you just type that in and you want an explanation, it is there. I think it's on video. That's pulled away on the leg side. Oh, he's not quite sure where that was initially. Out deep, that's Toby Albert. I think he was moving to his right initially, Dave, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah.
Had to go left.
A bit like a penalty, goalkeeper at a penalty changed his mind. Yeah. I suppose one of the things about that is that when a keeper stands in front of the stumps and gets it wrong, it looks horrid.
Yeah.
More so than perhaps when he's behind.
It is a video actually, so you'll have to, if you're interested, just look it up on the ECB website. Just type in should keepers stand in front or behind. Driven out on the offside. Oh, almost the throw there from Fletcher Middleton almost took Dom Kelly out in the covers, who had to hit the deck, dive for cover. 130 for 3. Pressed again round the wicket. Mead works that into the gap through mid wicket. Moves on to 67. Holding the innings together here now. Here's Mead, having put on 85 for the first wicket with Josh Thomas.
48.
You're working some calculations there, Dave. I can hear the cogs turning. It's pushed out behind square on the offside end of the over. So 31 overs gone. Somerset 131 for 3.
The 2 off spinners have taken 2 for 48 in 13 overs, which is less than 4 an over. And I was saying earlier that the average scoring rate this season is 6.6. So they're keeping it very tight here. Although, as I said earlier, I think there isn't quite a pace in the pitch for some of the shots that the batters want to play. Now, I'll tell you, I found something interesting the other day. There are lots of people who get grumpy about the term batter as opposed to batsman.
It's all batters now, Dave.
I've got a story.
Down the wicket comes Umeed. That's a beautiful shot over mid-off, and that's just gone for 6. Just a couple of inches over the rope. And good use of the feet there from the Somerset opener. 73 he moves on to, 137 for 3. Organ starting his 9th.
I've never had a problem using the term batter. I just forget sometimes. But I was reading John Nyren's Cricketers of Our Time, which was published effectively 190 years ago, right? About the great Hambledon side.
Okay, he's turned away on the onside for a single, 138 for 3.
And in it, he refers to batters.
Really?
So it isn't anything like a new term.
Oh, that's
in fact,
interesting.
it possibly, in terms of printed accounts of real cricketers, it might even precede batsmen. I doubt that, but just might.
So we've gone
there we
full
are.
circle.
Yeah.
It's a sweep shot down towards fine leg, and Archie Vaughan moves on to 3. 139 for 3 in the 32nd.
Well, something else that made me laugh, actually, the story that James Lintz's dad, Paul, told me. I had no idea about this.
Morgan again. It's driven towards Joe Eklund at mid-on, deep mid-on. 75 now, a made 140 for 3.
He was telling me he was sharing with some of us who have a little Facebook site together, sharing with us the information that Liam Dawson had completed a set. This was only last night, and I had no idea what he was talking about. Literally, I'd never heard that term before, except in tennis, you see. So I queried it.
Well, I'm going to take a guess. That's
I thought you
worked down
know.
to fine
Okay.
leg. Well, it's on the 100.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is in the 100. And it simply applies to 5 balls, apparently, and you can you can bowl 2 sets consecutively.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'd never heard it before yesterday evening. So Paul told me that, and then I was talking to Terry Crump today about it.
So it worked on the onside. He's on the committee, just to, so everybody knows. Terry Crump on the Hampshire committee.
And Terry said to me, well, they can't call it an over, can they? Because there's only 5 balls. And I said, well, they could call it an over because in the 1890s we bowled 5 ball overs. So there is a precedent, that 5 balls as a fixed number is not new any more than the term batter. So my project for the rest of this year is to just kind of delve in all the new things that are going on in cricket and find precedents from even before I was born.
There's another book there for you, Dave.
There's another book.
There is, isn't it?
Yeah. I've stopped writing books. Well, actually, it's not quite true. I do have a booklet, the latest in our series of booklets. I've got one coming out in about 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks.
Have you? Oh,
And it's about when we won promotion in 2014, when we went down to Cardiff and won the game there. It's only a booklet, but new in the series.
here's Captain Nick Gubbins with his leg spin. We knew it was coming.
Yeah.
He's arrived on over number 33, and he's immediately cut out on the offside by Omid, who moves on to 77. 143 for 3. Yeah, you can't resist a pamphlet at the very least, Dave, can you?
That's about all I'm up to these days. I haven't got the energy for the big ones anymore. But not until I write the biography of KG James.
Don't worry about that one. That's pushed out on the offside by Vaughan, who moves on to 5. 144 for 3. Got an email here from Liam Williamson, sonoccricket@gmail.com, about the signal interference around the ground on the earpieces. He says, following on from the last bloke. Wow. Okay. Here's Gubbins. And he pushes that back to the bowler. I think it's very likely that the temporary stands and the scaffolding for the solar panels is causing the interference. Wow. Here's Gubbins again, and he drives. Good diving stop there from Gubbins. It's something I've noticed at work with the phone signal when there's a lot of scaffolding around the house that I'm working in. It seems to be the effect similar to that of a Faraday cage. Wow. That's cut away on the offside. Omid should only pick up a single, picked up cleanly by Middleton out in the deep. Although my far more technically minded friend explained to me that it went a bit, and that went a bit over my head. Thanks as always for the great commentary. Nice to see a game in what feels like the actual summer weather.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
This competition's been played in superb weather so far, as is the 100, of course, which is ideal. That's driven out towards extra cover. Good start from Nick Gubbins. First over just going for 3, carrying on the good work from the spinners so far. But as Anthony Gibson, we heard from him earlier, saying the Somerset side is packed with spinners, so it's going to be all about them. So we've got a couple of more overs of Dave Allen.
He's
got the scones.
He's being very West Country now.
He's got the Charlie scones. Is that the right way round?
Well, I think it depends which county you're in, as I understand it. But But Anthony's gone for cream with jam on top.
Yeah,
I've got a feeling if you're in Cornwall, it's jam with cream on top, but I'm not sure.
could very well be. Charlie Wolf has brought the scones in today, sitting near us.
That's very nice. Yeah, somebody will tweet in, and I'm trying to remember. I do go to Cornwall quite often, but
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, St Ives in particular, I go often.
Thriving music scene there, Dave?
It's more the art scene, to be honest.
Okay.
But there's a bit of a it's a sort of folk music scene, which is quite nice. I don't know that I've ever played in Cornwall, which is an interesting thought. Oh yes, I have.
Drive
now
by
remember.
Vaughan out in the covers, moves on to 6, 147 for 3.
Oh,
Mead wants a second. Vaughan wasn't
that
looking.
That was bonkers. I don't think there was a second there. But maybe he's just waking him up a bit, because I think Vaughan was not paying a lot of attention,
he wasn't.
perhaps.
No. So Organ's last over here. Mead turns it away on the onside, runs the first one quickly, and he's coming back for 2. It's a comfortable 2 this time, 149 for 3, and Mead moves on to 81.
And Brown took that behind the stumps. Now, whether that was because he didn't anticipate a run out and he just, doing the easy thing, I'm not sure.
Round the wicket is Organ with his off spin, and Vaughan turns that into the gap square on the leg side. And sorry, that's a Mead. 150 up for Hampshire. That's for Hampshire, for Somerset. In the 34th. Colin Sturmey has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of knowledgeable crowd. He says, hi Kevin Day for the second time today.
Oh yeah.
Flighted and wrapped on the pad this time. It's noticeable that the majority of spectators that applause also have pink earpieces in. So there we go. Dave's off and over early. He's already had enough. So I'll stay for another over, Dave?
I misheard.
Well, that's all right. No, I was going to take you off at 35 and bring in Anthony then. So, and then I was going to give you 5 overs off, and then you can come back on. How's that?
That's
Just to give you
fine.
a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Good spell there from Felix Organ. 10 overs, 1 for 40.
Yeah, very good. And it's good to see him doing well in this competition, really, because he's not a permanent feature in every Hampshire side in all the competitions, but he's clearly got a lot of ability and potential. He batted well on Friday, got a half century, didn't he, and rescued him to some extent alongside Brown, and bowled very well today.
So he did. So Prest and Dom Kelly are the other wicket takers for Hampshire. Prest bowled 5 overs. I think he may be taken over from Morgan. I'll have a guess on that one as Gubbins comes in for his second over, and it's worked on the onside by Mead, who moves on to a 83 now, and it's 151 for 3 in the 35th over. Liam Williamson on the email silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, it's cream with jam. My family's from Devon, insists it's the only correct way. We started a
Right.
I thought we discussion on there. Didn't we? That's cut to point, fielded by Joe Eklund.
I can't make out who that is limbering up. I mean, it might be Gubbins, actually.
Gubbins is bowling at the moment.
No, it's not Gubbins. Silly man I am. Who's at cover?
Joe Eklund. Oh, it's Tom Prest, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to switch ends, isn't he? He's going to be bowling our commentary end. So 152 for 3. Gubbins to Mead. He drives into that gap through the covers. And Mead moves on to 84. Doesn't look like he wants to give his wicket away at all, does he? Mead, it looks like he's set to bat the 50 overs. Set his stall out.
Yeah.
Archie Vaughan, 7 off 16 so far. It's driven by Vaughan. That's a nice looking shot up towards mid-off.
I guess there's a point where they've got to accelerate towards the end, and puts them under more pressure. But anyway, I'll disappear for 5 overs.
Thank you very much, Dave. He'll be back shortly, as he says. Chris Hart has messaged me. He says, the term batter, perhaps many people don't like it because, whether it's a new term or not, its recent arrival or return is based on a political ideology. And politics has no place. Oh my word, this is getting a bit deep. I'm not sure I can read the rest of that. That's it's great catch, mid-wicket. Whoa, yes. And that is the end of a Mead. He hit it powerfully, hard and flat. And I'm just trying to work out who's taken that.
It's a jolly good catch. And a very important one as well, because Andy Umeed was poised for takeoff there.
Wow. It had to be straight at the fielder, that's for sure. Either side, that was going for runs. And Nick Gubbins picks up his first wicket. It was Dom Kelly. Good catch.
Yeah, very good catch. Well, I was just about to give you Umeed's scores in his last 8 innings, which have been, and we just pause for the applause for Andy Umeed as he walks back to the pavilion. Very generous applause it is around this Utilita Bowl. And very well he has batted to 84 from 102 deliveries, Andy Umeed. And it follows his previous 8 scores: 34, 77, 119, 55, 36, 116, 172, 113 not out. And here today, I've taken his score off the scoreboard. How did you get, Kev?
84.
84.
103 balls.
So he's averaging comfortably over 60 in list A cricket, which is not bad. Had a good strike rate as well, around about 90 runs per 100 balls. But that's a big blow for Somerset hopes. We've got Sean Dixon, skipper, in next. And then the all-rounders. And well, I should say then the all-rounder, because we've only got one in the Somerset side, Casey Aldridge. We usually have 2 or 3.
So here's Preston. Shall I do? I'll do this one.
Oh, fine.
That's turn square on the leg side. And it is
Long tail today for Somerset. Casey Aldridge in next, and then Jack Leach, Alfie Ogborn, Ned Leonard, Joe Hayward. Yeah, I don't think Somerset have got enough.
not at the moment. Preston round a wicket to Vaughan, who drives and he gets a fingertips on that pressed but can't quite stop it. And Vaughan will pick up a single, moves on to 9, 155 for 4 in the 36th.
He's batting nicely enough, Archie Vaughan,
Yeah.
but he doesn't look as if he's going to take this innings by the scruff of the neck, which is really what Somerset need from one of their batsmen.
Well, Sean Dixon is a very experienced player. He's been around a bit, 32 years of age. And I know I'm going to get in first before Anthony mentions it. It's down the leg side, that will be a wide. That he and Tom Abel put on a record 4th wicket partnership in the T20 against Hampshire earlier in the season.
They did, yeah.
Put Hampshire to the sword down in Taunton.
144 from memory.
Yeah, I'd forgotten all about that. That's a driven half stop by Prest.
So no ball, I think, isn't it? Or was it just, no, perhaps it was just Neil Bainton getting out of the way, flinging out his left arm to assist his departure from the line of fire.
157 for 4. Halfway through the 36th, down the wicket goes Vaughan. Oh, he's bowled him. And he's gone. He's got it through the defences. That may just have gone between bat and pad. He was only playing defensively in the end, Vaughan, having not quite got to the pitch of the ball. Just watching that again on the replay, maybe a slight inside edge through to the stumps, but nevertheless it's the spinner that's done the job again. Vaughan goes for 9 from 20. And Somerset now 157 for 5.
Not good, this. Not good at all. Just watching the replay, I may just have been an inside edge, but basically it went between bat and pad. As Archie Vaughan came down the pitch, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, that was the problem. And rather groping for it. It was only a defensive shot, he didn't come down giving the bowler the charge, as it were, looking to hit him over the top. Well, that's his first runs in list A cricket anyway for Archie Vaughan, 9 from 20 deliveries, and shaped quite nicely. I think the 9 were probably all singles though.
Yeah. So from 85 without loss in the 19th, Somerset find themselves 157 for 5, and apart from Don Kelly, who got the first wicket of Josh Thomas, well caught by Joe Eklund down at fine leg, The next 4 wickets have come all courtesy of the spinners, and Prest has picked up 2 of those. And the new batter is Casey Aldridge for Somerset. So we're into the all-rounders, yeah?
We are.
Or the all-rounder, as you
The
put it earlier.
all-rounder.
After that is Jack Leach, Alfie Ogborn and Ned Leonard. Oh, Joe Hayward as well we've got. I mean,
Yeah, but I don't know if Joe Hayward's got the batting form behind him, but he owes his selection to his fast medium right arm bowling.
yeah. So Casey Aldridge to face Prest, who's round the wicket. Aldridge on the back foot, steers that out to backward a point. So there is much work for Somerset to do here. It just shows, and it happened here, and I'm sure it happened in your game down against Kent down at Taunton, that over 50 overs, it does change. And this is a good batting wicket. Oh, he's playing back to a very full-length delivery there. Not quite sure what he was doing. Well, I think he was trying to find an angle, but with a good over from Tom Prest. He has 6 overs, 2 for 27. And after 36 overs, Somerset are 157 for 5.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge didn't look in great form against Kent. He made 10 from 18 deliveries on Friday. He's having a difficult season, is Casey Aldridge. Started off well, taking a 5 at the Oval against Surrey, but then wasn't selected for the next game against Notts, and hasn't been the same cricketer since, either with bat or ball. He's been good in the field, one of the best Somerset fielders, but he's been a bit erratic, a bit all over the place with his bowling. So Gubbins to bowl a 3rd over. He's bowling to Sean Dixon. Difficult situation this for Dixon, because he will want to accelerate, because Somerset are only going along at 4.3 runs and over, and they'll need more than that. This is speared in by Gubbins towards leg stump, but played defensively. But he knows that if he gets out, then Hampshire are through to the tail, with all due respect to Jack Leach. This is pitched right up by Gubbins and dug out by Dixon. Gubbins bowls and drive this time from Dixon, but it'll just bring him a single. Nick Gubbins, 10 wickets in 82 listing games before today, and they've cost him 47.4 runs apiece, but his economy isn't bad, 5.7 runs and over he's been conceding, and he's bowling well here today in his 3rd over, 1 for 8. He's there, bowls to Aldridge, who drives back up the pitch, and Gubbins very quickly across to his left to make the stop. Felix Organ wasn't far away as well. Gubbins bowls, and not sure whether that took an inside edge or flicked the pad, or whether it's just byes. Didn't miss the stumps by very much, and it's a bye. And difficult times this for Somerset. 158 for 5. 37 overs have gone, so 13 remain. Let's be optimistic and say that Somerset can score 7 runs and over. Well, let's say even more optimistic, 8 runs and over. That would be 64, and that would give them 233. Don't think that's going to be enough.
Here's Preston on the wicket, hit over the top of mid-off. Nice shot there from Casey Aldridge. A couple of bounces for 4. And down the wicket, just went through with a shot, even though he wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, but played it nice and straight. 163 for 5 at the start of the 38th. I've got a tweet here from the Hampshire Cricket Board. That's a reverse sweep this time from Casey Aldridge, and the ball just trickles away, and it was in the air but just plugs in the outfield somewhat. 2 more to Aldridge, takes him on to 6, 165 for 5. Because a little while ago. The England Wales Cricket Board's playing survey, I think that's grassroots playing survey, is out. You can win an England men's Ashes team signed shirt, and that's turned away on the leg side. Aldridge will pick up just a single, 166 for 5, and the Hampshire Cricket Board just wanted to sort of point that out really, and a shout out to all local cricket players and volunteers, and of course that's Hampshire, Somerset and everywhere else. The 2024 cricket playing survey is out. I know the ECB are particularly keen on getting views from players of all standards to help shape the game in the future. So go to the ECB website and you can fill in the survey. Quick single, and nearly a misfield there from Eddie Jack. In fact, there was a misfield, but he recovered well, and in the end it was just a single. So 167 for 5. Aldridge is 7, runner ball 7. He's back on strike. Dixon is 3 off 6. It's cut away by Aldridge, who moves on to eight, and it's 168 for 5. Last ball of the 38th over coming up, which means Dave Allen is back in 2 overs time. It's been too long already. That's pushed away into the gap on the offside by Sean Dixon, who moves on to 4. Another good over there from Tom Prest, or reasonably good over. I'm just looking up actually. It's 8, actually 12 off that, so maybe not quite so well as I thought. He has 2 for 37 from 7. Nick Gubbins is having a chat with Prest and also Ben Brown as to perhaps the bowling make-up now for the last 12 overs, and it looks like that he's already signalled to Kyle Abbott down the boundary to get loose.
Yes, Hampshire have got plenty of bowling options, haven't they? The only bowler who's bowled out is Felix Organ. And spin continues from the pavilion end. Nick Gubbins with his leg breaks and googlies. Bowling to Sean Dixon, who smashes that away over the top down to the pavilion, or into the sight sheets below the pavilion, for 6 runs. Well, I was wondering out loud how he was going to play this, and perhaps that's part of the answer. Takes him on to 10, 175 for 5. Gubbins bowls again. Dixon goes for another big hit, and this one will just be 4. 2 bounces over the boundary rope at wide mid-on. Not quite such a stylish shot as the previous one, a bit more agricultural. 179 for 5. Gubbins bowls. This time Dixon drives, and it's well stopped by Tom Prest at short extra cover. Gubbins again, driven. This time there'll be a single. 180 for 5 in the 39th over.
Yep.
One more over, and then Hampshire can put another man back if they so choose. This is short and pulled, and it's not timed at all. I was looking for that sailing over the boundary at deep backward square leg, but in fact it just chipped up in the air off a top edge, not far away from Kyle Abbott. But, this is driven.
Oh.
And very well stopped at short extra cover again. I was looking for that out towards the extra cover boundary, but it was intercepted very well by Tom Prest. End of that over, 181 for 5, 11 overs remain. Casey Aldridge on 9 and Sean Dixon 15.
22 runs off the last 2 overs, so since Sean Dixon's come in, the momentum has certainly picked up for Somerset. They've been struggling a little bit since losing that first wicket on 85. Sean Dixon's had a reasonable T20 campaign, hasn't he, for Somerset this year? Over 220 runs, strike rate of 155.
Yes.
Top score, of course, came in the game against Hampshire.
Indeed. But
65.
he hasn't done a huge amount in the other games.
Did you not?
I mean, it's been useful. He's been, obviously, he comes in fairly low down in T20 cricket when, you know, the slog is on. Doesn't get much of a chance to play himself in.
No. That's a good strike rate, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he's turned himself into a very effective T20 cricketer because he came to Somerset, you know, with the reputation as being a solid red ball opener.
So Kyle Abbott returns with his right arm medium fast. That's played by Aldridge. Back to the bowling. Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen him play quite a lot over the years, as you have. He was at Kent for a while and Durham. I just think I never used to worry about him when he walked to the wicket. You know what I mean? He was like a solid player, but nothing else. But he does seem to have become a little more dangerous, certainly in white ball cricket over the last 2 or 3 seasons. Abbott runs away from us. Bowls, and Aldridge comes down the wicket, drives, misses. Trying to hit a length ball there, which bounced a bit and cut back.
That was a bit ambitious, wasn't it?
Very. It was one of those where, I mean, to be fair, he's not a proper batter, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But it is one of those that, having come down the wicket and realised that you're nowhere near the ball, a proper batter would look to probably just guide the ball somewhere and just let the ball hit the bat and just open the face or close the face. But he's come down the wicket and still tried to drive the ball on the up, which wasn't an easy shot at the best of times. 181 for 5. Abbott in again. Aldridge gets one that bounces. He'll get a quick single as Dixon calls him through as the ball goes out square on the leg side. Halfway through the 40th. 182 for 5. Aldridge is 10 off 12. Dixon is 15 off 12. So the run rate for this partnership anyway has been increased somewhat. Abbott into his 5th over, none for 21 currently. There'll be 10 overs to bowl after this. Abbott in again, bowls. Dixon on the back foot, guides it out to point, fielded by Eddie Jack. What's the score in the Test match? I haven't looked at that for a while. In the Test,
West Indies lost another wicket last time I looked.
151 for 5 in their second innings, so they lead England by 57. That's probably going to be over today, isn't it? Is that day 3 or 4? In that
Day
one?
3.
Day 3, gosh. Abbott runs in again, past umpire Bainton. Another length ball, which Dixon can only work to mid-wicket. Good accurate stuff here from Abbott, who's conceded just the 1 run off his 5 deliveries in this over. Lovely warm day, still day, not much of a breeze.
Oh, trees away to our right, just stirring in the breeze.
Yeah, stirring. We can't feel anything up here, which is
No,
good.
we can't, no.
That's nice. Don't want no papers blowing around. Abbott then, final ball of this over. Bowls and forward is Dixon again. He can't find an angle.
Good over.
Yeah. 5 overs now for 21. 182 for 5. 10 overs to do. Anthony Gibson is sticking around, and then it's Dave Allen.
Thanks, Kev. That's Kevin James. He'll be back in around 15-20 minutes, something like that. 5 overs time for the denouement of this Somerset innings. Always provided they don't get bowled out in the meantime. Afternoon, Dave.
Nice to see you, sir.
Yeah, nice to be here.
It was a nice day.
I bring greetings from the Somerset Cricket Museum,
Ah, hi guys.
of which I have the honour to be one of the trustees.
I thought, yeah, I think I knew that, yeah, actually. Because when I hear that, I'm always slightly envious, since I can't reciprocate from the Hampshire Cricket Museum, sadly. But one day, maybe.
Eddie Jack coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. He's bowled 4 overs for 23. He's bowling to Casey Aldridge, who comes right across his stumps to try and whip that away through the leg side, misses it, and is given not out, much to the bemusement of Eddie Jack, who cannot understand why that isn't out LBW. I must say, the way it was played, it was an open invitation to the umpire to raise his finger, but
he was on the walk, wasn't he? I don't know.
He was.
Yeah.
Leg by has taken 183 for 5. 10 overs less 1 ball remaining in the innings, as Eddie Jack is in bowls, and this is tucked away down to Kyle Abbott at long leg. There won't be a second run. 185 for 5. Yes, I not only bring greetings from the Somerset Cricket Museum, but we've had a tweet from them as well to say you might like to share the article photos. This is about the Windrush Day on Thursday, as it was. This is pulled away and very well fielded. Very well fielded at that short mid-wicket position, which is where he took the catch just now. Yeah, on Thursday, the Somerset Cricket Museum had a special Windrush Day when they invited people, obviously mainly from the Afro-Caribbean community, to share their memories of cricketers of that generation. This is Casey Aldridge coming down the pitch and slapping that into the offside, but he didn't time it, so it's just a single. 185 for 5, and they invited visitors to the museum to write down or to complete a brief questionnaire, giving their stories and memories of, particularly of Viv Richards, I think.
Yeah.
And they're going to be collated and published at a later date, which is a nice idea.
Yeah.
This is just dropped down to third man by Sean Dixon. Another run. 186 for 5.
Peter White.
Peter White, yeah.
Guyana,
yeah.
Hallam Mosley.
Hallam Mosley, indeed, of course, the great Joel Garner.
Yeah, sure. I remember the only time I ever went to Barbados, I watched a test match, and Joel Garner was coming around the ground selling newspapers.
Unmistakable figure.
Yeah.
This is, it comes right across his stumps and tries to play a scoop this time, does Casey Aldridge. Again, he fails to make contact, gets away with it again though. But that wasn't a bad over at all from young Eddie Jack, conceding just the 3 runs from it. 186 for 5 with 9 overs remaining, and Somerset really need to get their skates on if they're going to post a defendable target.
And that story about Joel Garner was odd, because one or two of us, we were in the popular stand and talking to locals, and somebody said, you must have earned a fair amount of money playing Test cricket and county cricket and so on. What's he doing? He said, he's a part owner of the newspaper.
Right.
So he wasn't really a newspaper boy at all. Yeah, which was a nice story.
Is Kyle Abbott in and bowls, and an edge, and not quite a flying catch from Ben Brown. They're coming back for the second run. I think it was a chance. He flung himself away to his right, did Ben Brown, to try and take that outside edge, and I think he just about got his fingertips to it. So Sean Dixon escapes. He moves on to 19, 188 for 5.
Yeah,
just watching the replay now. Yeah, just about.
Just about. Would have been terrific.
Would have been a magnificent catch.
Yeah.
Abbott in bowls and bowls him. Stump out of the ground. Sean Dixon, middle stump out of the ground to boot. Sean Dixon going for a big lofted on drive. An ambitious shot which proved to be his downfall. He's gone bowled Abbott for 19, and Somerset in trouble. 188 for 6.
Yeah, they are a bit. Although I was saying earlier, Anthony, to Kevin, that I've been keeping a track of the scores this season, and they're going at a furious rate. They're averaging 6.6, 6.7. overall in all the matches, which will give you a total of 330. But actually, it's been in decline over the week. So all the teams that played in the first day or two, just huge scores, and then been in decline. And if you look at the scores today, the declines are even greater. So Sussex 173 all out, Surrey 121 all out, Notts 150 for 6, Essex, I don't know, okay, I suppose, 195 for 5. Worcester 173 for 6, Kent 164 for 7. So Somerset are about par today. Now I've no explanation for that. I don't see why.
I wonder if, as with this game, these games are being played on used pitches.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Because Kevin was saying that this pitch was a real belter on Friday for the game against Northants, and it certainly hasn't been particularly easy to bat on here this morning.
The pace is not in it, I think, for the batters in particular today. So I think that's a very good point. Could well be the reason. With there's so many games being played in all sorts of formats these days that people are using pitches twice. Yeah, I think that could well be it. So a week ago 300 was a par score. It might be that today 220, 230 could win it. And you said you've got quite a lot of spinners in the side as well.
Five of them. 3 slow left armers, an off spinner, and a leg spinner. Here's Abbott coming around the wicket to the left-handed Leach, who gropes at that outside the off stump. Tumbling Ben Brown takes it behind. We've got a slip in. That's the skipper, Nick Gubbins, who's standing at slip. And how many men have we got out? We got all 5 out, or is it just 4? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, just the 4 out. Hampshire could have 5 out at this stage in proceedings. Up overs 40 to 50. But bustling in, edged between the wicket-keeper and slip. And if Nick Gubbins had been at a conventional first slip position instead of being sort of around about second slip or between second and third slip, that would have been a catch. But he isn't, and it wasn't.
No. And I wonder if that's because Abbott's bowling round. If he'd been bowling over, would Gubbins have been finer? We shan't know. We shan't.
Quite possibly. Although I think they usually field in that position just to sort of try and cover a few more of the options. But didn't work on that occasion. 192 for 6. Abbott to Leach. And Leach lets this sail through at good pace to Ben Brown.
Of course, your leading spin bowler is bowling for England and took 1 wicket this morning, I think.
He has. I'm not sure I quite consider him our leading spin bowler yet.
Well, you got.
I haven't given up on Jack Leach that easily.
Well, but there was a statistic about Bashir that fascinated me, and I remember seeing him here in the Championship last year, and but since then.
Here's Abbott in bowls. Oh, and playing a miss this time by Jack Leach. Good over from Kyle Abbott. Brought him the wicket of Sean Dixon. He very nearly got to Jack Leach as well, but Leach survives. He's on 4. Aldridge has 11. Somerset with 8 overs of their innings remaining, 192 for 6.
Well, the statistic is that when Bashir took that 5-wicket haul in the last test, people made the point that was the 3rd time in a test that he's taken 5 wickets in an innings, which is extraordinary. And I immediately thought, I don't think Hampshire could come anywhere close to that, and checked. In Hampshire's entire history, we have had 2 men who have taken 5 wickets in an innings for England once. Neither of them in the last 100 years. And Bashir has done it 3 times on his own in the last 6 months. Yeah, 2 men we've had.
Here comes a full toss from Eddie Jack, which is turned into the onside. They're coming back for a second run. That's well run. Good return. But Leach is safely home. So who were the
Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure anybody would necessarily get them, but the answers are Christopher Heseltine in 95-96
any relation?
in South Africa, and No, not that I know of. No, I don't know that he was. And he didn't play that much, to be honest with you, but he toured and played one test in South Africa.
He's Jack in and bowls to Aldridge, who plays a flat batted shot through the offside, which this time he does middle, and it brings him 4 runs, and he moves on to 198 for 6. And the other one?
And the other one also in South Africa, a stranger story. The other one was one of our great bowlers, in fact, Alec Kennedy, who in fact took more wickets in his first class career than Derek Shackleton, but not for Hampshire, so he played a lot of other cricket. But he played 5 test matches in South Africa. I think he took 31 or 32 wickets in the series. Never played for England again. And he
that would have been on matting wickets, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would have been. Yeah.
And they did take some strange sides to South Africa.
Yeah.
In that era.
Yeah.
Here's Eddie Jack in and bowls. Oh, and it's a wide down the leg side. It was right up to the bat, and Casey Aldridge skipping out of the way.
Eddie Jack looking as if he's not convinced about that. Well, I don't know whether he thinks it got a little edge or something, but not an edge, but hit the pad or something.
I boot, I should think. He's bowling at good lively pace, is Eddie Jack.
Yeah.
First time I've seen him, but he looks very promising.
4 for 29 on Friday, so which easily is best.
He's only 18.
Yep.
He's in bowls to Aldridge, who will pick up a single, and Eddie Jack tries some fancy footwork to kick the ball onto the stumps, but didn't really get hold of it at all. And that's 200 on the board for Somerset, halfway through the 43rd over. So they've got another 7.5 overs. What's that? 45 deliveries to try and get up somewhere around 250. But the trouble is they haven't got much batting to come.
I think it's interesting that Gubbins has turned to Eddie Jack at this point rather than Brad Wheel, who's much more experienced and actually does have something of a reputation as a finisher with his bowling. But I think it's quite a compliment to Jack rather than any kind of comment about Brad Wheel.
Here comes Jack again. Round the wicket to Leach. Not sure whether there was any bat in that or his pad. Judging by the speed with which it went down to Aykroyd at long leg, there was a bit of bat. Sure enough, the run is credited to Jack Leach, who moves on to 201 for 6. Just the 3 young fast bowlers to come after Jack Leach, Alfie Ogborn, Ned Leonard and Joe Hayward. Ned Leonard scored a few runs for the Somerset seconds. This is a drive and a miss from Casey Aldridge. He rehearses the shot with an even more violent swish of the bat.
Do you have anybody missing that's not involved in the 100 or the test?
Yeah, we've George Thomas and Josh Davey.
Oh, yes.
And they're both George Thomas not well today.
Okay.
Josh Davey hasn't been well for a few days.
Okay.
But hopefully he'll be back for the visit to Durham on Wednesday. Jack in and bowls. This is down the leg side. Well, down the leg side, and it's caught by Felix Organ at short fine leg. A bit of a waft there from Casey Aldridge. Didn't really get hold of it and steered it straight to Felix Organ at short fine leg. And he's gone for 18. Somerset now 201 for 7.
That was a bit like fielding practice before the game starts, really, wasn't it?
It was a full toss as well.
Yeah, odd one. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting because Eddie Jack actually stood in mid-pitch and looked a bit embarrassed, I think. But, well, he'll bowl good balls that won't take wickets, so I think you just don't worry too much about that.
Yeah. Well, if you're just joining us, Somerset won the toss and batted first this morning, minus George Thomas. So his younger brother Josh opened, And he made 41 and Andy Umeed 84. First wicket partnership of 85. And things have gone downhill since then with Lewis Goldsworthy going for 3. James Rue, LBW reverse sweeping for 13. Archie Vaughan bowled by Tom Prest for 9. Sean Dixon bowled by Kyle Abbott for 19, and Casey Aldridge caught by Organ off the bowling of Jack for 18, 201 for 7. And Jack Leach just having a chat with the new batsman, who is Alfie Ogborne, I think. He's going to be at the non-striker's end.
He's certainly somebody I know nothing about.
Alfie Ogborne, he was born in Yeovil, played for North Perrott.
Yeah.
A lovely cricket ground in South Somerset, where Somerset Seconds have played quite a few games. Kyle Abbott coming around the wicket to Jack Leach in bowls, and Leach drives but straight to Nick Gubbins, so there won't be a run. He is, what's Alfie, 19 I think. No, he's not, he's 21.
Okay.
21. And unlike most of the Somerset team, he didn't go to public school. He went to Richard Hewish College in Taunton.
Oh, yeah.
And, he and Jack Leach, I think, are the only two who aren't. Oh, this is a play and a miss, one that takes off from Kyle Abbott. Every so often he really bends his back, does Kyle Abbott, and he gets a bit of life out of this pitch.
Yeah, it's in fact that wicket is his first one in these 2 matches so far. So it was a bit expensive, 0 for 55 on Friday, but he does play quite a bit in this. In fact, he has captained the side in the past.
He's in there bowling to Leach, who will pick up a single into the offside as Gubbins puts in the slide on the edge of the fielding circle out in the covers. 202 for 7. Alfie Ogborne, his highest in this form, Alfie Ogborne, is 27 not out.
Oh, it's decent enough.
Against Sussex in 2022.
Okay.
Which I suspect may have been his debut, actually.
Yeah.
He's a left-arm quick bowler, but bats right-handed. Abbott in bowls to him, looking for a Yorker there. Does Abbott pitch right up towards the block hole? Didn't quite nail the Yorker on that occasion, and Ogborne able to dig it out up to Felix Organ at mid-off. 202 for 7. Beautiful day at the Utilita Bowl, just north of Southampton. Good crowd in.
Yes, it was very busy at the start. Car park and atrium and all the rest of it, very busy.
Abbott in bowl short, and this is in the air, and it's going to be 6. Bit of a top edge, but it's gone the distance for Alfie Ogborne, and 6 valuable runs for Somerset. 208 for 7 in the 44th over.
That was one that kept going, wasn't it? He just helped it round really, and it just kept. And there was a man out there, but there was no danger to him.
Well, Kyle Abbott might think twice about digging it in. This is full of length, a much better delivery, and Ogborne going for the drive, making no contact through to Ben Brown. End of the over, 208 for 7, and Somerset have 6 overs in which to try and get their total up to somewhere, I don't know, 230, 240, something like that.
Yeah.
Take a bit of doing.
Yeah. I think a score like that on this pitch, it probably quite a decent one, and there's there's a fair amount of batting in the Hampshire lineup, but some of those people have not played that many in their career. Certainly Eklund, for example, but even people like Toby Albert and Fletcher Middleton are quite close to the beginning of their careers.
Here comes Eddie Jack in and bowls to Leach, and after a moment's hesitation they take off for the single, get there comfortably enough. Yeah, I was just looking though at the averages. I mean, Nick Gubbins averaging 40.8 in List A cricket, Fletcher Middleton 35.75,
Yeah.
Tom Prest 36.3, Ben Brown just fractionally under 30. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
Toby Albert 39.2. You know, those are good figures.
Yeah, they are good figures. Yeah.
And
I like Toby Albert particularly. I think he's very promising.
Eddie Jack in and bowls, and this is turned away, not off the middle of the bat, rather dribbles out to deep mid wicket, where Fletcher Middleton does the fielding.
And I mean, I suppose it doesn't take much to say this really, but Mo Abbas missing today, Dom Kelly taking his place. Dom Kelly is more of an all-rounder. I mean, I think everybody is more of an all-rounder than Mo Abbas.
Is Eddie Jack in bowls to Jack Leach, who pulls this away through the onside. That's going to be 4 runs. And, well, wasn't a very good delivery. Not quite a half tracker, but it was more of a long hop with a bouncer. And Jack Leach getting on top of the bounce and whipping it away through straight mid wicket for 4 runs. 214 for 7. Leach on to 11.
Gubbins may just have to think hard about who's going to finish off at that pavilion end.
Jack to Leach, who goes for he looks to hit that over the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand and makes no contact.
Eddie Jack's going at more than 6 and over at the minute. He could still bowl 3 more, which would take him to the I think it would take him to the conclusion, wouldn't it? This is the 45th, he'd bowl the 47th. Yes. So he can bowl out, but so could Brad Wheel.
Jack in and bowls to Leach, who leans back and tries just to deflect that down to third man. It would only have been a single, unless he, of course, he was looking for the uppercut, but that would be a dangerous shot to play because Felix Organ is lurking at third man down to our left. But he made no contact. The ball sailed through to Ben Brown. So last ball of the 45th. Eddie Jack to Jack Leach, who's down the pitch and makes no contact again. And so Eddie Jack, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 41.
And he just limped away slightly then, Eddie Jack, at that last minute. He just crouched down having delivered, and then
Perhaps he just
think
turned
he's
his
okay.
ankle slightly.
I think he's okay.
There isn't much in the way of bowlers' footmarks, though, because the pitches these days are so hard.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember the great pits that someone like Butch White used to dig.
That's absolutely right, yeah.
Those steel toe-capped cricket boots.
Yeah.
Those were the days, man. Proper fast bowlers they were.
Butch always used to talk about my home ground, Portsmouth, and say the Portsmouth week. He would just come away with his shins absolutely killing him at the end of that week, because that was particularly hard, and had that huge roller that it was eventually dispatched to Aldershot. It belonged to the MOD, and when Hampshire stopped playing there, off it went to Aldershot.
Here's Brad Wheel coming back into the attack from the hotel end. He's bowling. It's bowled Alfie Ogborne, and Ogborne didn't know anything about that really at all.
No,
it didn't through him before he almost realised it was there at all. He's gone for 7, and it's the 8th Somerset wicket going down with the score on 214, and it's the first wicket for Brad Wheel.
Well, I guessed that he might give Brad Wheel a shout to bowl at the pavilion end instead of Eddie Jack, but he's brought him back at this end, so Kyle Abbott has overs remaining as well, unless they're going to swap ends and Abbott might come on there, I don't know, but Wheel now is going at 3.5 and over, just over 3.5 and over, 1 for 19.
Beaten for pace there, I think, as much as anything.
Yeah, he didn't move his feet or anything, did he? Just didn't get going.
And his bat was still at an angle when the ball went past it.
Yeah.
And I think all he was trying to do was keep it out, but he was just late on the shot.
Yeah.
Brad Wheel probably being a little bit quicker than Kyle Abbott. So Ned Leonard. Old Ned Leonard. As Ian Shepherd of the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast likes to refer to him. Old Ned Leonard.
Lovely.
He's actually young, Ned Leonard.
Yeah.
He's only
he's
21.
Yeah.
Another Millfield boy.
Well, there aren't any big scores at all around the ground. Just the country. Essex 227 for 7 with 4 to go. So I'm not sure that anybody's necessarily going to get to 250 today.
I don't think Somerset are.
No, I think probably not. No.
They could be bowled out, actually. Here comes Brad Wheel then to Ned Leonard. He's in and bowls, and this is turned away nicely down to deep backward square leg. They're going to not come back for the second run. As Fletcher Middleton fields 215 for 8.
And has your lovely museum, have you guys down there completed those biographies of Somerset cricketers, which you were doing in volumes and periods?
Yes.
Is that all done now?
I think, yes, they're all done, yep. And there's been a new volume of the oldest ones revisited because more has been discovered.
Yeah.
This is playing a miss outside the off stump. Yeah, the museum is going great guns.
And that's familiar to me because that, funnily enough, we're revisiting particularly our older ones over the winter, and we're going to put everything on the website. I did publish a book, and I just wanted to get it out as quickly as possible with lots of gaps. We now have somebody who's doing ancestry.com, etc., and finding out all sorts of special extra bits.
Wheel in and bowls, and playing a miss from Jack Leach this time.
Never stops, that work, really. There's always something else to find out. We have discovered that one of our cricketers on our list, numbered cricketers on our list, I think he's number 112 if I'm right, is actually never existed. So we now have a gap because he's actually somebody else who was already on the list some years before, appeared once more, and they gave him a different initial, which was wrong.
He's wheeling and bowls, and goes past the outside edge of Leach's bat. Yeah, Somerset Cricketers Revisited by Barry Phillips is the. Is the book.
Yeah, well, I know Barry very well. In fact, Barry has been helping us with that particular cricketer. One of the descendants of a man called George Martin has been trying to find out particularly about his date of his death. And Barry's been helping a lot, and we couldn't find it out at all. But there was, about 8 years later, a J. Martin appeared, and it now transpires we're all absolutely sure he's the same man.
Wheeling and bowls, driven by Leach, but fielded by Nick Gubbins, and I fancy that was a wicket maiden.
Yep.
6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20.
Yep.
Brad Wheel. 4 overs remain. Somerset 215 for 8. Jack Leach on 11. Ned Leonard, who's just come in, 1 not out. Yes, the museum's been going great guns. We've had very good visitor numbers. We've got an excellent website, which is looked after by Mike Unwin, who's tremendously enthusiastic for all things linked to the museum.
Excellent, yeah, it's lovely. I've
And
always liked
one of our trustees, our newest trustee, is a certain James Hildreth.
Ah, okay, well that's good. That's good, yeah, that's nice. And he has switched the bowling, so Kyle is back. Yeah, he's given Eddie Jack a break. No, that's good news.
Right, here comes Kyle Abbott from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls to Ned Leonard, who manages to keep that one out, but not much more than that. He does have a top score of 32, does Ned Leonard, and that was up at Wantage Road, Northampton.
Well, that's perfectly
last
respectable.
Season. Yeah. Somerset went down in flames that day, thanks to a double century from Prithvi Shaw. Northants getting over 400. It was the highest List A score that they'd ever made. This is driven by Ned Leonard up to mid-on, and not long afterwards we went to Bristol and James Bracey scored a double hundred and Gloucestershire registered their highest ever score in List A cricket.
That's me.
So, yeah, it was a cruel couple of games, especially for the young fast bowlers who took some terrible sticks.
I was about to say, I'm not sure that Hampshire have ever been involved in a game with a double century, but I now think that Ali Brown got one at Guildford. I'll check that out during the lunch and come back and tell people.
Here's Abbott in and bowls, and nearly a catch to short mid-wicket. Would have been a stunning effort if he'd taken it, but it's gone for 4. And valuable runs, 219 for 8. Ned Leonard on to 5.
I'm fairly confident that Hampshire have never had a double centurion. The top scorers have been Prest, Vince, Greenwich, but up towards that total, but I think Ali Brown in Guildford. So that's quite
could
something
well be,
that
yeah.
you had 2. Goodness.
Kyle Abbott in and bowls, and Leonard makes room for himself. There isn't going to be a shy at the stumps because he didn't pick the ball up cleanly. Did Eddie Jack, just maybe took his eye off it. And they complete the single successfully. 220 for 8. We're in the 47th over. 3 more overs after this.
Well,
And Somerset need really to bat through their overs. They don't want to get bowled out.
bat through run a ball, you're pushing up not far short of 250, which I think is a respectable enough. I mean, who knows? We shall see when Hampshire bat, but I would have thought it's a bit of a challenge on this.
Here's Abbott in bowls, and there won't be a run here as Eddie Jack does the fielding.
Yeah, they got 5 runs from 5 balls in this over. I think if they keep doing that next 3, 18, 238.
Mike Unwin on Twitter says that our first volume of Somerset Cricketers, that is, has been digitised, is on the display system in the museum.
Excellent. Well done. Well done.
Thank you, Mike, for that. Abbott to Leach bowled! It was the Yorker, and Leach played all over and around it and loses his off stump. He's gone for 11, and that's the 9th Somerset wicket on 220. So 85 for none has become 220 for 9. And just Joe Hayward to come. Good piece of bowling. Perfect delivery.
Yep.
Perfect delivery under the circumstances.
And particularly to the tail at a point where you're having to score some runs. That's good news about the digital thing. I think that's where we're going with a lot of this, really. And we're also emulating people like you and Warwickshire and so on by trying to add a photograph wherever possible, and even a facsimile signature wherever possible. And it's not always possible, but one or two photographs I'd particularly like and don't have, but always make some progress.
Good. Making his debut, Joe Hayward.
And do you know about him?
I confess I didn't. It's the first time I've seen him. He's only 17.
Okay.
plays for Bath Cricket Club,
All right.
which that lovely little ground in Bath, which is sadly it's too small for first-class cricket.
So-
Somerset played their cricket at Bath on the Rec, and they can't do that anymore because of Bath Rugby.
Did Gloucestershire play there as well?
No,
No. Okay.
Brad Wheel in and bowls, and this is lofted away and could be a catch, but isn't, as it lands short of Fletcher Middleton out in the deep.
But Somerset played quite a lot in Bath, didn't they?
Oh, they used to, yeah.
yeah.
There was a Bath Festival every season,
Yeah.
and but sadly the last game they played there was 2009, and that was only a T20,
Okay.
and there's nowhere for them to play in Bath,
No.
which is a shame. 221 for 9. It's Wheel into Hayward, who gets in behind his very first ball in senior cricket.
Did that well enough?
He did. Yeah, he's 17, went to Beach and Cliffs High School, and he's been in the Somerset pathway since 2021.
Well, good luck to him.
His heart will be beating
Yeah.
hard inside his chest. He plays that nicely. Nice smooth on drive up to Vic Marks's nephew, Joseph Eklund, at mid-on. Another Millfield boy.
Yeah. I don't know if Mark Garraway, who was our wicket keeper, is he still at Millfield?
He is, yeah. He is indeed, yeah. Wheel in bowls, and as Hayward makes room for himself by backing away to the leg side and looks to play a straightish ball through the offside. Just fortunately it wasn't completely straight, otherwise it knocked his stumps over.
Of course, talking of Millfield, of course, I know that in my lifetime Hampshire have played a game at Glastonbury.
This is.
Okay.
I was going to say lofted down the ground. He was
Yeah,
looking
I
for
thought,
a lofted shot, but it didn't quite work out
No.
like that, and he won't get a run. 221 for 9. Yes, Somerset haven't played at Glastonbury since I think the 1980s, probably.
Oh right, okay, that recently.
I ought to know because I've got a little book about the history of cricket on the Moorlands ground, which is what it's called at Glastonbury.
Yeah.
Here's Brad Wheel in the bowls, and this time Hayward again makes room for himself, again fails to make contact. Good over from Brad Wheel, who has figures. Oh, they've taken his figures off the board, but as ill luck would have it.
Yeah.
But it was a good over anyway.
Yeah. Yes, I remember once being in Glastonbury town and walking up what's called Weary All Hill.
Yep.
And you can look down over what was the cricket ground.
That's right.
Yeah, I think Hampshire probably haven't played there since the 50s. I've got a memory of Neville Rogers maybe making runs or something there. I'm not quite sure that.
Yeah, it's a nice
I
ground.
read about, but presumably there's still club cricket there.
No, the ground has been built over.
Oh, okay. Right.
Here comes Kyle Abbott, who takes Ned Leonard on the pad, but that was going down the leg side. This is the penultimate over of the innings. So 11 balls remain. Just one wicket Somerset have got in hand. 221 for 9. All I can say is that Somerset are going to have to bowl very well.
Yeah, I think
if
that's
they're
right.
going to defend this.
Yeah.
Against a pretty strong Hampshire batting lineup. Abbott to Leonard, who swings this away over the top. And that has gone for 4 runs up to long on. It wasn't an on drive by any means. Just gave himself a little bit of room and played a sort of forehand drive, carted the ball over mid-on, who's up in the fielding circle, or was up in the fielding circle. He's now being sent back in response to that lusty blow by Ned Leonard, who moves on to 11. 225 for 9 in the 49th. Abbott bowls and he makes room for himself. This could be a catch. It's not a catch. And just over the head of extra cover. And 2 runs are taken. 227 for 9. Leonard on to 13. Useful runs these for Somerset.
Well, he's clearly decided that he's not too worried about actually seeing out the 50 overs. He'd rather get runs when he can.
Yeah.
And done very well. 6 from the last 2 balls.
Kyle Abbott won't be appreciating that.
No.
He's in Yorker, which just misses the stumps. And good piece of bowling.
It's got 3 men out on the leg side. In fact, they got 5 out now, so 3 out on the leg side for that particular shot.
Full and straight is the way to bowl under these circumstances. Same sort of delivery that accounted for Jack Leach. Here's Abbott in the sunshine. In bowls to Leonard, who makes room for himself, drives this hard back down the ground. Should just be the single. They're going to come back though for the second run. He could be run out, but he's there. As the throw came in, if it had hit the stumps, it might have been close. It didn't miss them by very much, but Kyle Abbott had to take the ball and then remove the bails, and that gave young Joe Hayward time to make his ground.
You'd feel that Leonard would like a single or a 3 here, really. Keep the strike for that last over.
229 for 9. Last ball of the 49th. Abbott in bowls, and he's going to get his,
it's done very well.
Single comes off the bottom edge and dribbles out into the onside, and that was a good over. 6, 8, 9 runs from it, all off the bat of Ned Leonard, who is 16 not out, and Somerset within an over of batting through their 50 overs, 230 for 9.
And he's kept the strike, which is crucial, and if he has another over like that, I think it will be a bit of a challenge, that total for Hampshire. We shall see, of course.
Kyle Abbott finishing with 2 for 48 in 9 overs. And it looks as if it is indeed going to be Brad Wheel to finish up his spell with his 8th over. The field spread as much as it can be. All 5 men who are permitted outside the fielding circle in the last 10 overs are indeed outside it. It's Wheel to Leonard, who gets an edge down to 3rd man. That's 4 runs. 234 for 9. Ned Leonard on to 20.
From 13. Strike rate of 153. God.
Well,
he'll be wanting to bat up the order next time.
Yeah. Well, I think he's got a bit of a case to come in ahead of Alfie Ogborn.
He's looked very capable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a strong boy. Here's Wheel then to Leonard, makes room for himself and swats this away into the onside, and there's a misfield, and they will come back for second run. Eddie Jack, the guilty party there, losing his sunglasses in the process.
That's not the first time that Eddie Jack has misfielded today, so I don't know whether that's one aspect of his game that he needs to work on a bit. But, the worst outcome for Hampshire there is it's given Leonard the strike again.
Here's Wheel into Leonard, who makes room for himself, drives this down the ground. It should be, and it's not a catch to Joseph Eckroat. Eckroat is carried over the boundary for 6 down below us. I thought for a moment he hadn't hit it well enough, but hit it well enough he did. And that is 6 to Ned Leonard. He moves on to 28. 242 for 9 now, Somerset, and 12 have come off the first 3 balls of this final over.
Including 7 after that misfield. He wouldn't have been on strike.
It's wheel to Leonard, who hits this in the air. This should be caught by Eddie Jack, and that is the end of Ned Leonard for a very important, very valuable 28 from just 16 deliveries. And Somerset innings finishes on 242 for 9. Joe Hayward finishes on 0 not out, but the hero of the moment is Ned Leonard with 28 from 16 deliveries with a 6 and I think it was 4 fours.
We could have a bit of a game now, I think, with that total.
Yes, I think we could. Normally you would say, well, it's not really enough, but it's not the easiest pitch in the world to bat on, this, is it?
I think you're right, especially with a lot of spin for Somerset the bowl. So
there we are, Somerset all out for 242 off the 4th ball of the last over. The main contributors: Josh Thomas with 41, Andy Umeed yet again top scoring with 84, Sean Dixon 19, and at the end Ned Leonard 28 from just 15 deliveries with 3 fours and a 6 for Hampshire. Kyle Abbott 2 overs for 48, 9 overs, 2 wickets for 48. Brad Wheel 7.4 overs, 2 for 33. Eddie Jack 1 for 41. Dom Kelly 1 for 17. Felix Organ bowled his full 10 overs, 1 for 40. Tom Prest 2 for 37, and Nick Gubbins 1 for 20. So 243 is what Hampshire will need when they start their innings in around about half an hour's time. And Kevin James and I will be here with Dave Allen to bring the Hampshire innings to you. Hope you can join us then.
Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where the umpires Neil Bainton and Sam Hollingshead are walking out. This is the Metrobank 50 over group game between Hampshire and Somerset. It's their second group game. Both of these teams won their opening match. One of them is going to be 1 from 2 and the other one's going to be 2 from 2. And at the moment you'd probably say Hampshire are just about favourites, because Somerset, who won the toss, elected to bat first, were bowled out in the 50th over for 242. The main run scorers were 84 from opener Andrew Amede. He's 84 from 103 balls with 5 fours and 2 sixes. And opening up, Joshua Thomas, the young 19-year-old, made 41. Those two put on 85 for the first wicket, but there was a bit of a procession after that. And right down at the bottom, Ned Leonard with a bright and breezy 28 from 16 got Somerset to perhaps a total that was a little more than it looked at one stage. So they were bowled out with 2 balls to spare. And for Hampshire, well, there was wickets spread around. Everybody picked up at least 1. There was 2 wickets for Carl Abbott, also for Brad Wheel, also for Tom Prest, and a wicket apiece for Eddie Jack, Dom Kelly, and also Nick Gubbins. So Somerset will need Hampshire will need 243 to win. And we are still in bright sunshine. A little later, you'll hear from BBC Somerset's Anthony Gibson, but he's having an extended lunch break. But it's myself, Kevin James, and Dave Allen alongside me, Hampshire's honorary archivist. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you.
And here's Ned Leonard then, right arm over from the pavilion end, and he's bowling to Fletcher Middleton, who leaves that one up, and everybody's got a bit excited with that one, so I think it might have dipped back a fraction, but it was well wide of off stump.
Ned Leonard has done something to set this game up, really, with that innings at the end. It was very bright.
Some good strikes.
Yeah.
Leonard hit 3 fours and a 6 in that 28. Here he is then, bowling towards us, and Middleton drives out into the covers. Just 21 years of age, Ned Leonard. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I was saying quite a bit earlier that been big scores around the country in this competition, but particularly in the early games, and an overall average of strike rate of 6.6, which gives you an average total of about 330.
It's worked on the onside. Should be runs here through mid-wicket. It's not going to quite go, because there are 2 fielders after those pretty close. They'll pick up 3. Hampshire off the mark, so too Fletcher Middleton.
Outfield looking quick there. Yeah, so I was saying that overall this year so far, there have been about a dozen games before today, average total of around 330 plus, but today significantly less than that. So the biggest score today is only 262 for 8.
Wow.
So the average strike rate today has been just over 4 runs and over around the country. So Somerset's total is comparable with some. There have been a couple of very low scores, 121 all out, sorry.
So Gubbins to face Leonard down the leg side, quarter wide. That's interesting, isn't it? Because normally when the sun shines out, especially in white ball cricket, you expect big scores, but that hasn't been the case.
Yeah. Anthony made the comment that perhaps around the country, as here, because there's such a number of games being played, that perhaps people are playing on used pitches and the ball's not quite coming on as it might. But it's difficult to know.
Gubbins has a big... Oh, has he edged that through to the keeper? And he has, and he looks down at the ground. Not sure whether he's disappointed with the shot that he's just played there, or whether he thinks maybe there's no contact. But just watching on the replay, it's very wide. He's a long way away with his front foot. I think there's a little glance behind. I think he's probably just disappointed with the position that he got in, trying to execute that shot. He goes for no score. Could start from Somerset.
Well, perhaps Ned Leonard is going to have one of those games of a lifetime. So Nick Gubbins will be disappointed, particularly as skipper. And I mean, he's easily got the best career record for Hampshire alone. For example, his career average starting today was almost 45 runs per innings, but his 2 innings so far this season have been 6 and 0. So he will be disappointed. It was difficult to tell from that whether he was just disappointed with what happened or whether he was disappointed with the verdict, but not the start that Hampshire wanted. And in the last 10 overs of the game so far, Ned Leonard has done quite a lot to turn it round.
He has, hasn't he? Tom Prest gets a good round of applause as he's only about halfway to the wicket. It's taken a while. I don't think he probably had all his pads on yet.
No.
Probably still finishing lunch. Only half an hour break between the innings, which isn't the longest amount of time. So Hampshire made a poor start, although the ball was nipping around Friday against Northants, where they were 25 for 3. And already they are 4 for 1 here. Widest delivery. James Rue taking the catch behind the stumps.
I was chatting with Anthony Gibson about. He was talking about people making double centuries against Somerset, and I said initially I couldn't remember a double century in a game involving Hampshire, and then I thought, oh, actually, I think Ali Brown did for Surrey against Hampshire many years ago at Guildford. I did check. I promised to check, and I did check. Nobody's ever made a double century for Hampshire in this day. 190 by James Vince, and Ali Brown did make a double century against Hampshire. That's the only one.
At Guildford?
In all the years.
I remember it. I missed the game, fortunately.
Yeah.
Leonard Bowl was outside the off stump. Pressed. Watches that one go by. Yeah, I played the championship game just before that and got dropped for the one-day game.
Well, that was very wise of you.
Well, it was. At the time I wasn't happy, but when I looked at the score I thought, you know what, that's not a bad game to have missed.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Ali Brown 203 from 119 balls. And that was a 40 over game. That was the other thing about it.
Well, the thing is with the Guildford ground, if you don't know it, it's pushed out behind point, and that's a good start from Leonard. Hampshire are 4 for 1, chasing 243 to win this game. The boundaries square are very short.
Yeah.
Very short. The ball ended up in the main Guildford High Road. Even though there's a high wire fence.
Yeah. Cardy and Jim Bovell both went at 10 and over, and Matthew Keach bowled 1 over for 11. So I think you were well out of that one, Kev.
I remember it being a hot day as well, and that was in the days of CFAX.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Page 242 or something for the cricket. I think anybody under 50 will wonder what on earth they're talking about. That's how you used to follow a lot of sport in those days, and I don't think the pages didn't turn over quick enough. And I remember from time to time, I was in the garden, I remember that, because it was a hot day like this, just sort of enjoying being in the garden and just relaxing, and every now and then I'd pop in and put the page on, and I think, oh my God, oh dear.
Goodness me.
So we've got Alfie Ogborn, the left arm seamer, bowls, and that swung a fraction to Middleton. Yeah. Now he played the championship game against Hampshire last year down at Taunton on a very, very flat wicket. Got the ball to swing there a little bit. Just 21 years of age. He's only playing his 6th this day game for Somerset, having made his debut for Somerset back in 2022. He's picked up 4 wickets in those 5 matches so far. Running away from us. Bowls to Middleton, it stays out in the line of off stump and left alone. So yeah, I must admit, when we started this game, Dave, I thought 300 each side here, because it is a good wicket. But I'm just wondering maybe that with there's so much sun on it, and there was obviously on Friday, that maybe the pace in this pitch is being taken out of it a little bit. It'll go through a little bit at the moment with the hard ball, but just wondering later on, because the spinners did quite a good job in the middle order, didn't they, for Hampshire?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Even though it wasn't turning. 4 for 1. Ogborn bowls, and Middleton turns that away on the onside, and he moves on to 4. Very bright out there, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Very sheen on
good
the
day.
outfield.
It was hot. I sat out this morning round. We're actually in one of the, one of the temporary stands, but it was very hot even at 11 o'clock this morning. It'll be warmish now. There's quite a few people under shelter, aren't there, in the two big stands, and
that's where I'd be.
Yes.
Ogbourne to Prest. It's gone past, well past the off stump. He's trying to get past too much of the ball there.
But we do get interesting varieties of weather over the course of a season on that. For people who don't know where we're commentating from, we're on top of the hotel at the northern end of the ground, opposite the Bransgrove Pavilion, and we're on top of the hotel. So, although there are glass windows all the way along, they're slid back. Yeah. Sometimes we get the full blast of a chilly wind.
Yeah, we do. Straightened a bit. Prest works that to mid-wicket.
Sometimes, if the sun's a bit low, we can be baking, and you're frantically covering up all the technology to make sure it doesn't melt. But today's just about perfect up here, isn't it?
It is at the moment. The sun hasn't quite
yeah.
peering through. But yeah, one of the main reasons we have the windows open, of course, is because if we had them closed, I don't think we'd see the cricket.
No.
I don't think they've been cleaned.
No, you're right.
For a very long time. There would be suddenly a fog descend on the ground if we were to close them. Length ball, good delivery that one, and Prest plays that out quietly on the offside. So a good start here from Somerset. Hampshire 5 for 1 after 2, with Middleton on 4 from 6 balls. Prest has faced 5 balls and yet to get off the mark. Umpire's having a look at Ogbourne's follow through already. Cut the paces down the wicket.
Yeah. Well, they got a lot of spinners, so that might be part of his job.
Yes.
A bit like Keith Barker in the Championship. Yes. Actually, people have talked about Keith. I mean, given that we are quite short of fit available players for this competition, whether Keith is considered a possibility, I don't know.
I think he might be. I think he might just have a couple of niggles, I think.
Okay.
Here's Ogbourne bowls, and that's pushed out behind square by Middleton on the offside. Well, it's important that these two get in, really. The top 3 didn't make any runs against Northants with the ball darting around on Friday. They were the top run scorers for Hampshire last year, all over 400 runs, Middleton, Gubbins and Prest. Gubbins has already been and gone. And the 3 of them didn't amass too many on Friday.
Nope.
Field's changing, or is it just change of personnel? Oh yeah, there's a sort of a mid-wicket square leg coming in now, saving 1. Leonard Bowles drive, that's well stopped at mid-on, although they will still pick up a single. That had a decent chance of making it all the way.
Yeah.
6 for 1. So it's a long time in these 50 overs. I think sometimes when you see white ball cricket and you look over and you think, what's this, a slow start? Wicket already, and of course with 20 overs, you're already well into the innings by now anyway, but 50 overs is such a long time. Plays and misses outside the off stump there, Prest.
Yeah, slow starts are not a problem in this, are they, really? It is the fall of wickets that normally troubles. Get going at some point, of course, but I mean, I think this is a target that I think you'd be most disappointed if Hampshire finished up not winning this and not being bowled out.
Yeah, agreed. And at bowls, he's played and missing again. I think Prest is trying to angle that down to 3rd, but with 2 slips in.
And a 3rd man,
a 3rd, yeah.
It's just he's not going to get a lot for that shot, is he? Really? I think.
Especially having lost that early wicket, I think that was where Ben Brown's innings was so important. Came in at 6 for 2 on Friday, and they were 25 for 3. The ball was nipping around, and Ben Brown just took his time early on, didn't try and do anything extravagant. Drives, just Prest, and somehow that ball makes its way down to 3rd.
Yeah, that looked like it was going out to cover, didn't it? But
I think That was Ben Brown's experience on Friday that got Hampshire through that one. It's, I think somewhere along the line, these youngsters, they're just, I said earlier in the first innings, really just still learning on the job. A lot of them. Forward is Middleton, plays that into the ground, fielded a second slip. It's another good over for Somerset. They've made a good start here. 7 for 1 Hampshire, with 3 overs gone. And another 236 are needed. It does feel at the moment as though the Somerset total of 242 all out is, on a day like today, maybe about par, but
yeah,
long way to go. Presto's 1, Middleton 5, Gubbins out for no score, caught behind, chasing a wide one. Not really in a good position. His front foot probably down the line, a middle stump at best. Down the wicket comes Prest, works that through mid-on. It's not timed, it will go for 4. And he's trying to hit that down the ground. I think the swing on the ball, the way the ball came into him just made him drag it around on the leg side a little more.
It's only the 9th ball of his innings, but you got the feeling it was almost a frustrated shot. You know, there were those couple of dabs in the previous over that he couldn't connect with, and he doesn't need to be too impatient, really, which I suppose is something that maybe younger players are inclined to be.
Agreed. Down the leg side from Ogborn, and that will be a wide, comfortable wide, that one. Straightening, it started too straight anyway, probably started too much outside leg stump anyway. So 12 for 1. You're right, I just think there is no player around now, not under 20, I don't know, whatever you want to say, that is prepared to just, not in white ball cricket. I think they all think about their stats now, don't they?
I guess that's part of it.
Can't play a match-winning innings if we're not scoring at 100, at least 100 balls. That's outside the off. I don't think he's playing at that one.
Yeah, but you can't play a match-winning innings if you're back in the pavilion either. That's the thing.
But it preserves your strike rates.
Yes, I suppose.
0 off 1 ball still keeps your strike rate at whatever it is that you've got.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he would be a particularly good example. I'm not quite sure why he comes to mind, but somebody like Clive Radley used to be an old-fashioned cricketer in white ball cricket who he'd win you a game, and
that's to win a game.
Yeah, and he would irritate you if you were a supporter of the opposition.
Played out on the offside.
It would just irritate you to watch it because you think we're never going to get him out, and all he'd just nudge here and a push there. And Roger Tolchard was one like that at Leicestershire. You know, he's another one where if he couldn't get about on it, he'd kick it and run a leg bite. And but they would win games, you know, and they would win competitions really. And as you say, that's kind of. I think it would bewilder some younger cricketers really to even think about that as a way of playing.
Don't play that anymore.
No.
Ball bowls. Again, it's a good length ball, which Prest can do little with. I think also you've got to remember that, of course, white ball cricket when it first came in was played with red balls.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So again, you know, a different type of game, really, because I mean we all know that generally these white balls do nothing after a few overs. So,
and I've never checked carefully about it, although I know everything. No, I don't know everything. I know a lot about the history of Championship cricket, but I'm pretty sure that they were playing on uncovered pitches.
Right.
And the weather was not always bad, and it was over in a day. So
turned square on the leg side, but there's a gap. 13 for 1.
So, I mean, if you played it on a day like this on an uncovered pitch, it didn't make any damn difference, you know. I mean, uncovered pitches are only relevant if there was rain and sun and elements. But I think they did, you know, and sometimes would even play a game in an outground or not on the... certainly Hampshire, in the early days of the Gillette Cup, played games at Bournemouth and they played games at Portsmouth. And in the B&H, I think they played at Basingstoke. Certainly in the John Player League, Sunday League, Basingstoke.
Ogborn over, left arm over and slapped on the pad a little bit. Again, there's some shape into the right-hander. So Ogborn's bowled 2 overs, none for 7. Leonard 2 overs, 1 for 6. Hampshire are 13 for 1 with Middleton on 5, Prest on 6, and Somerset have made slightly the better of the starts here, with Hampshire needing another 230. The run rate from here is 5. That's what they need an over from here, and they're scoring at just over 3 1/4. No, you're right. No, there was more variations, wasn't there? There's not so many. Not so many variables in white ball cricket now, is there?
No.
All played at main stadiums.
That's right. Yeah.
So Leonard from the pavilion end again, right arm over, bowls, Prest drives up to mid-on.
He's not quite timing it, is he?
No, doesn't sound right out the bat.
No,
does it, at the moment?
no. But I guess he knows. He's just going for a little prod, which is probably nothing to do with the pitch at all. It's just to settle himself down.
For his first score in this competition. He wasn't amongst the main scorers when Hampshire played Dorset in a warm-up game about a week and a half ago. Playing a missing again. He's trying to angle that into the gap on the offside fairly square, so he's almost coming across that. And each time he's tried to play that, he's played a missed.
Yes.
On another day,
he
would have edged that, and probably edged one of the 3 or 4 before that as well. So it's a bit of an uncertain start here from Prest.
I suppose Fletcher Middleton might become a characteristic orthodox.
True. Prest drives. That's a great stop on the follow through from Leonard, and he's picked it up cleanly as well. I think if he'd just half stopped that, it would have been a great effort. The fact that he's dived and picked it up.
Yeah.
And the ball stuck in their hands, even better.
Yeah, I suppose the thing with Fletcher Middleton is it's partly in the DNA, isn't it? If you know, because his dad was,
yes,
very, very. I mean, he made that List A debut in a Lord's final, and made 70 odd.
He did.
Didn't he, at the Oval against Surrey.
Well, it's left alone this time by Prest, which is not surprising considering how his form has been going outside the off stump against this bowler.
Yeah, I think that's wise enough. It's okay. There's no pressure at this point. Overs and scoring rate and so on.
Let's get through this new ball period.
Yeah,
it's been a good spell from these two Somerset youngsters. Leonard 21, Ogborn the same age. Comes in again, Leonard. Length ball which Prest plays straight. He's a good bowler in today's showing, Ned Leonard.
He is bowling, in fact, I mean, he's looked like a terrific all-rounder so far.
Isn't he?
Yeah.
28 off 16 balls we
the new Ian Botham.
Well, yeah. A lot to live up to down there in Somerset.
Yeah.
He played 3 first-class games, Ned Leonard. And now this time Prest does work that ball down to third, something he's been looking to do for 2 or 3 overs, and he's going to come back for 2.
Yeah.
Finishes off that over. 5 overs gone, 15 for 1.
All right, that'll settle in a bit, perhaps. But Leonard is 1 for 8 from 3, so he's bowling very well. Yeah. And Prest has 8 now, so 8 from 19. He's faced a lot more than Fletcher Middleton, although Fletcher now has the chance to put bat on ball.
Let's have a look, see what's going on that Test match, Dave, because I think anybody who's there will be expecting the game to be all over today. Let's have a look. West Indies 175 all out.
All right.
In their second innings, England 32 without loss, so they need another 50.
Is that off 4 balls or something?
Well, do you know what? You're not far wrong. That's off 15 balls. Wow.
Oh, that's crazy.
So 50 needed.
Yeah.
With 10 wickets remaining, that will be all over in the next 20 minutes. The way they're going.
You think the caterers would have gone in the England dressing room and said, "Now listen, guys, can you just stretch this out a bit, please?"
It cost us a lot of money in the last 3 years. We're paying all this money for a catering outlet, and all you're doing is costing us money.
Yeah. I think that there have been a lot of reports about the West Indies that have tried to be positive about bits and pieces of the test, but to be honest, it's not great, is
They're
it?
not up to it really, are they? Let's be honest. Now that's swung, and Middleton works that to mid-wicket, and that's a good stop by Amid, diving to his left.
You've got to wonder a bit about Sri Lanka as well, because they're not in the finest form of their history. It could be a summer of England. Well, they could even win 6-0, I suppose, but whether that would be misleading, whether it's that convincing, I'm not sure. Still, you can only beat what they put out.
Correct, Dave. Bowls, oh my word, that's driving on the upper, that's risky because that ball was swung in and it might have got an inside edge onto the pad. That is exactly the sort of ball that if you're driving on the up, that ball sneaks in between bat and pad, and that wasn't very far away from doing so. That is a risky shot.
Yeah, it was loose, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. It completely denied the point I made earlier about the Middleton DNA.
His dad would have blocked that.
Yeah, it would. Yeah,
he would have seen the ball coming in.
Yeah.
And said, "That's a dangerous ball. That I'll just keep it out."
Yeah.
He's Osborne again then on the bowls, and that ball's just held its line. Nicely played by Middleton as he guides it down to third.
Yeah, that was nicely played because there was a bit of bounce there, wasn't there? Just to get up a bit. It wasn't very short of a length, but he got over it.
Yeah, left armour swinging it in. It swings in. It's dangerous. The batter's always looking to play positively. 16 for 1 then, and we're in the 6th over. 227 needed by Hampshire from here. Somerset, of course, needing a further 9 wickets after Nick Gubbins went for no score in the first over. That's come back at Prest. Another good delivery of that. He's making good use of the new ball here. Well, I don't think we saw the new ball do too much for Hampshire, either in the air or off the seam. Ogborn has got this ball to move in the air more than anybody else we've seen.
Yes. Do you? I know you're always unduly modest about your career, but not in terms of success and so on. But do you have any idea about the way you took your wickets predominantly as a left armour in a team where there were people like Malcolm Marshall and Cardigan Connor and so on?
So he comes down the wicket press and he smacked that over mid-on, and one bounce for 4. It's difficult to tell actually how well he'd hit that. I think there was more. There could have been more in that shot, but there was certainly enough with the mid-on up. 20 for 1. I think it varied. I mean, I think there is a way you can look at how your wickets are divvied out.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, definitely. I mean, like Ogborn, really. I mean, if the ball's swinging, you get a lot of LBWs.
Yes.
I mean, you think if he's bowling with a red ball now, that would be doing a bit more, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So you get a lot of LBWs when the ball's swinging.
Yeah.
His batters just don't really know how to play it. No. He's trying to cut that one. Oh, he's edged it. Oh, there's the second wicket. That ball's just flown a little bit off a length and pressed with a flat bat there. And it's got a slight top edge and it's gone through, and he's caught by Rue, who takes his second catch behind the wicket, and Hampshire now are 20 for 2.
Well, I mentioned 2 or 3 balls ago that there was a shot that Middleton played very well because he got on top of the ball that had a bit of extra bounce, and I think that's what's done it again there. But it was got to be honest, that was an unconvincing innings from Prest. Really, there were 1 or 2 decent enough shots in it, but there were quite a lot of tentative shots, quite a lot of occasions when he missed things. We're not getting a replay at the minute, so I can't comment on that. But and he looked disappointed. I think rightly so, actually. Just 20 for 2 is not what you want.
Yet again, the top 3 batters for Hampshire, who all got over 400 runs last year, all had good seasons.
Yep.
2 of them have started this competition in not great fashion.
No.
Tom Prest and Nick Gubbins, 12 and 0 respectively. Fletcher Middleton still there on 6, and walking to the wicket is Ben Brown, and in much the same fashion as of Friday, Hampshire are relying on Ben Brown here to just help them through a tricky period. Well, he did it very well on Friday with a career best 139 not out. It was his 100th list A game on Friday. 21 of those for Hampshire and the rest for Sussex before that. and only his second 100 in List A cricket, and it was a very, very fine knock. And he had to work hard early on. Ball might not be moving around quite as much today, but it's still a very tricky situation as Leonard starts a new over from the pavilion end. Oh, they're asking for a caught behind here. And I don't think Fletcher Middleton even believed he'd edged that, because there was no look back from the batter.
Nothing was there. Just
Just have nipped away.
What have we seen? About 150 runs, 12 wickets have fallen for about 150 after that very good opening partnership. So it's not a piece of cake for these guys.
Leonard bowls, Middleton drives, Leonard fields. You know, the 38 without loss now. It's just slowed up a bit actually. 20 balls. Leaves another 44. It's giving a bit more money to the crowd by just extending their stay.
Somebody was complaining about the over rate yesterday, and somebody else said, "Well, I think it's a good idea that you don't get through them too quickly."
2-day go.
Yeah.
20 for 2. Here's Leonard again. Bowls, and Middleton's. Was he edging that? He's trying to pull that from way outside off stump. Not quite convinced about that shot. It feels like at the moment that the stickier position that Hampshire are in, the more shots are coming out here. And Ben Brown's just gone down to have a word with Fletcher Middleton. Not quite sure what he was trying to do there. I'm like, maybe he doesn't. Somerset well on top here. As Leonard comes in and bowls to Middleton, and wasn't bounces, just sticks in the wicket and pops a bit. Played it well.
And that's a third reasonably full ball in the last 2 overs that has just got up, and that more than the other two really. There is
sun-baked surface.
Uneven bounce is one of the things you really don't want, isn't it? You don't know whether things coming at you or not.
Well, we had the best part of 90 overs on this pitch 2 days ago. Probably just a few over. Leonard bowls. There's a nice drive through mid-on. That'll settle a few nerves. Probably more in the crowd than maybe up here in the commentary box than out there in the middle. That's a nice shot. Over-pitched from Leonard, though. 24 for 2. Hampshire need another 219, which at the moment does feel a long way off.
Yeah, it does. I think sometimes perhaps we've got too used to these huge scores over the years. Certainly in 1963 you'd have thought, oh, Somerset got a good score there. I mean, even probably in 1973 you'd have thought that, but we've perhaps got a bit complacent with big scores.
That's a slapped past Leonard. Goes up towards mid-off. That won't quite go all the way. Gets pulled back just in front of the pavilion. And Middleton will pick up 3. 27 for 2 now, Hampshire, and Middleton moves on to 13 at the end of that over. 7 overs gone. I think the thing is, David, and that would have been off 60 overs as well in those days.
Oh yeah, it would, yeah. But that score's okay. I mean, the wicket loss is not okay, but then they're going at 4 and over now, and they, at the start they needed less than 5 and over, so that's okay. They just they do need to just steady things down a little. It's also going to be interesting to see that these opening bowlers have made more impact than ours did. So how long will Somerset keep going with them?
Here's Ogborn then, left arm over, bowls. It's a little too straight. Middleton easily working that away on the onside, comes back for 2. It's a safe shot really with your left-hander, the left armour rather. Bowling sort of around that middle and leg line. That's a fairly easy let-off ball really for the right-handers. Just turn it away. And there's always a gap just in front of square on the leg side. Just needs to get that line over a fraction more, which generally he's done. 29 for 2. Ogborn in again. Bowls, and it's a better line, although Middleton does work that to mid-wicket.
And one of the questions for the Somerset skipper in this context is who are their finishers? Because we finished with Abbott and Wheel, and actually, in the sense Leonard got after them a bit, but you would tend to rely on people with the experience of Abbott and Wheel to finish off an innings.
Yeah.
These guys, I don't know. They're very inexperienced, and there's going to be quite a lot of spin that we're going to see later on. So, not sure. Does he save some of these for the end? Does he have somebody else ideal?
What about the art of captaincy? That's full.
Yeah.
Driven up to mid-off. Yes, I think how Sean Dixon manoeuvres his slower and quicker bowlers will determine the outcome of this game, that's for sure, because we did see the Hampshire spinners put the brakes on and take wickets in the middle of the Somerset innings. 29 for 2 then, halfway through the 8th. Hampshire need 5 and over from here on in. They're scoring at a fraction under 4s, but have lost 2 wickets. Lovely pull shot there from Fletcher Middleton. Now again, that's too straight for Mogbourne. Now the ball's not quite shaping for him as much as it was in the first couple of overs. And this is probably now where he needs to just be a little bit more disciplined, but good shot nevertheless. Middleton moves on to 19 from 23. Hampshire 33 for 2. Need another 210. We were saying, Dave, weren't we, at lunchtime? We were looking around and the crowd, it's a good crowd for a 50.
Yeah.
There's more here than there was Friday.
Yeah, it is a good crowd, yeah.
For a 50 over game it is. Again, it's on the line of middle and leg, and they'll pick a single up.
I talked to quite a lot of people this morning who came, and they said how much they'd enjoyed the game on Friday. And of course, the weather was good, like it was. And I suppose that's the thing. You look at the weather forecast on Saturday and say, "Oh, well, let's go tomorrow."
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? Oh, definitely. If I was around today and I wasn't doing this,
I find it very encouraging, that people are not turned off by the fact that they can't come and watch Vince or Dawson or the Somerset Stars. They don't mind that. They just think, yep, game of cricket, interesting game. And
well, it's marketed as a game of the stars of the future, isn't it? And if it's marketed right, it's fine. That's way outside off stump, and Brown hasn't able to take advantage of that, probably because it's the first ball that he's faced and he's been out there a little while.
Yeah.
And that is the end of the over. So 8 overs gone here at the Utilita Bowl, with Hampshire 34 for 2, replying to that Somerset all-out total of 242. They were bowled out with 2 balls to spare, and they need 209 from here. Both these sides winning their opening group game. Hampshire here against Northamptonshire 2 days ago, and also 2 days ago Somerset beating Kent down in Taunton by 3 wickets, chasing 267. This isn't a huge total of 50 overs at Taunton, but nevertheless they got there with just over 3 overs to spare in that game. So Leonard will continue, 4 overs, 1 for 15. Still got the slip in, that's a Mead. Right arm over, past the umpire and bowls, and that's full and middle and leg, and they're taking off. They're going to have to hurry. Throw, he's gone. Ooh. He was out by a mile there, Ben Brown. There was hesitation there when they realised that the fielder had actually done a pretty good job at mid-wicket.
I think Middleton went, but I don't think Brown was convinced. And then I think Brown gave it up. Or gave it up in the sense that he just thought, well, I'm not going to get there. If he hits the stumps, I'm out. If he doesn't, I'm okay. And he didn't. But it was a good effort.
Joe Hayward, it was there at mid-wicket, and Brown would have been out by a good couple of yards. And I think I'm being conservative on that one. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, just the 2 yards. It's a length ball. Brown pushes that to Hayward. My word, that would have been catastrophic from the Hampshire point of view.
That's certainly, when you're struggling to dominate good early bowling, the last thing you want is a daft run out.
Well, unlike Hampshire, who are struggling along here, England are racing along, 58 without loss now in their second innings, need just 24 more. Here's Leonard, bowls, and Brown works that to Hayward. No, don't run there. Don't run there. You've already seen what can happen there. They're in. So they've had 32 balls. So that's 58 without loss.
I don't know. God.
It's great, isn't it?
You wouldn't have seen Test cricket like that when I was a lad, I'll tell you.
You wouldn't have liked that. It would have turned you off.
No, yeah, I was going to say, you might have got 58 by lunch, from 11:30.
Leonard bowls, flicked away by Brown. There's nobody at fine leg. That's 4. And Brown's off the mark with the 4th ball that he faces. 39 for 2. Bit of relief with that one as well. Yes, I don't think you would have been here today, actually, Dave, if Test cricket had been playing like that when you were young. You would have said, "I'll go and watch something a bit more sedate."
Yeah.
Croquet, perhaps.
I would. No, I'd have gone to museums.
Too racy for me.
I'd have gone to art galleries.
Leonard. Brown off the back foot, steers that down to 3rd. Moves on to 5. I think it needs a bit of a calm head out there at the moment.
Yeah.
Ben Brown.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the Hampshire coaching staff I had a quick chat with this morning, who was about to get on the bus with the Brave, and we were just saying that Ben Brown's innings Friday here was, you needed somebody with experience coming in that situation, and you feel that's very similar here.
Yeah.
So that's pushed by Middleton up to mid-off. 9 overs gone then. Hampshire are 40 for 2. And at the same stage, it's about the same actually with Somerset. Just shows you don't need a quick start in this competition. You just need a steady as you go start without losing too many wickets.
Yeah, in some ways the thing that Somerset got wrong was that they created that wonderful foundation, because of course the crucial difference in the scores at this point is that they were 40 for 0 and we're 40 for 2.
Yeah.
But they didn't benefit really properly from that solid foundation, and got past 80 without losing a wicket. Then you'd think, okay, really should be getting 260, 270 at least.
Odd ball continues. The left arm seamer, 4 overs, 1 for 19. He's bowling to Brown. Brown plays that very neatly down to 3rd. That's a good line for odd ball. Now the ball's not quite shaping as much as it was. That's a good line. 41 for 2. Brown's on to 6.
I mean, it is interesting that Brown is probably key in this particular lineup. On any occasion when Gubbins goes early, which he has twice, then he is the only very experienced batter in the top. Well, almost the only experienced batter left. I mean, Organ to some extent, but not that experienced.
It's pushed by Middleton out on the offside. Well, 100 list A, 101 list A games now is by far and away more than anybody else.
Yeah.
And in fact, if I counted up on the Somerset side, it's probably more than about the team.
Yeah.
That's probably a slight exaggeration, but it's not far off.
No.
Whereas you've got Gubbins, who's playing he's 27th for Hampshire, and he played 41 for Middlesex before that. So they are the 2 most experienced players in the game.
Until you get to the tail end, Kyle Abbott and that's right.
41 for 2, odd ball in to Middleton. Middleton drives pleasantly. Wow, past mid-on. That's a lovely shot.
Lovely shot. Yeah.
Nice and straight back past the bowler in a way. It's where you want to be hitting the left arm seamers, and Sean Dixon at widest mid-on, diving in forlorn there. Lovely shot. Best shot of the innings. Best shot from Middleton, certainly.
Yeah. Well, and he's now moved on to 25 from 28 balls, which is quite significant, because he slowish start, but I think Somerset probably getting to the point where they need to change a bowler.
Yeah.
Is he going round? Yeah. He's going to bowl round. I don't know that that's necessarily a good idea. It always seems to me a bit too simply reacting to the last ball.
Ball bowls, driving. This time, because of the angle, Dixon's come a little straighter at mid-on, and it's a little closer to him this time. But you're right, yes, I think maybe the time's come for a little bit of maybe Jack Leach.
Yeah.
Bit of Jack Leach.
Yeah, which again is the experience thing, isn't it, apart from anything else?
Right. England still rattling along, 74 without loss, needing another 8 to beat West Indies. Fullish driven up to mid-off. Osborne's got his hands on
Yeah,
his head.
he did that last time as well, last ball as well. I
Quite
don't
sure
know
what
quite.
that's all about. Is that a signal to the dressing room?
Yeah.
I'm done? I don't know.
Yeah.
Those 74 have come off 38 balls.
Just, yeah.
I suppose with Duckett and Crawley when they get going.
Yeah.
There's not too many leaving.
No.
Too much leaving, I should say. Ogborn round the wicket again. Bowls. It's wide of off stump and not timed by Fletcher Middleton. So 10 overs gone. 45 for 2. We should have a quick change, Dave.
Is that
all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dave Allen's back shortly. And we'll bring in Anthony Gibson from BBC Somerset, who's had a nice long lunch. Probably ordered something from the wine list. Ordered a dessert, bit of cheese and bickies. And now he's made his way back into the commentary box. So 45 for 2, 198 needed. Welcome back.
Yes, I missed the Nick Gubbins dismissal. Describe it to me.
Nick Gubbins got a wide one from Leonard.
First ball, wasn't it?
Chased it. It was in the first over. No, with a 4 for 1 that wicket.
But
Chased it a bit.
Gubbins' first ball.
Thin outside edge. I think it was, yeah. So here's Leonard to continue from the pavilion end. Brown strokes that out into the covers. Can't find the gap. Yeah.
I think I agree with Dave. I think time for a bowling change. I think bring the spinners into the attack. I mean, these two young seamers have done pretty well, but to keep them on for too long is pushing your luck.
Yeah.
Still got the 2 slips in.
Yeah, another wicket now. Oof, should have been. With a run-out chance earlier. Brown wants the single, just gets it past. Is that Goldsworthy?
It is Goldsworthy.
Yeah. Backward a point. It's gone to his left hand, so they had to be careful.
Yeah, it was
Just
a good
went
piece of
through his
fielding
hand.
by
Well, wasn't it just Hayward?
yeah, Hayward, because he had to throw completely off balance.
I think he surprised the batters by how well he fielded it. Brown had given up. Probably had about 2 stumps to aim at, probably from mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Wasn't that far away. And the bowls punched off the back foot by Middleton out into the covers. No run.
What have you made of Alfie Ogborn?
Yeah, well, I was just saying, Dave, he played in the championship game against us last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
On a very
That was
flat wicket.
His first game
Yeah.
in the championship.
He swings the ball.
Yeah.
Which is imperative as a left-arm seamer. You're going to get loads of wickets if you swing the ball into the right-hander as a left-arm seamer. So, yeah, no, he's good. He's all right. Only 21 years of age, eh? Now, he's gone into out there, Middleton, and that's just looped over mid-off. So extra cover. Not quite sure where he was aiming at. I think he was leaning a little bit to the offside as he played that one. The bat certainly didn't come through straight on there. Bit of a mixed innings here from Fletcher Middleton at the moment, who's on to 27, 48 for 2. But yeah, any left-arm seamer that can swing the ball in, as long as they stay on top of their game, will pick up wickets, that's for sure. Flat wickets, of course, that's the key. Pick up wickets when it's flat. That's driven off the back foot up to mid-off this time.
But the key to it is bowling across the right-hander's bows. 4 balls out of 6, or 5 balls out of 6, and just bringing that one back in
100%.
when the batsman isn't expecting it.
I think he was to be a little bit harsh on the criticism stakes. I think he probably, in the end, once the ball had stopped shaping for him, or certainly stopped shaping as much, he probably bowled a little bit too much middle and leg, which to a right-hander is food and drink really all day long. That's pushed out on the offside. If he can just maintain a line when it's not swinging the off-stump fraction outside, and only a fraction, then he'll find that he'll keep the batters tied down even if it's not swinging as much. But that's for maybe years to come.
Here comes Leach.
Ooh, yes.
Here comes Leachy. I was just about to suggest it's about time we saw Jack Leach, who bowled very nicely in the game against Kent. Only got the 1 wicket, but was very tidy. 1 for 55 in 10 overs.
I've just been told why England are scoring so quickly, although it probably doesn't matter, but Stokes has opened with Duckett because Crawley's injured apparently. But
he's broken a finger, Crawley.
Right. And in fact, that's all over. England have won by 10 wickets. Yeah.
Shame, isn't it? Because you played your cricket during the great days of West Indies cricket. Didn't
Oh, no. How much easier my life would have been whenever we played the West Indies tourists.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of going to bed and not sleeping, wondering if I'd still have a head on my shoulders the next day.
49 for 2 then, and of course you've had one of the greatest of them all here, and wonderful
Sure.
Malcolm Marshall.
Yeah. Yes, I was always glad he was on our side.
Wonderful weapon to have. Eh?
Yes.
Right, Jack Leach then, he's going to be bowling to Fletcher Middleton. 49 for 2. Middleton gets a shortish ball which he carves out through the offside for a single. Jack Leach follically challenged these days. That's the Hampshire 50 on the board. 50 for 2. The sun is glinting off his bald head.
Does he wear sun cream?
I presume so. I would have thought, certainly if it was me I would, because you can get quite badly burnt.
Oh, God, yeah.
I'm thinning, nearly thinned on top.
You're doing well for your age, though. 45?
Yeah, absolutely. Leach in bowls to Brown, who steers this into the offside. Somerset need to get rid of Ben Brown. What did he get in the last innings? 139 not out against Northants, which was his highest score in this form of the game. So that's played up to Josh Thomas, who opened the innings for Somerset today. A lot of inquiries as to what's the matter with Josh Davey. We understand he's not very well, or he's not quite well enough. This is tossed up a little bit more, but played to Lewis Goldsworthy. He was out practicing his bowling during the lunch interval, and somebody said they'd seen him running up the stairs. But there's fit and there's fit to play, and he's not quite the latter. That's defended back up the pitch, but all being well, I guess he'll be in the side for Durham on Wednesday, at the expense of one of the young seamers. We haven't seen Joe Hayward yet with the ball in hand, and this is just pushed into the offside. Good first over from Jack Leach, just the one run from it. We've had 12 overs, Hampshire needing 243 to win, 50 for 2, and according to the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern calculation, to be on track to chase down 243, they ought to have 62 on the board at the moment, so they're not far adrift.
No. And Somerset were 53 without loss when they opened up, so yes.
Even Stephen, apart from the 2 wickets.
Yeah, 2 wickets are not helping. Gubbins out for no score. Tom Press for 12. Leonard and Ogborn.
Both out to chasing after wide ones by the sound of it. Well, I saw the press dismissal.
Yeah.
It was very wide.
Yeah, his was a shorter one and Gubbins was more pitched up, but yes. Similar width from the off stump. I think it'd be fairly safe to say. 4 and 20 the total when those wickets fell. Here's Leonard starting his 7th over from the pavilion end, and that's guided by Middleton down to 3rd. Lovely open face of the bat there as he moves on to 30. Hopefully his little mini session where we weren't quite sure, maybe not even he was quite sure on a couple of the shots, maybe he's calmed down now a little bit.
I wonder if Somerset doing with Ned Leonard in the One Day Cup what they do with Craig Overton in the Blast, get his overs over with at the start.
He's bowled well, isn't he? Hits the deck nice. Comes in and bowls, and it's cut away by Brown. Oh, it's going to backward a point. That'll be runs. It's gone for 4. Probably the first ball we've seen wide of the off stump, or that wide from Leonard, which might suggest that maybe he's getting a fraction tired. Brown moves on to 11, 55 for 2.
Yeah, he's young and strong, Ned Leonard, but it's a hot afternoon.
It is. Lovely.
It's a batting afternoon, isn't it?
It is. Mind you can only say that if you score runs. Here comes Leonard. Brown gets a straight delivery. Plays that up towards mid-on. But yeah, I mean, there is the prospect of all these group games being played in similar weather. And considering the way the summer has been, It's something fairly remarkable.
It's not been that bad. We only lost one last game up at Chelmsford.
Gosh, we lost 3. Oh, you were lucky then. That's probably
Yeah.
why you did so well. Oh, he's edged that one and slips quite wide, so it's gone between keeper and slip, although it's fairly high. It's gone quickly down to 3rd. And that will be a single.
I think it would have carried over the top of a slip had there been one.
Right. Just looking at the Surrey Glamorgan game, because Joe on the ground said, have you seen the Surrey Glamorgan game? Surrey bowled out for 121, Glamorgan won 23 for 3. That game is over already. Glamorgan winning by 7 wickets, and they got 123 in the 16th over. Playing like England. That's outside the off stump. We've got runs for Glamorgan there.
Eddie Byram, I expect.
Eddie Byram got 28 of 25. Ingram, he's no slouch, is he? 39 not out of 26.
Yeah, good player.
So 1 result already, but of course that's not in this group, so doesn't really matter.
It was a good result though for Glamorgan, because
It is.
it's not a bad Surrey side.
Just having a look who's Sibley. Middleton pushes that into the gap on the offside. 57 for 2, folks.
Burns.
Yeah.
Roy Burns.
Always a good side, sorry, no matter what.
Hmm.
I mean, how many ways they're pulled. So, 2 results today. England beating the West Indies, and in fact in the Test match as well, Ireland have beaten Zimbabwe by 4 wickets, 158 for 6 in their second innings. They lost a few wickets early on there, didn't they?
Hmm.
They've come through that.
Good result for Ireland. Although I can't think Ireland versus Zimbabwe is really Test standard. Well,
Put that out over the Tannoy at Stormont.
here's Jack Leach in to bowl to fetch Middleton, who defends.
The left-arm seamer looked
But
good.
they had a sort of golden generation of cricketers, Ireland, didn't they?
Yeah.
But a lot of them are nearing or have reached the end of their careers. Leach in bowls, floated up and driven out to young Joe Hayward, who hasn't had his chance yet with the ball. No doubt he'll get a go, but if I was Sean Dixon, I'd try spin from both ends. Leach in and bowls to Brown, and comfortable single up to Alfie Ogborn at long off. We've got who are the fielders out on the ring? We've got deep point, deep backward square leg, and long off. Got fielder coming in to, he's not sure where he's going to go. He's staying where he was at sort of backward square leg. Leach turning the ball away from the right-handers, of course. Lewis Goldsworthy just advancing to make sure he does save the 1 at short extra cover.
Good move.
Casey Aldridge ditto at a wide mid-off. Leach is in and bowls, taken on the pad, going down the leg side, but because of the intercession of the pad, it's not given as a wide. Lewis Goldsworthy just doing a couple of practice bowling actions. Leach bowls and Middleton makes room for himself, but hits it straight to Lewis Goldsworthy. Looks like we're going to get spin from both ends, in fact slow left arm from both ends. Leach bowls, pushes this one through, is in the air for a time. Heard the shouts of catch from the Somerset close fielders. Another good over from Jack Leach, 2 overs, conceding just 3 runs. Hampshire after 14 overs, 59 for 2, 32 to Middleton and 13 to Ben Brown.
I think it's a very clever field that Leach got, because he's got mid-off and mid-on out, but also fairly straight fielders on the offside saving one as well. So he's backing himself to bowl a very tight line, which he's doing. And the Hampshire batters, what do? So you're then looking to play a little square to find the gaps. Now that's exactly what Leach wants you to do. So that's going to be an interesting contest while he's bowling from this northern end, because he's a good enough bowler to keep it that line very straight.
Yeah.
So Hampshire batters just need to be a little careful there, because their option over the top is cut off, unless they fancy their chances of going all the way, and their chances of just pushing that single fairly straight on the offside is cut off as well. So a very good field. 59 for 2, 14 gone, 184 needed. That run rate required is hovering around the 5 mark, as it has done for a while from here on in. So Lewis Goldsworthy, more slow left arm. There's more left arm, isn't there, in Joshua Thomas?
Josh Thomas, yep. And then Archie Vaughan's off breaks and Andy Umeed's leg breaks.
Spin City. Goldsworthy then from the pavilion end. Bowls, and there's a sweep. Very fine from Ben Brown. It won't go all the way, but they will pick up 2. Interesting, because Goldsworthy's got mid-on and mid-off up. And maybe that's a plan for Ben Brown. They may change the field for Fletcher Middleton. We'll wait and see. Brown moves on to 15, 61 for 2. Now, place that back to the bowler. I think they probably back in the fact that Brown won't go over the top straight away. I probably think that Fletcher Middleton will try it. Goldsworthy bowls. Again, that's fairly leg stumpish. Hits Brown on the pad as he tries to sweep. Halfway through over number 15. This is shaping up to be a very good game here. Made possible certainly by those 2 early wickets of Gubbins and no score, and pressed for 12. Now that's up in the air. Brown is going to be out, caught behind, although the keeper has gone out towards short cover. He's tried to scoop that away on the leg side. Got a huge top edge by Ben Brown, and he goes for 15, 61 for 3.
Well, that's a big wicket for Somerset. Ben Brown fresh for his 139 not out against Northants. And Lewis Goldsworthy is doing it again, fresh from his 4 for 44, his best performance in 50 over cricket against Kent. He's got rid of the very dangerous Ben Brown, who came down the pitch and looking to hoik that away from outside the off stump, but just didn't get to the ball, just took it off the toe end of the bat, straight up in the air, and the easiest catch that James Rue would ever take, although he made a bit of a meal of it. 61 for 3.
All 3 catches to James Rue. He's on for 10 in the innings.
Well, he's taken 19 catches, I think it is, in his this day career to date, so that's taken it up to 22.
I did see in a Southern Vipers Academy game a few days ago that Ava Lee, the off-spinner, took the first 9 wickets in the innings, and I think it was Millie Taylor, younger sister of Mary, I think got the 10th or something like that. Otherwise she would have had all 10. But I don't know why I suddenly thought of that when you see the same name in the first 3 wickets. You always think, oh, there's a chance of whether it's 10 catches, whether it's 10 wickets or whatever. So yeah, Toby Albert is the new batter, playing just his 15th list day game for Hampshire. Average is 39.
Good record, isn't it?
It is a good record, and he also in the warm-up game got 132 against Dorset a week and a half ago.
Dorset any good at the moment?
Well, they're a national county side. They're all right, but it's a good way to warm up.
Oh yeah, yeah. Somerset,
a bit like the olden days.
Somerset played Devon and Cornwall in their warm-ups, but neither Devon nor Cornwall are really at their strongest at the moment, because most of the good Devon players are playing for Somerset.
Well, you've nicked them all. That's right. That's why you have to play them now. Here's Goldsworthy to make up for it. Give something back. Can't all be take. 62 for 3.
Goldsworthy's Cornish.
Is he?
Proper Cornish.
So one of those. So Cornwall at Truro.
That's it.
Devon, I don't know where the Devon game was.
Exmouth.
Oh, Exmouth. Is that a nice place down there?
Yeah,
it's a nice place, but
lovely
nice
ground. Right, down by the sea.
Oh, lovely.
Palm trees and everything.
Oh, it's probably everything I probably thought it might be. There's a drive for Middleton out towards extra cover. End of the over, so 15 gone. 62 for 3. Middleton on 32 from 45. Albert 1 from 1. Hampshire need 181, and from here it's nearly 5 1/4 and over from here on in. Anthony Gibson is going to continue, and then it'll be Dave Allen.
Yeah, I mean, 5 1/4 is not a problem. I think to win this, Somerset can have to bowl Hampshire out, just as Hampshire bowled Somerset out in the final over, 4th ball of the final over. Somerset all out for 242. The total boosted significantly by 28 at the death, rapid 28 from Ned Leonard. Just when they looked as if Somerset might be knocked over for 225, 230, something like that. Jack Leach then to Toby Albert, who drives and stopped at short mid-wicket by, that looks like Josh Davey to me. He's obviously recovered sufficiently to take his place in the field. Leach bowls. Oh, and this comes off the edge. That one turned. It's running down towards the 3rd man boundary. It won't reach the 3rd man boundary, as I think that's the skipper Sean Dixon fielding it. They come back for 2 runs, 64 for 3, or was it 3 runs? 3 runs, I think. No, it wasn't, it was 2, I beg your pardon. Yeah. This is pushed into the offside. Toby Albert with 3. 64 for 3. Kevin James has got his cream tea and he's got it the wrong way round. God dear. God, there's no educating some people, is there? This is cut away through the offside, it won't be a run.
He's got it London style.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose as a London he can be forgiven. 65 for 3. I don't know why the Cornish insist on putting the jam on first.
Nah.
It makes absolutely no sense at all. Middleton, Fletcher on strike. Jack Leach in and bowls to him. Tosses this one up, or he gives it a little bit of air. It's out to Joe Hayward on the cover boundary. They take the single. 66 for 3 in the 16th over. 243 the target. Anybody's game. Hampshire need a partnership. Somerset need to keep taking wickets on a reasonably regular basis. Leach in, bowls, defensive shot from Toby Albert. Another decent over from Jack Leach, whose 3 overs have cost just 7 runs so far. He found the outside edge with one that turned in that over, took the outside edge of Toby Albert's bat, but no slip, so no catch. And Somerset at this stage were ahead, 75 without loss, but nearing the zenith of their fortunes, which was 85 without loss. Opening partnership between Josh Thomas and Andy Umeed.
One of the things about this partnership, if it does get going, is that they'll run very rapidly, which might be very important, particularly with the way that Jack Leach is bowling at the moment. They're going to have to find ways to score runs against him.
Goldsworthy in and bowls, and this is whipped away into the offside, but good piece of fielding by Casey Aldridge, one of the best fielders in this Somerset side. Prevents any run. Fletcher Middleton he's looking for scoring opportunities, and this time he plays that, which is the arm ball coming back into him, this time straight to Casey Aldridge. Tall figure at extra cover, hasn't bowled yet. Goldsworthy in, gives this one a little bit more air, and that's going to be well fielded at backward point by Josh Thomas, diving down to his right. A good fielding side, Somerset, and they need to keep the pressure on these Hampshire batsmen. This is a quicker one, and this time it's a good piece of fielding by Andy Umeed, who's another top-class fielder. So we've had 4 dot balls so far in this over. And the batsman would just be beginning to fret, and it's when they're fretting that they could make mistakes. There's no mistake here, as that's just driven up to long off for a single. A little bit too short there from Goldsworthy. 67 for 3 in the 17th. Who's your money on then, David?
Well, I've got a particular question which I'd hesitate to put very much on either side at the moment. I think it's very even, really. But I've got one question I'll ask you at the end of the over.
Last ball of the over. Goldsworthy in bowls. That one doesn't bounce very much, but Toby Albert on the back foot just runs it up to long on for a single. 68 for 3 after 17 overs.
Well, I think we've got a very good game at the minute, and I hope it continues to be so. When I was on with Kevin, we didn't know enough about some of your younger bowlers, and so I was saying, well, Hampshire were able to turn to Wheel and Abbott at the end as finishers. Now, in fact, Leonard rather took the game away from them. They didn't do quite what you'd hope for, but they are recognised as, decent finishers. So in the Somerset side,
good question. That's it. That is a very good question. Casey Aldridge picked up the last couple of wickets against Kent, but he was a little bit erratic earlier on. Leach bowls reverse sweep, and that is going to be fielded by Sean Dixon at short third man. So I would guess Casey Aldridge, and I don't know.
Leonard's still got a few to bowl, hasn't he? 3 or 4.
Yeah,
did bowl
possibly
well.
Ned Leonard. Leach in and bowls. This is played to Umeed at mid wicket. Perhaps Aldridge and Ogborne, I think. This is shorter, and Toby Albert has all the time in the world to play it away to the cover boundary where Joe Hayward fields. Haven't seen Joe Hayward yet. Haven't seen Casey Aldridge yet with the ball.
No.
I think the Somerset spinners going to have quite a lot of work to do. Josh Thomas, another slow left armer, he's just being sent back to long on. So we've got long off and long on, which suggests that Leach is going to pitch it up, and a dive in vain there by Andy Umeed. He'll be disappointed with that. It's only a single, but he would have expected to make the stop. Andy Umeed continuing this remarkable run of form in 50 over cricket. This goes backward a square through the offside, but again it'll just be a single. I gave his scores in his last 8 innings: 34, 77, 119, 55, 36, 116, 172, 138, 113 not out, and 84.
Pretty good.
Takes Middleton on the pad. Well, I think it's better than pretty good. It's remarkable.
No, it is, yeah.
71 for 3. I just wish he could get a few runs in the county championship. Because
would you have an explanation for that?
He's been unlucky. He's been out to really good deliveries on several times. But his other problem is shot selection. He's got all the shots in the book, but he doesn't always play them to the right ball at the right time.
Right.
Goldsworthy's going to bowl another over. His first 2 have cost 5 runs, and he has the wicket of Ben Brown to his name. This is driven, but well stopped by Sean Dixon at mid-off. We've got 3 saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the onside, and the 3 men out. This is swung away and will go for 4 runs through straight mid-wicket. It was short from Goldsworthy, not a good delivery, and Toby Albert said thank you very much and took great care to hit it well away from the fielder patrolling the mid-wicket boundary up to the bottom end of the Ingleby Mackenzie stand. And this is another bigger hit in the same direction, which goes for 6 to into the bottom tier of the Ingleby Mackenzie stand. So consecutive boundaries from 2 poor balls from Lewis Goldsworthy. Albert moves on to 17.
Yeah, very good batting that. He just does impress me, and I probably shouldn't say it really, a curse of the commentative business, but it does. And it's interesting that I think one of the things about who my money might be on is wonderful to watch Jack Leach bowling with all that experience, and he's bowling against a Hampshire middle order, very capable batsman, but not much experience. Gubbins and Brown are the key experienced men, and they're both gone. So there isn't a lot of experience there, not wise old heads.
Goldsworthy to Albert, just picks up a comfortable single. Good batting.
Yeah.
Takes him for 2 boundaries and then just eases the ball into the offside to give his partner the strike.
Yeah. I mean, they're well over 4 and over now, and they started out needing just under 5, so that's okay, and they need to just keep telling themselves that really.
They don't want to get too far behind the red, because that would mean taking more risks than they need to take at the moment.
Yeah.
Goldsworthy to Middleton, back on his stumps, and that was a quicker ball, and hands on heads from wicketkeeper and bowler, and that nearly got through. Goldsworthy fires this one in again, and this time there's a good half stop.
Yeah.
I think that's the skipper, isn't it? Hurling himself around in the field to save the run. Who knows how important that might be come the end of the game. 82 for 3 after 19 overs.
Yeah, it's very tough to call, and it is fascinating that I keep going on about the scores around the country, and they are just, people are struggling to get runs today. You know, we've already seen that the Surrey game's over. Warwickshire only need 174 to win, but they're 106 for 5. Yorkshire 53 for 6. Gloucestershire 56 for 5. Durham 60 for 4. Just whether it is simply that they're all playing on used pitches, I don't know. You'd have thought with the sun shining and.
Leach bowls, reverse sweep, and will be cut off, well cut off by, could be a run out. Ooh, he got back quickly there. That good piece of fielding by Sean Dixon. Toby Albert had to scramble back.
Well, I said earlier that they are very good runners between the wickets, these two, but that's assuming they're doing the right thing and choosing the right moment to run.
Leach to Albert, turns it into the onside. There will be runs here, there might even be 4 of them. No, Josh Thomas should just cut it off, does so. Archie Vaughan completes the fielding, and that'll come back for 3 runs. Just looking at the response of the spectators just over that boundary rope, just to see if they agreed with the fact that he did manage to get it back just in the nick of time.
I think he did. Very fair-minded, our supporters, except when they're not.
Jack Leach in bowls, and this is played up to Casey Aldrich. I've had a tweet from Sir Peter Wanders, who's the president of Somerset County Cricket Club, which I'll bring you at the end of the over, David.
Yep.
This is up in the air, and there's a fielder, Josh Thomas, underneath it, and won't be able to make the catch because he was right on the boundary rope, and he could only reach that ball by falling backwards, and in falling backwards he had really no hope at all of sort of patting it up in the air and coming back over the boundary in the accepted fashion. It was just a yard too far for him, and it's 6 runs to Fletcher Middleton.
Good for Hampshire, but slightly risky to say the least.
Yeah, Josh Thomas would have thought he was in business there for a long time. Oh, a swing and a miss this time by Middleton, who's been leading a little bit of a charmed life. He's played and missed once or twice. Hasn't been completely in control of his stroke play. as that's driven down the ground for a single. Alfie Ogborn will field 92 for 3 after 20 overs. Yeah, Peter Wanders is recalling a game. We were talking about cricket at street. Well, Peter's recalling a game at we're talking about cricket at Glastonbury, I beg your pardon. This is a game at street in 1977. A boyhood thriller on a scorching hot day at street, where Trevor Jesty had a swig of my orange squash with fielding in front of us. And it was a terrific game because Hampshire won, it must have been Sunday League, by 1 run off the last ball.
Goodness. Making
237 in their 40 overs, with Gordon Greenwich making 44 and David Turner 85 and John Rice, was it John Rice?
Yeah,
John Rice. Finishing the game off with 54.
How lovely. Well, I saw John and Trevor not long ago. They both came to the annual reunion that we had. David Turner was going to come but didn't make it in the end. But, John Rice these days resembles Gandalf, to be honest. He has long, I don't know if you remember, he always had blonde hair, and it's now very, very long and silver.
Gandalf the Grey.
Yeah, he's got a huge beard as well. He'd go very well in Glastonbury, to be honest. Stick a cloak on him.
Got plenty of those in Glastonbury.
Yeah. Trevor's more conventional looking these days. But yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Peter, for
good
that
days,
memory.
That's a good memory, yeah.
93 for 3 then, Goldsworthy to bowl. Pretty short, and it was actually a good length, but it was fired in. It's a single to Albert, who moves on to 22.94 for 3. Goldsworthy 1 for 18 in 3 overs, but his last over cost 12, I think it was, from memory.
I'm trying to conjure up the Somerset side, people I might imagine. Peter Slocum probably. I mean, both of them might have played. Richards might have played. Garner maybe.
This is lofted away over the top of wide mid-wicket for 6 more into the bottom of the Ingleby Mackenzie stand. It's being retrieved by a spectator in a rather natty pale blue polo shirt, tossed back in. And that's the Hampshire 100 on the board. 100 for 3. Middleton 1 short of his 50. Goldsworthy bowls, and that is Fletcher Middleton's 50 as it goes out to long off, and generous applause from this good crowd here at the Utilita Bowl. 52 Fletcher Middleton from 62 deliveries with 3 4s and 2 6s, and it was a slightly frenetic start to the innings, but since then he's settled down and played really nicely.
Yeah, it's a good innings by him. Yeah, I keep saying he needs to draw on the DNA of his father really and just be sensible about the whole thing. I was wondering if the Taylor twins might have played against each other in that game.
I'll take you through at the end of this over.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah.
Goldsworthy in and bowls, and Toby Albert just pushes this out into the offside. It was a good Somerset side. This is a reverse sweep, but hits it straight to Josh Thomas. End of the over. The 21st over of the innings, 243 the target, and Hampshire making good progress towards it on 101 for 3. Yes, back in 1977, which was when Somerset were just sort of getting into their stride. Brian Rose, Viv Richards opened the innings, made 44. Merv Kitchen, Ian Botham, Philip Slocum, Peter Roebuck, Derek Taylor,
he was there.
Dennis Breakwell, and David Gurr.
Oh, David Gurr.
Oh, Colin Dredge and...
I was going to ask you about the Demon of Froome.
Colin Dredge and Hallam Mosley.
Okay, yeah, and it was 2 or 3 years later that you won the Sunday League and the Lord's final.
It was. It was.
In fact, I think
1979.
That's right. Yeah.
We lost in the Lord's final. and the Sunday League in 78.
Yeah.
Won them both the following year. That's played into the offside.
We pinched it off you in 78, if you remember.
Yes, that's right.
And that was Trevor Justy doing a great deal of that as well, actually. Yeah. But
Jack Leach in his 6th over, gone for 20 runs so far. He's bowling to Middleton, back on his stumps, but won't get a run as he plays it up to Casey Aldridge. Yeah, the golden age of Somerset cricket, that was.
Yeah.
77 was before Joel Carner appeared on the scene.
Okay. Yeah.
Leach in and bowls, a swing and a miss as Middleton makes room for himself outside the off stump, looking to square cut. Ball maybe not bouncing quite as much as he was expecting. Through to James Rue. He's already taken 3 catches. Leach bowls down the pitch, playing this away, and he's going to be caught by Alfie Ogborn. Good catch it was too, moving to his left, taking it two-handedly. As he fell to his left-hand side, he gets a congratulatory slap on the bottom from Joe Hayward. And Fletcher Middleton's 50 is 50 and out. He has gone for that 50. Scored off 66 balls with 3 fours and 2 sixes. It's 101 for 4.
It was a calculated shot, but the calculation went wrong in the end. He placed it quite carefully, but it's holed out. And I was just about to say that I think they're almost reaching the point where they need to see Leach off. Actually, just let him bowl another 4.5 overs and not worry too much about how many he goes for, because he's bowling so well. But that's a key moment, because Eklund, who is in now, has played a few innings over this year and last year in this competition. Well, only one this year, of course, but he's only once got runs. Now, he did get 70 odd, and he's clearly very useful. I mean, he's actually a wicket-keeper batter, so he's in the side for his batting alone with Ben Brown playing. But not a lot of experience, and then Felix Organ to come. Kyle Abbott might bat at 8. I don't know whether Eddie Jack might come ahead of him, but Eddie Jack also not a lot of experience. So I think that just shifts the balance back towards Somerset, frankly.
Yep. It's a close run thing.
But it's still anybody's game.
I profoundly hope that Vic Marks is listening to us down there in Exeter.
Mind you, he was at the test, wasn't he?
Oh, was he? Well,
so.
It's all over now, though, isn't it? So he might be
He might be listening, driving back, yeah.
Well, if you are, Vic, good afternoon, and it's going to be very interesting to see how your nephew, Joseph, gets on.
Yeah. Well, I've only ever met Vic Marks once in my life, but it was rather delightful because he came to the Bat and Ball at Hambledon and talked to a little group that we have a lunch there twice a year. I've been doing it for 25 years now, just to celebrate the great history.
Here's Leach to Eklund, who stretches forward in the accepted manner, bound to have been well coached, having been to Millfield School. Born in Yeovil. But one that got away from Somerset.
Yeah.
Leach bowls to him, and again it's a forward defensive shot. Very sensibly, he's just having a look at the bowling before trying anything too expansive. It's 101 for 4. We have had 22 overs, and Jack Leach has figures now of 1 for 20 in 6 overs.
Yeah. I think the next 4 overs I don't know whether he'll bowl straight through, he may not, but I think the next 4 overs of Leach could be, if he does, could be an absolute key to the balance of this game. Because if he gets another one in the near future, then I think the balance really will shift towards Somerset.
Right, we've got another Goldsworthy over. He's bowling to Toby Albert, who plays that past Sean Dixon at mid-off. Nice high left elbow there from Toby Albert. Looks another very promising cricketer. He's just 22, comes from Basingstoke.
Yeah, he does look good to me. Yeah, he's opening now in the Championship. Didn't start off opening in the Championship because we signed Orr from Sussex, but then he got
He's injured, isn't he?
Yeah, very bad injury. Yeah, it's clearly persistent.
He scored a double century for Sussex against Somerset in this competition 2 years ago.
Yep.
Very fine innings it was too. So Joseph Eklund is on strike as that's played into the offside, and there's no run. Quite tall, young Eklund. Back on his stumps this time, turning it wristily into the onside, picked up by Andy Umeed.
Yeah, he's tall particularly for a wicketkeeper, and he is a specialist wicketkeeper as well, keeping second.
Goldsworthy in reverse sweep, appeal for LBW. Ooh, must be close. Given not out by umpire Sam Hollingshead. There was a long pause before he gave James Rue out LBW, playing exactly the same shot.
I reckon he was maybe outside off stump, but I'm not sure.
Goldsworthy quicker this time, trying to catch Eklund unawares. Ooh, it was pretty good shout if you ask me.
Yeah.
Perhaps he's inherited the luck of the Marxes. This is driven, but he won't get a run here, so he's not yet off the mark. And just the one run from that Goldsworthy over, which means he has figures of 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. 4 of those overs have been very economical, the other one rather expensive. And the two batsmen confer in mid-pitch, 102 for 4. We've had 23 overs.
4.5 and over so far. Need almost 5, so they need 141 from 162 balls.
Which isn't a problem.
No, I don't think so. No, I think wickets.
It's the wickets.
Yep.
Yep. Leach is going to bowl another over. It will be his 7th. He's just gone for 20 runs.
I think if I was Somerset skipper, I'd be inclined to keep him going and hope they get another one.
In the game against Kent, they took him off and gave Josh Thomas a couple of overs,
Right.
and then Leach changed ends and bowled from the other end, which might be an option. He's bowling to Toby Albert. We'll pick up a single here as a shy. No, not a shy at the stumps, because it was Sean Dixon who made the stop, and although he did get his throw away, there wasn't any power in it, as he was flat on the ground at the time. Good piece of fielding. 103 for 4. Beautiful afternoon.
Yeah.
Lovely scene as well. As Leach bowls reverse sweep, and I think he's got hold of that one. And that is young Joseph Eklund off the mark with a characteristic young batsman's shot, the reverse sweep, and that one was perfectly executed down to third man. 107 for 4.
Yep. Well, he got a 72 last year, also 0-17 and 2 not out.
Yeah, 72 against Yorkshire.
4 on Friday. So.
Well, he's batting now against one of the most experienced operators in the business when it comes to spin bowling. Leach in and bowls, and this is turned off leg stump out into the onside. 108 for 4. Yes, it's a lovely scene, this. I hope it doesn't change too much when all the, because was the development all turned down, did I?
Yeah, at the minute, yeah. So it may not change too much at all.
No, defensive shot. It is lovely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful woodland on the far side of the ground. Golf course away to our left, and the second, is that the second 11 pitch?
Yeah, second 11 with academy and
academy.
Yeah.
Wonderful facilities here. 108 for 4. Just, you're not missing any cricket. They're just debating as to where exactly the offside fielders should be placed. As Leach is going to bowl to Toby Albert, who's on 24. Bowls. Albert's back on his stumps, turning this down to short fine leg. Won't get a run there. As Ned Leonard is fielding.
Albert has 24 from 24, so he doesn't need to fret for sure. If he can keep that going.
Leach bowls, gives us a little bit more air. End of the over, another good over from Jack Leach. 6 runs from it, 4 of them as a result of that reverse sweep from Joseph Eklund. 1 for 26 in 7, 108 for 4. We've had 24 overs. 243 is the Hampshire target.
Big huddle there. And what are they talking about? Do you think they're talking about whether to keep Leach going? Is that the question? Oh, there's going to be a bowling change, isn't there? Somebody.
It looks like
limbering up right arm, I think.
Oh, well, in that case, it'll probably be no. Joe Hayward is out. Still out there in front of the groundsman's cave, so don't think it's good. Okay. Would probably be.
Oh, it's not him. Okay, he was just playing.
That's going to be Lewis Goldsworthy again, I think, isn't it? Yeah. Required rate 5.19, which is not a problem on a goodish pitch. Slow.
Yeah.
A little bit of help for the spinners, but fast outfield. Goldsworthy bowls, and down the pitch comes Joseph Eklund, and a handsome lofted straight drive for 6 down to the boundary in front of the pavilion. That was a very handsome shot. Uncle Vic would be proud of that.
Yes, I don't know that Uncle Vic would have played that many shots at that age in his career, do you think?
I don't know.
As a young man?
He would have been playing for Oxford University at the same
I suppose
age
he would,
as,
that's true, yeah.
As Joseph Eklund. This is a defensive shot into the offside.
It does seem to me, though, to be, on the whole, a modern young man's shot, really. That,
I suppose so.
Bravado.
Yeah. Goldsworthy bowls, pitches this one right up to the extent I think it was a full toss, and it's just played up to Ned Leonard, who's on the long off boundary for a single. 115 for 4.
I think sometimes, I've heard stories about dressing rooms back then, way back, and the question is what reception you'd have got if you'd hold out.
This is a reverse scoop, which wasn't middled. They'll get 2 runs from a shot by Toby Albert. And Casey Aldridge is just doing a few stretches there at cover, so I guess we're going to see some pace bowling. 117 for 4. This is swung away and will go for 4 runs, as you'll gather from the reaction of the crowd as Joe Hayward did his absolute level best, sprinting across from deep mid-wicket to cow corner, really, but couldn't quite stop the ball, and in fact deflected it onto the rope for 4 runs. So it's been an expensive over, this. Goldsworthy in and bowls, and this is driven down the ground, along the ground for a single. 122 for 4. 12 to Joseph Eklund, 31 to Toby Albert. And this is becoming a threatening partnership from the Somerset perspective, a promising partnership from the Hampshire perspective. That's Dave Allen done for the time being. And done for the day. Oh well. That's a shame. And Kevin James will come in to take up the commentary with Hampshire on 122 for 4 at the halfway stage. Somerset at the halfway stage in their innings were 100 for 2. So what does DLS say? 124. So Hampshire just about bang on target. And going pretty nicely, Kev.
Well, yes, they are, but there's a lot of big shots being played out there. And it's fine while they're coming off. But I do worry that...
You'd rather see them just knock it around.
Well, a bit of both, actually. But, I mean, I think the bowling's been very good, especially Jack Leach. I mean, class performer, making it very difficult, which is actually bringing out some of those big shots from Hampshire. So at the moment, they're going along nicely because the big shots are coming off. But I do worry that if there's an over-reliance on that, then there might be one or two big falls coming. But hopefully, if the batters keep going the way they are, then they'll be all right. But yeah, I'd like a nicer mix, if I'm honest. Nudging it around as well as, just for me, there's just a bit too much over-reliance.
Yeah, they're two good young players, though, aren't they, these two?
Yeah.
First time I've seen Joseph Eklund. And handsome, lofted straight drive he played in the last over. So they're having drinks at the far end of the ground, and I think the drinks are very welcome because it's a warm afternoon, a very warm afternoon. Not quite hot. I think about 23, 24 out there. But very pleasant. And we could have a very good game of cricket, or Hampshire could put a big partnership together and cruise home quite comfortably. Somerset need to keep taking wickets.
Yeah, I've got an interesting email here from Steve Jenkins, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, you mentioned Dorset Minor County, well, of course, National County now. Today is one of their NCCA games at Ebervale with Wales. Dorset are 250 for 4. Finn Gordon is 103 not out, batting with Alex Eklund, Joe's brother. If Joe wasn't playing here today, I'm sure he would be in the Dorset side. Dorset would therefore have two sets of brothers, Finn and Jacob Gordon, and the Eklunds. Also worth noting that both Somerset and Dorset over 50 sides are in action today in the knockout stages of the ECB competition. Dorset are home to Leicestershire, while Somerset are playing Durham at Midsummer Norton.
All right.
I presume that's in Somerset.
It certainly is.
Otherwise that would have been another trip up north. Durham made 200 for 8 in their 45 overs. Thank you very much, Steve.
Right, Casey Aldridge coming into the attack for his first bowl of the innings. He was expensive against Kent. 2 for 54 in 6. He's in now bowls, and this is cut away through the offside. Joe Hayward, who has yet to turn his arm over. His first game for Somerset. Senior cricket, they take a single, 123 for 4.
Interesting. Jack Leach out of the attack. I know he only has 3 overs left, but I guess that's what that chat was between 3 or 4 of the Somerset players earlier. Do they keep Leach going?
I think they'll bring him on from the other end at some stage. Yeah. Maybe when a wicket falls. If a wicket falls.
Yeah. I just think another 3 overs of him at this stage. For me, this is quite a crucial period of the game.
Aldridge into Eklund, who plays this into the offside, but Goldsworthy is there at cover point to do the fielding. Have you seen much of Joseph Eklund?
Just the 7 games he played in this competition last year. Played well up at York against Yorkshire, obviously.
Well, it's not necessarily obvious these days. This is Aldridge bowling. No run here. But with Middlesex playing a home game at Chelmsford.
That's
2
true.
home games at Chelmsford.
That's true. Yes.
Why on earth they chose Chelmsford? I mean, anywhere but Chelmsford, I would have thought.
I don't know where they play. Well, they play T20s at Radley, don't they? But I suppose that's
They
the other
do.
option.
Radlett, Merchant Taylor School. Is Aldridge in and bowls, and won't be a run here, so that's pushed out in the offside. I suppose the reason is they would get a bigger crowd and they'd be able to charge properly at Chelmsford, whereas Radlett, I suppose they can charge. It's not easy though. Merchant Taylor School ditto.
But apparently not many Middlesex people went, did they? I was speaking to the BBC Essex guys, and I spoke to somebody else about certainly the first game at Chelsea. There weren't that many there.
Aldridge in and bowls, and again there won't be a run as that nearly runs back onto Eklund's stumps. He wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone, and it just dribbled down past his off stump. Well, Somerset have played games in Devon, down at Torquay in the past, back in the Sunday League days. But
Nice ground.
yeah, lovely ground. Yep, not far from the sea, obviously. There's Aldridge in and bowls, and on the bounce to Sean Dixon at backward point. Good over that from Casey Aldridge, just the one run from it. 26 overs rather have gone. It's 123 for 4, 32 to Albert and 12 to Eklund.
And Somerset had 103 at this stage, 103 for 2.
They sort of went downhill from there, really, didn't they?
A little bit. That's where the spinners were having a bit of a hold.
Looks like Alfie Ogborn's coming back from the pavilion end.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I can understand why maybe Goldsworthy's off. He was targeted a little bit, wasn't he? 6 overs, 1 for 40.
He didn't bowl very well. Too much short stuff.
So an all-spin attack has taken its leave, and we've now got an all-seam attack. This is, for me, these next, 10 overs, so crucial. And not to have Jack Leach bowling 3 of those somewhere, I don't know. It was difficult to get away. 144 balls remain in the game and 120 runs are needed. With 6 wickets in hand. Left arm seam around the wicket from the pavilion end. Bowls, and Albert plays that out to point. He's 32 of 30.
I fancy he hasn't had much of the strike recently.
No.
Not since Joseph Eklund came in.
David Boyle emailed earlier, soundcricket@gmail.com, talking about Josh Davey earlier. So apparently he was bringing the drinks on. So
He was out there fielding just now.
oh, was he? Oh,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
okay.
12th Manning.
Ogborn again round the wicket, played late. The ball works its way down to third, where Joshua Thomas fields, and the Hampshire total moves on to 124 for 4. Still haven't had the sun shine in through the gap here yet. We've got that to look forward to. At the moment, we've just
As it
got enough
begins
shade.
to set towards the west.
Yes. Oh, yes. And lots of nice sunsets here over the years. Especially in the T20, of course, where we're playing at that time of night. Ogborn bowls, a little straighter, work to mid-wicket. Yeah, I think you'll see a good sunset tonight.
You need a few more clouds, really.
Is that the perfect sunset with a few clouds
just, yeah.
mixed in?
High cloud, ideally.
Yeah. Way over to the New Forest.
Somerset Coast, the North Somerset Coast, is famous for its sunsets.
Is it?
The artist Turner used to go and stay at Burnham-on-Sea in the
Okay.
autumn to paint the sunsets.
Sit on the pier there.
There isn't really there is.
Isn't there? I'm sure there is. I'm sure I've been there. It's played
There's
back
a
to the bowler.
sort of stump of a pier at Burnham-on-Sea.
A jetty.
It's probably the shortest pier in England or the British Isles.
It's just a bit of wooden decking.
Well, it looks like the end of the pier, but there isn't the rest of the pier, if you see what I mean. You've got the beginning and then the end, and nothing in between. Good old Burnham.
Here's Ogborn again. That's pulled away, and that could be 4 runs. It is.
Yeah, good shot.
It's gone to the right of the tunnel area as we look. Nobody there. It's a little too short. Ball just stood up there a fraction to Eklund, who moves on to 16, and it's 128 for 4, 115 needed.
I like that shot. Economy of effort, wouldn't it? Just short arm pull shot, using the pace on the ball.
Charlie's off, who's been providing us with scones this afternoon and this morning. Safe to say we've got rid of them all. Charlie finished them off, by the way, just to say that. She had the last one. That's played out square on the leg side. And it's 128 for 4 with 27 overs gone and 23 to do.
Yeah, very nice the scones were too. I'm glad you say scone rather than scoon.
You say that up north, don't they? Scones? Or do they?
Scoon, no, you say it in sort of polite society. Scoon. Right, where are we? 128 for 4. There isn't a huge amount of batting to come, really, is there? I mean, Felix Organ's a useful player, but then I haven't seen Kelly bat. Dom Kelly. Here we got Aldridge, and this is pulled away into the onside, and Archie Vaughan will field, and they'll come back for 2 runs. 130 for 4.
Talking of piers in Somerset, Clevedon, there's one there, isn't there?
There is a very, very handsome pier at Clevedon, and there are 2 piers at Weston-super-Mare.
Oh, that's a big beach.
The Grand Pier and the Burnbeck Pier, which is falling down. This is cut away, and that'll be 4 runs. That was a nice shot. It was short and wide from Casey Aldridge, and Toby Albert doesn't miss out on deliveries like that. Yes, Charlie Taylor, who lives in Burnham, says you get about 10 minutes a day when there's water under the pier, when you combine how short it is with the huge tidal range. Thanks, Charlie.
Is that on the Severn Estuary or something?
Yeah, well, it's just about Bristol Channel, really.
Oh, Bristol Channel, that's what I'm talking about.
Turned into the onside, and there won't be a run.
Well, I was going to have a couple of days in Clevedon at the end of the season,
Oh,
mixed in with a few other things that I was doing, and
there are worse places to go.
No, I was looking forward to it, and I probably will do at one stage, only because I saw a travel programme and some people were staying there, and I thought, you know what, that looks superb.
They've got a lovely tidal swimming pool.
All right.
Here comes Aldridge in and bowls, and this is played square of the wicket, which is filled and refreshed every day from the sea. It looks a bit murky because the Bristol Channel isn't exactly sparkling azure, limpid water.
Bit brown.
But it's good to swim in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I might have to save that trip for another time.
134 for 4. Aldridge to Albert, who plays this square of the wicket. Good fielding again from Sean Dixon, who I must say sets a really good example in the field as skipper. I think he's a pretty good skipper, full stop. And he gets the best out of this young Somerset side. Because apart from Dixon himself, Jack Leach, they are all low 20s or teenagers. This is run down to third man, and Leach won't stop it as he goes scuttling across the boundary down at fine third man. That was nicely played by Toby Albert, brings in 4 runs. Hampshire going well now, 138 for 4, 43 to Albert and 16 to Eklund, and Somerset need to break this partnership, and I think I agree with you, Kev. I think the man most likely to break it is Jack Leach.
Yeah, I mean, who's to know if he'd have carried on, but I just think, his 3 overs combined with somebody at the pavilion end that might have kept it tight for 3 overs, that's another 6 overs used up, which for me at the time, with Hampshire probably just playing 1 or 2 too many big shots, it might have been quite interesting. But Aldridge has bowled okay, but he's going at 5.5. Here's Ogborne bowls. That's driven out to extra cover by Eklund, and there's no run. And it's difficult because, and these are all, of course, all the decisions you have to make when you're out in the middle, and you have to make them pretty quickly as well. But if you get it right, then it looks great. I mean, if Aldridge had come on and bowled 2 overs 1 for 8, everybody was saying what a great move. But he's not been expensive, but I don't know, I just think the batters look a little more comfortable against him. I think they always feel there's a let-off ball here somewhere, as Ogborne, which as a batter you want. That's driven but not timed out in the covers or come through for a single. Always as a batter in tight run chases, you're looking at bowlers and saying, who's going to give me the most balls that I can just nudge around? It's all right, playing big shots in the boundary, but it's the bread and butter balls that come at you, the bread and butter shots. And I just think they might have just had a little wry smile when Aldridge come on, thinking no more Jack Leach for a while. Here's Ogborn. Oh, so it's pulled away, not timed. It's gone very fine. He will get 4 for it, but not where he was aiming. Toby Albert. He's trying to pull that away on the onside towards mid-wicket. Got a thick inside edge. And the ball ran away very fine just below us to our left. Albert moves on to 47 from 38. This is a valuable innings.
It is. He's not a happy bunny, Mr. Aldridge. He's not having a great season.
No, well, one-day cricket's hard work, isn't it? Whether it's 50, whether it's 20 overs as a bowler. The white ball never offers you much. Length ball to Albert. Played out into the covers, so 100 exactly are needed from here. And that run rate required, which for a large part of the first half of Hampshire's innings was around 5, maybe a fraction above, is now just under 4 3/4 from here on in.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where Somerset have got to keep the pressure on and maybe bring in one of the boundary fielders to make it not quite so easy for batsmen to pick up the 1s and 2s.
Good length ball played back to the bowler by Albert. It's still a delicate situation. Anything can happen. A wicket, a couple of, or 3 or 4 quiet overs.
It's become quite formulaic 50-over cricket now, hasn't it? Every side seems to play it the same way, whether they're batting or bowling. You know, the steady start, build the platform,
Yes.
you know, knock it around during the middle overs and then go hard towards the end.
Ball again. Can't find an angle as it's played to backward a point. End of the 29th over.
And in the field, after the power play overs, you put your 3 men out, probably, I don't know, long on, long off, or third man, or deep mid-wicket, deep cover, and have the other 6 saving 1. And that's how it will be from over 10 to over 40. And then, usually, when they've got the option to put the extra man out from over 40, they will take it, almost regardless of the state of the game. I mean, Somerset need to take wickets now. It can't just allow Hampshire to keep knocking it around, because they'll cruise to their target, and the batsmen are in a position now where they don't really need to take risks. You know, if they get themselves out, the chances are it's their own fault. They played the wrong shot.
26 balls left.
Here's Aldridge in a bowls, and this is driven back to him. Fields on the bounce.
Hence why perhaps international 50-over cricket was under a bit of threat. Maybe it's still under a bit of threat.
It is still under a bit of threat. I just think we need a bit of innovation from 1 or 2 captains. Try something different. Aldridge to Eklund, who turns this nicely away, and he's caught. Brilliant catch by Andy Umeed. I thought that was just a good stop at first, because it was never more than about a foot off the ground, as Eklund turned that into the onside to Umeed's right at short mid-wicket, and he took that catch low down to his right, one-handed, and could be a very important wicket. Eklund's gone for a nicely compiled 17, but well, Somerset picking up the wicket that they really badly needed, and Hampshire now in the, that was the last ball of the, no, it was the second ball of the 30th over, 143 for 5.
Yeah, 42-run partnership there in 8 overs between Eklund and Albert. What a catch that was. My word. Well, each wicket that falls will always be a setback now for Hampshire, having lost Gubbins for no score, Prest for 12, Ben Brown for 15, Fletcher Middleton for 50, and now Eklund. So ideally, you wouldn't quite want that many wickets to have fallen at this stage, but still quite a bit to do. And Felix Organ coming in at number 7. Not a bad guy to have coming in at 7, that's for sure. Played well in the game against Northants here a couple of days ago when they needed some runs from their middle order. Picked up 59. She had in a big stand with Ben Brown. Need something approaching that from him this afternoon.
He's just having a chat with his batting partner. He's got a slightly, his pads are a different shade of yellow. They're more orange. Felix Organs. Whether that's because they've been worn more often and they've just sort of gone gone orange in the sun, rather like Donald Trump's complexion. 143 for 5 then, as Aldridge is into Organ, who drops that down defensively. I was going to say, Felix Organ, he's going to need to pull out all the stops, isn't he?
And a few more, maybe. Poor guy.
Yeah, well, I think Felix is a really nice name.
It is.
Born in Australia. Aldridge in a bowls, and Casey Aldridge will be feeling much happier having got that wicket under his belt. He'll feel that he's deserved it, and he's got Andy Umeed to thank for it. It was right off the middle of Eklund's bat, and as I say, it never went more than about a foot in the air. Aldridge in and bowls, and a wild swing from Felix Organ. That's the sort of shot that the Hampshire batsmen really don't need to play. They just need to play normally. Wait for the bad ball to come along and hit that for 4 or 6. For the rest, just knock it around, pick up the singles. Aldridge to Organ on leg stump, and just tucked off his hip into the onside for an easy single. But successful over for Casey Aldridge, who has figures of 3 overs, no maidens. 1 for 12, 144 for 5. The comparison after 30 overs is that Somerset were 124 for 3. And my betting is that the DLS par won't be far away from where Hampshire are. 151.
Yeah. Thank God it's not going to rain.
No, I just think it's a useful yardstick, you know, for judging who's ahead.
Yeah.
And at the moment, Hampshire are slightly ahead.
So 99 to win from 20 overs. Exactly 5 and over from here on in. And Ned Leonard is returning. 7 overs, 1 for 32, his initial spell from the pavilion end. Bowls, Organ drives, goes to backward a point. And there is no run. Sean Dixon, he's been brilliant around that point area today, hasn't
he? He has. What's the situation with the planning permission, the development? Are they going to reapply, do you know?
I don't know, actually. I did ask that question a little while ago to somebody, and they actually weren't sure. So I think the understanding is, and somebody might correct me if I'm wrong, here's Leonard driven by Organ out to mid-wicket. So it was rejected in about January, February, I think. So apparently you can either appeal on the basis of what you originally put in, or you don't appeal and just resubmit something else. So the person I spoke to wasn't quite sure what the next step was, but that's about as much as I know on that. And drives up towards extra cover, no run.
And who is it who's putting in the application? Is it the club, or is it Rod Bransgrove, or is it some other development company?
Well, it'll be the club, I guess. That I don't know. I don't quite know the ins and outs. But the original application was thrown out. but it did involve an awful lot,
Yeah.
which maybe wasn't surprising. He is always playing a missing outside the off stump there. Prodding forward, attempted prod forward there from Morgan. Yeah, so with the Ashes here in 2027, I think they wanted something in place by then, or so I don't know. Maybe is time running out already? I don't know.
I would have thought so.
The second half of 2024. Here's Leonard again, bowls, and it's a good length ball. Morgan guiding that up to mid-on. So yes, interesting to know exactly what's happening at some point. I suppose you have, if you appeal, I suppose you've got to know that you're going to be okay with that. Otherwise, it's more time.
Well, you'd have to be able to demonstrate there was something wrong with the planning committee's decision if you're going to appeal.
Right.
Otherwise, redesign and resubmit.
Yeah. Leonard again. It's turned away. Who mid-wicket runs here? Won't quite go all the way, but it will be 2. Any runs at the moment are handy whilst Hampshire try and build a new partnership. End of that over. So we've had 31. We have 19 to do, and Hampshire need 97 from here.
Joe Hayward fielding that last shot. Came in number 11. Didn't score a run, and he's fielded so far without bowling. I know the feeling.
Have you had a few games like that?
Yeah, I have.
Is he going to get a bowl, do you think?
I doubt it. I think if he was going to get a bowl, he'd been given one by now.
So just the 5 bowlers that Somerset are going to rely on?
Well, I think Josh Thomas might get a go, but we'll see. Here's Casey Aldridge in and bowls to Toby Albert, who's on 47 from 42 deliveries now. Still the same field, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside. Aldridge in and bowls. This is driven and not fielded at short extra cover. It went quickly, and Lewis Goldsworthy couldn't get down to make the stop, and that is 4 runs to Toby Albert and 50 to Toby Albert.
.43 balls, 4 sixes and 1 6. And in List A cricket, that is the 3rd time that he has passed 50, and he's playing in his 15th match.
Aldridge bowls to him, and this time he's playing that out to Sam Hayward on the cover boundary for another single. 151 for 5. 150 on the board for Hampshire. Somerset just need to keep taking wickets, which is easier said than done.
Tell you what, that 242 all out looks about a par score, maybe just even above.
Aldridge in, bowls to Organ. This is down the leg side, not taken cleanly by James Rue. It must have flicked the pad. No, it must have flicked bat.
Yeah.
There's no signal.
Yeah.
Wasn't a chance there, was it?
I don't think it carried.
I don't think it did.
No.
I'll have a look in the replay, but no, just short. Aldridge in, bowls to Albert.
Slow ball.
Tall man, Casey Aldridge, 6'4", 6'5", and I think he's not quite sure what sort of a fast bowler he is at the moment. Whether he's out and out quick, or whether he's better just bringing it back a little bit and concentrating on line and length and changes of pace and seam movement. And he just kicks at the The return crease, end of that over, 152 for 5. Aldridge, 4 overs, 1 for 18. He's bowled a lot better here this afternoon than he did at Taunton on Friday.
Yeah, it's a tough one sometimes. Was he 23 years of age? Certainly got the height, so he'll get the bounce.
He's got the physique. I mean, you know, he's really filled out. He was quite slender when he first came into the side for Somerset three seasons ago. But he's got good shoulders on him now, and you know he looks like a big fast bowler.
Yeah. Yes, of course, if he decides that he wants to up the miles per hour, then of course that comes with a lot more effort and maybe more fitness issues. Here's Leonard. Start his 9th over, right arm over. Morgan just in behind that one. I've often said it, but when Freddie Flintoff came onto the scene, he was very much just medium pace. And he made himself, because he just knew that if he was going to become a very good all-rounder, he needed to up the pace, and he made himself bowl quicker. .52 for 5, 91 needed. Comes in again and bowls. Morgan just uses his feet a little bit, but plays it back to the bowler, who doesn't quite field. But no danger of the ball splitting the field at the far end. Score remains on 152 for 5. So that run rate required, just hovering above the 5 and over from here on in. 91 needed. Got a good game here. Very good game. Both these sides would love to start with 2 wins from 2. Set you up perfectly in the group of just 8 matches. Bowls pulled away by Organ. There's runs here. How many? 4. A little bit too short. He banged it in. It just stood up really. Organ played that perfectly in front of square. Nobody there.
There's no future in bowling short at this sort of pace on this pitch.
No, especially with a softer ball. So 156 for 5. 87 runs are needed. Leonard in again, bowls and pulls that away. It's in the air, falls just short a bit on. That was dangerous. Didn't get hold of that at all. Probably just as well. Ooh, I know where he's aiming. There's a mid wicket who's fairly shortish, and
yeah, I mean, it was there for the shot. He didn't execute it as he would have wished.
He's aiming for an area where there's no fielder, so you can't fault that. Just the 4 runs off this overthrow and just the 1 scoring shot. 2 more balls left in it. Leonard bowls. Now he's got hold of that one, and that's going for runs, and it's going for 6. Bounces on the hard concrete of the tunnel. Again, a little too short there from Leonard. I'm not sure he really got hold of that either, to be honest.
Well, it's 3 short balls and 4 nearly a catch, 6.
10 runs off the over, and there's only been 2 scoring shots. Big over. 81 needed. Fielder goes out on that leg side now, which creates the gap at mid-wicket. Fine leg comes up. So the ideal delivery here, well, if it's straight, you just work it into the gap on the leg side and you pick up a cool 11. And that's exactly what Organ does. No point in going big the last ball. 11 off the over, you'll take that, that's for sure. Leonard's 9 overs, 1 for 45. Hampshire 163 for 5, and off the last 17 overs, Hampshire need 80.
Yeah, required rate 4.7, which is where it's been for some time now. And you're not going to be able to apply much pressure as a fielding side if the batting side only needs fewer than 5 runs and over. Come back, Jack Leach. All is forgiven.
Now, there's a big debate going on in the middle. Probably that. When do we bring Jack back? Bring Jack back,
Not
they're
yet.
saying.
He's being sent off to the boundary.
Don't leave it too long.
Casey Aldridge is going to have another bowl. He's just taking that elasticated sleeve off that he wears on his right arm when he's fielding, so as not to distract the batsman. The white ball, the white elasticated sleeve. He's bowling to Felix Organ. Organ defends. and Umid, who added yet another good score to his remarkable sequence in 50 over cricket. Now averaging, must be somewhere around 65 in list A cricket.
Well, for you guys, it was averaging just under 70, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
This is played nicely through the offside, but it'll just be a single.
Might be just
Yes.
over 70 now.
Probably is. Well, he got a not out century against Kent in '84. Yeah. And his previous scores previous to that, 113 not out, 172, 116. So
Banker.
he likes this form of the game. Aldridge bowls. This is pitched up and driven into the offside. A good stop again by Sean Dixon.
Take a special shot to get past him.
Yeah, he's a good fielder. Got a very good, very safe pair of hands. Taken any number of good catches in the Blast and the County Championship. Aldridge into Albert, who drives on the bounce back to the bowler, who plucks it out of the air with his left hand. The sun will shortly be shining into our camera gantry, which is where the commentary point is situated. At the moment it's just warming up the desk in front of us, the table in front of us. This is a good ball from Aldridge, which is dug out by Toby Albert.
Teasing us at the moment, the sun.
It's going to get hot though, isn't it?
Yeah. And to be fair, we haven't had that many days like that. Last year, do you remember? When you were here, we had one very baking hot day.
We did, yeah.
We haven't had anything like that since. We got a bit unlucky.
Here's Aldridge in and bowls wide of the off stump, and rather misses out there, does Toby Albert. End of the over, 164 for 5. 34 overs have gone, 16 remain. The required rate is 4.9. Yeah, I'm not complaining about the heat. I remember the first game of the 2022 season here when it was absolutely freezing cold. There was a howling gale blowing across the ground, and it was sort of the first week in April, and I was sitting here in about 3 layers, and I was so cold the microphone, the lip mic, was shivering. It wasn't a great game either from a Somerset perspective. Somerset were rolled over rather too comfortably, but we are going to have Somerset's potential saviour, Jack Leach. Not before time.
No, time will tell whether it's a timely introduction or whether it was the wrong time to take him off when he was bowling at this northern end. But I think 3 steady overs from him will still keep the pressure on. 96 balls remain in this game, and Hampshire needs 79, but they have lost 5 wickets. 3 down, and you'd think, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. But 5 down, Hampshire can't afford too many mistakes from here on in. So Leach has 1 for 26 from his 7 overs so far. Not a lot of turn from him, if anything, but it was just very good, accurate bowling, very tight, making the batters play across the line if they wanted to score or go over the top with fielders out. He has got a deep mid off and a deep mid on again as he's bowling to Felix Organ. Goes for the reverse lap, and he gets that. I'm sure he's got enough of that to take it over the rope, but he will pick up 2. Oh, they can take 3, and that's good running, because Joshua Thomas, who slid into the ball, couldn't quite pick it up cleanly, and Toby Albert saw that and was alert to it and set off for the 3rd to the danger end, and that was a good calculation of a 3rd run. So Organ's on 19, 167 for 5, 76 needed now. Leach is pushing deep mid wicket back, or is he? He's thinking about it. No, he's going to bring mid on up. That's an interesting move. So the shot over Cow isn't really on unless he gets hold of it, but the shot over mid-on is.
I don't really understand that. I would have thought he wanted to encourage shot over Cow.
Yeah.
He's discouraging it now.
Leach in round the wicket and bowls. Albert off the back foot, steers that into the gap on the offside. 53 he moves on to, 168 for 5. Yeah, it's an interesting one. They probably looked at it in the middle and thought, well, Albert is actually going more mid-wicket than he has been straight, so they've probably gone on that. But as a batter, again, sort of hitting the ball straight is slightly less risky.
This is a better field, I would have thought.
Yeah. Bowling to Felix Organ, Leach, and Organ just quietly plays that out to mid-wicket. Halfway through the 35th over, and Hampshire still needs 75. Thinks he can really call this game yet. Leach bowls. Organ's on the back foot, steers that back to the bowler. Just 4 runs off Leach's over so far. 2 balls left.
I think if Wasp would have it about 60% Hampshire, 40% Somerset.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Now that's, for me there, that's Hampshire not really working the ball around. Again, Organ's probably had time to pick a gap on the leg side. He's found the fielder. Leach again. Organ pushes forward. And that's a good over. 4 runs off it. 75 needed, 168 for 5 with Albert on 53 and Organ on 19.
Yeah, sensible batting from these two Hampshire batsmen. I think they'll set themselves just to see Jack Leach out of the attack. He's only got 2 more overs to bowl, and concentrate on the less experienced bowlers from the other end. The first of whom will be Josh Thomas, who opened the innings for Somerset here today. First time he's done that. Did pretty well too, scoring a career best 41. His career best bowling is 3 for 40. That was up at Gosforth against Durham.
Is it turn there?
I listened. I didn't go, I'm ashamed to say. But
Too far.
I listened to a bit of it on the, quite a lot of it actually, on the radio. But I did have a good reason for not going. I forgot what it was. I had to do something on the following day of great importance, and I wouldn't have been getting home much before midnight, so decided against it. Josh Thomas then in to bowl to Toby Albert, who square cuts and will just get a single, and maybe misses out a little bit there, just a bit short and a bit wide from Josh Thomas, but better to bowl that outside the off stump with a fielder on the cover boundary than drop it short on the onside. Six saving 1. 3 men out. Thomas in and bowls, goes for a big swing, and there wasn't any bat involved. It was in the air for a time. You probably heard the shout of catch it, but signalled as a leg by. 170 for 5.
It's a good field with the mid on up, almost inviting the shot.
Sending the extra man back now, so just 5 saving the 1. Thomas in and bowls. This short and pulled away. It's a poor ball, and dispatched by Toby Albert.
Bit of a let off that one.
Yeah, poor delivery. 174 for 5. Albert on to 58.
The old eyes would have got big there as a batter.
James Rue just having a word with his fellow King's Tauntonian. Except that's not what they call alumni of King's College, and I've forgotten what it is. It's something not at all obvious. This is played into the offside. There could be a run out, and there isn't. Lewis Goldsworthy was quickly onto it, but Toby Albert regained his ground.
Good call, Felix
even
Organ.
more quickly.
Great call.
Thomas in bowl short again, and it's cut away, but Hayward is patrolling the boundary, keeps it down to just a single. Runs coming rather too easily for Hampshire at the moment from a Somerset perspective. 175 for 5.
Yeah, he collided in the middle of the two.
Thomas in, bowls to Organ, who drives it back to him. End of that over, which cost 6 runs. 175 for 5. 36 overs have been bowled. 14 remain. And Hampshire need 25 and 43, 68.
Somerset were 157 for 5 at the end of the 36th, where Archie Vaughan had lost his wicket. But then, of course, there's a little cameo from Ned Leonard to come, so they still need to keep the scoring rate up. 84 balls left, 68 to win. That run rate is under 5 and over from here on in. Jack Leach to bowl. I think this is 9th over, Jack Leach. Yep. Left arm round the wicket, 1 for 30. Bowling to Toby Albert, who's on 59 from 55. Deep mid wicket out for him. Mid on is up. Leach bowls short off the back foot, steers it back to the bowler. You know, again, for me, again, that's, you know, there's gaps on the leg side. You've got to be looking for gaps, keep that scoreboard ticking along. Been a bit critical, but that's what you've got to look to do. Otherwise, you're always looking for the big shot. That's the way. There's the big gap there. He's bowling tight, Jack Leach. He's not giving you any room. There's no turn. It's got to be almost the first area you look for. Yeah, look for the big shots if it's there, but keep that scoreboard ticking.
I'd rather see Casey Aldridge up inside the fielding circle at mid-wicket and back on the boundary.
Yeah, deep mid on, deep mid wicket. Sorry, deep mid on and deep mid off. There's a deep square leg as well. Driven up to mid on. That's a single. Even the crowd like that, they can see that. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. There will be time for the big shots.
Good old Charlie Taylor. He's reminded me the name for King's College alumni, which I'll bring to you after this delivery from Jack Leach.
Suspense. Again, that's turned away on the leg side. That's the right thing to do. They might get 2. They're not quite, because even Jack Leach is running after that one. Finishes up on the 30-yard circle.
It's the old Aluredians. And Aluredians is a reference to King Alfred the Great, after whom the school is named. Thank you, Charlie.
We've all learned something.
I had been told that before, and I'd forgotten, to my shame.
It's easy, I guess it's easily done, isn't it? Because it doesn't. When your initial thoughts are, it's got absolutely nothing to do with the score, but then when you hear the reasons behind it, then it's obvious.
I don't think King Alfred was around when the school was founded.
No, true. Mid on and mid wicket are up now for Organ. He's driving past a diving Jack Leach. Back towards mid off. See, the crowd are liking this.
I think is that 50 partnership, or have they gone past the 50 partnership?
No, it's only 36. 143 they came together. I think the crowd just like them pushing it around. Here's Leach again. He's going for the little ramp and he's got it fine. Now, it won't go, but they will pick up 2. Is Felix Organ going to trust the throw? He does.
Good fielding.
Yeah, it was.
Ned Leonard.
But he had a bit to do. I'm not sure what happened there with Felix Organ because he's fallen over. Was he trying to evade the throw? James Rue picks up his bat for him, which is a nice touch. 182 for 5, so they just played it around there.
Of course, King Alfred links these two counties because he burnt the cakes and beat the Danes at the Battle of Athelney in around about 978 AD, and then of course was buried in Winchester Cathedral.
I was going to say, isn't it his statue somewhere on a street in Winchester? Yeah.
Because he was initially King of Wessex, and both Somerset and Hampshire were part of Wessex, and he became Alfred the Great, King of all England. Yeah.
Lovely history lesson.
Absolutely.
78 balls remain and 61 are needed.
And it's going to be Josh Thomas to bowl to Toby Albert. Albert cuts for 4. Split the difference between backward point and short third man. It was short and wide from Josh Thomas, and beautifully positioned, beautifully placed by Toby Albert. Moves on to 68. 186 for 5. You can almost feel this game slipping away from Somerset at the moment.
He's got extra cover and mid-off up. Just wondering if he's a little bit loath to pitch it up.
He tries again. Again it's short, and this time it's hit hard to Lewis Goldsworthy, who makes a good stop.
See, again, you're missing out on a single there. Got so much time to place that.
He fancied getting it between extra cover and mid-off for 4. Thomas bowls, swept. Should just be a single. Down to long leg. Jack Leach down there. How many men of Somerset got in the ring? Just the 5, you see. They're bringing Jack Leach up. It's no good letting them have singles. A runner ball. Runner ball will take Hampshire comfortably home. So Jack Leach comes up into the fielding circle. It's short, fine leg. He's short again, and a very, very good stop by Sean Dixon at backward point, saving his side. 4 runs there, because it was very similar to the shot he played earlier in the over.
I was looking at the rope.
Yeah.
Great diving stop.
187 for 5. Thomas bowls short again, and this is cut down to deep backward point, and Joe Hayward does really well there to keep them down to just a single.
Quick.
188 for 5.
He's running to his
poor lad.
non-throwing
He's
side.
been out there all afternoon. He's hardly had anyone to speak to.
Groundsman.
Hasn't bowled. Not out. This is cut at, straight to short third man. And well, Josh Thomas 2 overs for 12 runs. Hampshire 188 for 5. They need just 12 and 43 more, 55 runs more, and they have 12 overs in which to get them.
See, again, that should be a single. You've got all the time in the world to pick the gap up there. I mean, these two are playing well, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, they are.
But they are missing, you know, for me, they've missed 5 or 6 runs in this partnership, which doesn't sound a lot. But, you know, a wicket, we know what happens then. Another conference going on at the far end. So, 72 balls remain, 55 runs to win. Hampshire won 88 for 5. Somerset at this stage were 169 for 5. But don't forget there was that little cameo from Ned Leonard towards the end, which will have to be factored into the equation. So Jack Leach will be bowling his final over, his 10th and final one. He has 1 for 37, picked up the wicket of Fletcher Middleton. Well caught by Alfie Ogborne. That wide deep mid-off. Almost as soon as he reached 50 he went. 66 balls. So Leach, everybody up now, no deep mid off, no deep mid on, inviting the shot over the top. Comes in round the wicket and bowls. Morgan turns that square on the leg side, that's good running. Okay, the crowd, they're not silly. 1 for 38, 5 balls left, 189 for 5, 54 to win.
It's a good crowd, and they're really into this now.
Yeah, they are. No, yeah, it's been good. Slightly bigger crowd than there was on Friday, and it wasn't a bad crowd then.
Generous crowd as well. They've applauded good things from Somerset as well as from Hampshire.
Yeah, they love Somerset down here.
Yeah, why not? We're almost neighbours.
Just far enough away. Here's Leach. Bowls, and that's worked in the gap up towards deep mid-on. Jog through for a single. Albert moves on to 70. 53 runs are needed. Yeah, perfect neighbours.
I think I said last time I was here that it's only about 35 miles separates the two county boundaries.
Yeah. It's just a nightmare trip on the way back from the T20 evening game, because there's usually something closed. That's pushed out on the odd side. Unless somebody gets whooped easily, which Hampshire have twice down in Taunton over the last 2 years, you don't get home too early.
We've been beaten easily here as well.
Yeah, over the years, isn't it? Everybody's thrashed everybody else somewhere along the line. 190 for 5. You're going to lose quick. Organ on the back foot, steers that into the gap in the covers. Another single, 3 singles off this over, 2 balls left. 191 for 5.
We can see how close it has been in this form of the game. These two sides have played each other 59 times. Somerset have won 29, Hampshire have won 28.
There you go.
With 1 tie and 1 no result.
That's incredible. 1 no result after all that time.
Yeah.
Dot ball there.
Well, there were 5 abandoned, but they don't
right.
they don't count towards the played.
So Jack Leach's final ball in this game coming up. From the pavilion end. Bowls and it's turned. His final ball was actually turned. Gave it a bit of air, pushed forward did Albert, and fortunately for him it just beat the outside edge. Good end to what's been a good spell. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40.
Yeah, good stuff from Jack Leach. Using all his experience and guile. I still think, although Shoaib Bashir has come on a mile since last season, I think if I was in charge of Somerset and could only play 1 spinner, it would still just be Jack Leach.
Tough one.
It's becoming an increasingly tough one, and there's quite a school of thought that's suggesting that Shoaib Bashir is now the better bowler.
And what the other off spinner? And I've forgotten his name now.
Don Bess.
Yeah, where's he?
Yorkshire.
Is he on loan or is he?
No. He went several years ago. He went
right,
in 2019.
Because he came back on loan, didn't he?
Yes, he came back on loan last season.
That's right. Because I'm sure he played in that championship game against.
Yeah, that's what he did. He didn't do much when he came back on loan. I mean, he's a good cricketer.
Yeah.
But
he
had the same problem as Shoaib Bashir. You know, he's playing for England but couldn't get in the Somerset side.
Yeah.
Lewis Goldsworthy to come back into the attack. It's a little bit short, but doesn't get any further than Josh Thomas at mid-on. And I guess that's what Shoaib Bashir is going to have to do. This is swung away in the air and it's going to clear Josh Thomas and run over the boundary for 4 runs. Wasn't completely convincing from Felix Organ, but he got enough of it, and that is the 50 partnership from 60 balls. 23 of them to Toby Albert and 28 to Felix Organ. Well batted.
Yeah. 143 for 5 in the 30th is when these two started.
Goldsworthy into Organ, who plays that shot again, only just clears. Andy Umeed, did he get hands to that?
I might have got fingertips to that.
I think he might have done. He's quite close in there. He's on the strip of matting that's protecting the pitch for the 100, and I think he's just signalled that he got his left hand to it.
Guess I was looking out for the rope. That's a great effort. He's got high as well.
Oh, he's a fine fielder. As Goldsworthy, they took a single. This is lofted down the ground for 6 runs. Handsome blow. 4 runs. You reckon? I thought the umpire had signalled 6.
Sure, he signalled 4.
200s on the board in the 40th over, and Hampshire cruising now. Before it was 74 from 67. This is a watchful forward defensive shot. Somerset with just the 5 fielders inside the fielding circle, so there are plenty of ones to supplement the quite regular boundaries that are being struck at the moment. That's another defensive shot out into the offside. End of the over. It is 200 for 5, and in 10 overs Hampshire need just 43 runs.
60 balls. It's quite easy to work out. The run rate required from here on in is just a fraction over 4 1/4, which is probably about the lowest it's been at any stage during the Hampshire reply. Toby Albert with 74 from 69 and Felix Organ with 29 from 36. Again, a wicket can easily change things. Now we're starting to get one or two in the crowd now, starting to...
Well, it's been a long, hot day, hasn't it? So
voice their
plenty of
emotions.
liquid refreshment has been in order.
Sure it has. Casey Aldridge then, you probably just heard. In the stadium mic there, back for his 6th over, 1 for 19. Well, quite tightly actually. But he's changing ends from the pavilion end. It's turned to mid-wicket. And there is no run. 57 these two have put on now. Crucial partnership this for the 6th. They're all crucial partnerships when you're chasing. And it looks like the game's going close. This one certainly has been. Biggest partnership of the innings for Hampshire. Aldridge right arm over and bowls. Morgan drops that into the ground and Albert off straight away. Ball literally landing about 2 wickets away. Again, that's the way to play. Just nudge it into a gap or just drop it. Just keep that scoreboard ticking along. 201 for 5. Morgan's on 30 now from 38 at the non-striker's end. James Rue just helping Sean Dixon move the field. It looks like fine leg is going a little squarer. That's Ned Leonard. Here's Aldridge bowls, driving his Albert to extra cover. Score remains on 201 for 5. Well, whatever happens from here on in, it's been a good game. Whichever side wins this.
It has.
It's still going to be mightily close, I think. 242 was what turned out to be a decent score. Here's Leonard again, full, worked on the leg side, no single there. There's a mid-wicket in, that's Hamid. I tell you what, between Hamid and Sean Dixon, a couple of decent fielders in saving the ones.
Yeah.
We've saved a few this afternoon. Oh, but 74 from 71. Comes in. Albert works that up the ground for a single.
Yeah.
Came in with Hampshire at 61 for 3 in the 15th, Toby Albert. The fall of Ben Brown's wicket.
Batted very sensibly.
Yeah. He has matured this season. Maiden Championship 100 against Surrey here. Highest T20 score as well this year, and not far off getting to a highest List A score as well. That's driven up to mid-on. It's got a little way to go, but not very much. That's not a bad over actually, 2 runs off it. 9 overs remain, 41 needed.
Yeah, it's a little bit late in the day though to think about containment. Somerset need wickets, and just looking at the bowling figures, Leonard 1 for 45 in 9, Ogborn 1 for 34 in 7, Leach 1 for 40 in 10, Goldsworthy 1 for 49 in 7, Aldridge 1 for 21 in 6, and Thomas none for 12 in 2. It's not the sort of wicket on which you're going to bowl a side out easily. You've got to build pressure to force the batsman into a position where they've got to play big shots, and that's when you'll get the mistakes. But Somerset have never really been able to sustain the pressure at that sort of level, and we are going to have a debut appearance from Joe Hayward, beg his pardon. Joe Hayward from Bath, 17 years old. He did have a bat, but he didn't face many deliveries and didn't score a run. And I'm glad to see he's been given his opportunity, although not at the most propitious moment.
You might find out a lot about him in the next few overs.
With just 41 more required.
Here you are.
9 overs in which to get them.
Have a bowl now.
Here comes Hayward. In bowl short, and that's hit in the air and will land safe and bounce over the boundary rope for 4 runs at straight mid-wicket. 206 for 5. Toby Albert on to 79.
17 years of age, and he's coming on for his first bowl in this situation. Wow, that is asking an awful lot. Of course, also an opportunity to make a name for yourself, but you remember back when you were 17 in a situation like this in first team cricket?
No, thank you very
I'd have
much.
been frightened frightened out of my wits.
He just loses his run up there, does Joe Hayward. He's tall, rangy, coltish. Slightly knock-kneed as he runs in. He's there now. Bowls, nice fast arm, but that's pulled away, and that is going to go for 4 more. Gallant effort out there by Archie Vaughan to make the stop, but to no avail. So welcome to top-level cricket, Joe Hayward.
Well, they're both short. He clearly doesn't want to over-pitch or what have you, but in doing so, but he hasn't got a feel for the game, has he really? Why is Archie Vaughan not bowling?
Pass. He bowled really nicely on Friday.
Do they trust a young, untrusted seamer?
I'll ask.
And I know Vaughan is the same, but I mean, this is almost the tightest situation in the game.
And the pitch is more suited to spin bowling than pace bowling, I would have thought. Here comes Hayward then to Albert, who turns this into the onside. They're going to think about coming back for the second run. They will come back for the second run, and that is Toby Albert's highest score in List A cricket. 85 he has out of Hampshire's 212 for 5, and that eclipses the 84 he scored against Derbyshire back in 2022.
I remember it. I remember speaking to him after the game. That was a tight situation as well in a run chase.
Well, he's batted very well.
But you see now, because you have to fill out the boundary positions on the onside, it created that huge gap on the leg side, which now is being plugged, but it now leaves a big gap on the offside.
Hayward then into Albert down the leg side, and that's a wide. 213 for 5.
I really feel for him here. I think he's been handed a situation which I don't think many 17-year-olds would have relished.
No. Bit of a baptism of fire. You never know whether it will toughen them up or
that's right.
leave them a bit demoralised.
That's what this game's all about.
He's in again and bowls short again, and just punched up to long on for a single. 214 for 5. Toby Albert en route for a century, one would think. His first in List A cricket.
It's taken quite a lot of the pressure off this over.
12 runs from it so far, including the wide. Still 2 balls to come. Hayward in and bowls down the leg side, tucked away down to fine leg for 4 more. It was over pitched, it was on leg stump, and the batsman just had to get something on it. And with long leg quite wide, 4 runs there for the taking. And take them, Felix Organ did. Moves on to 34, 218 for 5. Hampshire now just 25 runs short.
Well, it's been a gamble that hasn't really paid off, has it?
Well, if they were going to bowl him, they should have bowled him earlier on. Hayward in, bowls to, this is down the leg side again, and that has also gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So poor Joe Hayward, he's waited all afternoon to get a bowl. He's brought on to bowl the 42nd over with Hampshire on the verge of victory, and he's gone for 20 runs.
Yeah.
in that over. It's a cruel game, but I think he knew that already, and there was no need to rub it in to quite that extent.
Well, that's a bit of a turning point, that. I'm sure if you ask him when he was asked to bowl at that situation, he would say, gosh, yeah, bring it on. I'm sure he would. I don't know the guy, but I'm sure he would. But realistically, it was asking a lot of him. It was asking a lot of any of the... It was asking a lot of Jack Leach to bowl that over, to be honest. Somebody has to bowl it, though. Aldridge, then, 6 overs, 1 for 21 from the far end. Bowling to Albert. Albert plays that behind point, but Goldsworthy is there. So we have just under 8 overs left in the game, and Hampshire need 21. 222 for 5, and these two have put on 57, 77, 79. This game could have gone anywhere, let's be honest. It's turning rapidly in Hampshire's favour now. Cut away by Albert, chiefly through the man who's just hit that shot, just a single. That's good fielding. That's that deep cover by Archie Vaughan, who's probably thinking, do you know what, I would have fancied that over. 223 for 5.
As I said, there's more in this pitch for Archie Vaughan than there is for Joe Hayward.
Yeah. It's amazing how quickly things can turn in the space of 1 over. All of a sudden it's looking a very easy ride for Hampshire. Plays and misses outside the off stump there, and Felix Organ, and trying to guide that down to third. Still room for a couple of mistakes, but I think you just look at 1 or 2 people now making their way towards the exits. I think they think that the game's all over. A few people with bags in hand, and 1 or 2 with fleeces, so you don't need those today. Long sleeve shirt would have been bad enough. Here's just pulled away by Felix Organ along the ground, jogged through for a single. 224 for 5, and Felix Organ has certainly played his part in this partnership. He's 39 from 43, but Toby Albert, the main man for Hampshire here, 87 from 78. 22-year-old. He's got Hampshire out of 1 or 2 sticky situations in one-day cricket this year. That's just nudged down to third, 88. So he's 12 away from 100, and Hampshire need 18. For me, that's the next interesting point in this game, because I think Hampshire have it won, really, unless something...
Unless somebody takes a hat-trick.
Which can happen at any time, of course. But I don't think Hampshire need to do anything silly. That last over has just taken all the pressure off now. It's just about working the ball around. There isn't the need to go silly here. And the field probably reflecting that, deep mid on and mid off up, and guides that down to third. Don't need to do any more than that. 17 needed.
Do you give Hayward another over, or
just say thank you very much? Try not to think about it too much. Hopefully he won't. Hopefully he's not too scarred.
It's a shame, because he'll remember his debut for Somerset for the rest of his life.
Or try and forget it.
Well, yeah, but you can't, can you?
No. No, he's not going to have another over. You can't put him through that again. So 17 needed, 12 needed by Albert for 100. 7 overs left. The game's all but done.
Alfie Ogbourne has been given the dubious privilege of bowling the next over.
See, Ogbourne has 3 overs left. Now, why maybe didn't he have? You know, he bowls another 3, so that gives you 6 overs nearer the end. You know, you probably would have left Hayward to the last over. If you really wanted to bowl him, just leave him right to the death.
Ogbourne it is then. He's bowling to Felix Organ. Organ swings this away, or tries to swing it away. I was looking for that in the mid-wicket area, and it ends up at mid-off. Josh Thomas fielding. I've taken my computer out of the firing line. It was overheating. It is getting increasingly warm here up on the camera gantry in the Hilton Hotel. Ogbourne to Organ, who goes for a a big swing down the leg side, and it's signalled as a wide by umpire Neil Bainton.
Just feel the intensity now for Somerset's gone.
Yeah, they were in the game for a long time. 242. I think Hampshire were always favourites to chase that down, but Somerset was certainly in the game at that stage. Ogbourne in and bowls, and there won't be a run here as Andy Umead swoops. He does swoop in the field, Andy Umead. He's very predatory, keeps low to the ground. Ogbourne tossing the ball from hand to hand. He's bowled nicely again. Good prospect is Alfie Ogbourne. Very pleasant, cheerful young man as well. He's in bowls. This is driven. Won't be a run this time though, as Thomas is quickly across from mid-off. But Somerset with, they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders. They could have just the 4. So it was a sort of nod towards the match situation. As Ogbourne is in, bowls, and turned into the onside. Umead again will field by the square leg umpire. 2-2-8 for 5. Just 15 more Hampshire need.
That's well played, just manufactured a gap there. But Organ just waited for that. Just turned the face of the bat into the gap. Something you need to do from here.
Yeah, they played very well. You know, they've picked up the singles and they've hit the bad balls for 4 of 6, and there've been plenty enough of those to keep Hampshire ahead of the required rate. Ogbourne to Albert, who's on 88. Felix Organ ought to give Toby Albert as much of the strike as possible. He's got was it 15 more Hampshire need. He needs 12 more.
I might stick my neck out here
Couple
and
of
say
sixes.
he might be just short. If he plays sensibly here, it might mean that he just falls 1 or 2 runs short. I don't know.
Ogbourne to Toby Albert. They are going to come back for the second run, so he keeps the strike. Although he doesn't keep the strike because it's the end of the over. 230 for 5. He moves into the 90s. Does Toby Albert. 90 from 81 deliveries.
And 13 to win. It's going to be interesting. Paul Williams, soncricket@gmail.com says, as I watch more of Albert, I see a future Hampshire captain. His vision when at the wicket and his discussions with batting partners appears to be good and positive. I wouldn't disagree with that. And Ralph Brooker says both Albert and Organ are having standout seasons. They are. Felix Organ featured in that important partnership with Ben Brown in the last game against Northamptonshire. A couple of pedantic points on Alf, King Alfred, says Brian Budd, soncricket@gmail.com. He says, Alf defeated the Danes at Eddington. He burnt the cakes at Athelney.
Athelney, yeah.
Athelney. He was never king of all England, and that was achieved by his grandson Athelstan. Sorry to be
stand corrected.
Oh, there you go. I think you do well to correct Anthony. I tell you, I've worked with him many times.
He's quite right about Eddington.
I've never.
Athelney was where he spent the winter
Oh,
before the Battle of Eddington.
First ball out in the covers, no run. Yeah, well, he's a bold man, is Brian, because I've never attempted to correct Anthony in all the years we've worked together.
Wouldn't quite say that's true.
It's the next delivery, which is not timed as it goes out to extra cover. So
I seem to remember some quite sharp discussions about the background of a certain Hampshire team, when I don't think there was a single one that was actually born in the county of Hampshire.
It was lovely. I enjoyed that conversation. It's one of my standout moments in all the years we've been doing this.
But now I think you've got six of this side come through the academy.
Tons. Aldridge again. Bowls. That's pulled away by Organ, and that's not going to quite go. A turn for 2 though I think they thought it was going. Certainly Organ did. That's good fielding out there, Bazak, by Hayward. He's been out in that area. That's good on him. He'll feel a bit better after that. And I think even the crowd gave him a bit of a hand there just to help him through this game. So 11 needed, and Organ's on 43, and Albert needs 10. I think they'll get to a point, and maybe it was never in their heads, because it's probably more in our heads, really. But I think you'll find that Toby Albert won't mind being 95 not out. He won't care. Here comes Aldridge again. It's driven. Does that come off the bowler or batter at the far end? It's gone out to extra cover. So there are just over 5 overs left in this game, 11 to win. 232 for 5. Organ for the second game in a row, playing a very, very important role, even though he won't get the headline. Aldridge again bowls right arm over it. Edges. He tried to thrash that over mid-on. He'll get 1 down to third. He wants 2, but that ball went quite quickly down below us. Well, he was aiming in an area where there's no fielder. It's gone very fine down to third. 10 needed.
Just in time for me to give you a tweet from Andy Cleave. I'm all for giving young players opportunities, but the Joe Hayward selection's been baffling when we haven't bowled him. Well, I'll tell you what I think the explanation is after this delivery.
3 runs off the over so far. Albert pulls that away on the onside. Might get 2. No, settle for 1. 91 not out at the end of that over. He keeps a strike, which is quite important. 234 for 5, 9 needed.
I suspect that George Thomas turned up not very well this morning after travelling. You know, they came up yesterday, Somerset, I presume. I'm sure they did. And he woke up this morning not feeling very well. And by that time, by that stage, it was too late to get anybody else to come up from Somerset. Finn Hill, the young batsman, would have been the obvious replacement. And the only spare cricketer who was fit to play was Joe Hayward.
Yeah.
Because Josh Davey isn't well enough to play either. So it was Hobson's choice.
That's fair enough.
So that, I think, Andy, is the explanation. I'll ask Paul Tweddle, the coach, when I interview him at the close of play. As Ogborne is in and bowls, this is played square through the offside by Toby Albert for a single. 92. Well, still possible. Felix, I think they're just having a chat about it as we speak, and Felix Organ is probably volunteering just to take the single.
And at my guess, Toby Albert saying, look, don't worry, just play the game. That's a guess.
Is Ogborne to Organ, and they will indeed take a single. 236 for 5, so 7 more needed. Toby Albert needs 8.
What would you do in this situation? If you were batting now, what would you think?
Oh, I'd heave him over mid-wicket for two consecutive 4s or 6s. I think that's the opportunity. Ogborne to Albert, full toss, driven up to Josh Thomas at mid-off. But I think I want to take the opportunity sooner rather than later. Andy Mead finished the Somerset innings against Kent in fine style with a 6. As Ogborne is in to Albert, he cuts this but straight to backward point, Sean Dixon. 2 balls left in the over. If he hits the first one for 4, I'll hand over to Kev to call the century in the Hampshire win, hopefully with a single shot.
Over Meerkat Mound.
Yeah,
would round
landing
it off nicely.
into Meerkat Mound, that would be perfect. Ogborne short, and he's looking for the single. Is Toby Albert? He doesn't get it. It's the end of the over. 44 overs have been bowled. 236 for 5. Hampshire need just 7 runs. Oh, it's not the end of the over. Sorry, I miscounted. So still, he'll be looking for a single, I'm sure, Toby Albert.
He's looking round.
Yeah. Off-ball in, bowls. He pulls this away over the top of Andy Umeed. It's gone for 4. Well, that's half of the 8 runs that he needs, but he's not going to be on strike. But a single from Felix Organ would set it up just perfectly. 240 for 5 after 46 overs.
Well, I think it's fairly safe to say that I'll be speaking to Toby Albert after this game, and it is something I will ask him about the conversations late on as to what he was saying to Felix Organ. Was it just play the match situation, forget about me? Or was it, you make sure you get a single so I have a chance of getting 3 figures? I do feel it will be the former, but look out for that reaction interview on the Hampshire Cricket website. And also part of that on the Somerset Sport Twitter feed. 240 for 5 then. 4 overs remain, 3 runs needed. And Felix Organ to face. And he's on 45. I mustn't forget, actually, he might be thinking about a half century. He might be thinking about a maximum and saying, no, it's all about me. Aldridge bowls. Oh, it's very high. That's a wide. No ball. My word, that is.
Oh, that's unfortunate, because unless he now bowls a wide, well, even then, I don't see how Toby Albert can get his 100, because that levels the scores.
I wouldn't suggest that was on purpose, but I have seen it in a game where a bowler has deliberately bowled a wide to stop somebody getting 100. But I wouldn't say that he's done that deliberately. It was very short, though. There's Aldridge again, and he's off the back foot, and that's the one needed. And Hampshire have won this game by 5 wickets, and that also brings up the 100-run partnership between Albert and Organ, and that has come off just 102 balls. And with that victory, Hampshire have made it 2 from 2.
Yeah, well played, Hampshire. Deserved the win. Somerset maybe didn't get quite enough runs, and the pitch just seemed to get a little bit easier as the day wore on. It was hard work for the Somerset bowlers. They did their best, but they couldn't maintain the sort of pressure they needed to force the Hampshire batsmen into making mistakes. And Toby Albert and Felix Organ finished things off in fine style with that century partnership. For Somerset, the bowlers, well, they all took 1 wicket. They all bowled reasonably well. Jack Leach probably the pick of them, 10 overs, 1 for 40. Ned Leonard bowled well at the top and removed the biggest danger for Somerset, Nick Gubbins, with Gubbins' very first delivery. But well, 1 win, 1 loss, 1 defeat for Somerset. It's not the worst start that they've made to their one-day cup campaign, but they'll be looking to do a whole lot better up at Chesterfield Street on Wednesday.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Enjoyed your company as always.
Great pleasure as always to be here.
Yeah, thanks to Dave Allen as well. And Somerset will be in action on Wednesday. They're going to, can't remember where they're going to. Chesterfield Street. Oh yeah, nice little jaunt up the road for Anthony. And Hampshire will be at Beckenham against Kent, so join us then.